The first thing I did in my new life was cough. Not a heroic cough, a full, ugly, doubled-over hack because I just sat up in a bed that had been rotting quietly for about 200 years, and I inhaled most of it. Dust everywhere, in my mouth, in my eyes, in whatever was left of my dignity. Then my bare feet hit the floor, and I stopped breathing entirely, because I felt the floor. Cold boards, a splinter under my left heel, the give of old wood when it takes your weight. 5 years I had been a very expensive piece of furniture in my own apartment, and now some warped plank in a room I'd never seen was digging into my foot, and it was the best thing that had ever happened to me. I stood up. Just to check, just to be sure. I stood up. My name is Li Ming. I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis at 12. By 20, I couldn't stand, couldn't walk, couldn't feed myself on a bad week. I streamed horror games for 5 years because it was the one job in the world that didn't care whether my legs worked, and I made enough at it to pay for my own care, which is the single accomplishment I'm still proudest of. 25 years old, and the ceiling of my ambition was a good sponsor deal. And now I was standing in a dark, narrow room that smelled like a flooded basement, with my hands out in front of me like I'd never seen them before. There was a table against the far wall. There was a man sitting at it. Well, there had been a man. Now there was a skeleton in a rotted coat, slumped forward, most of the skull simply gone. His left hand was still curled around a rusted flintlock pistol, and the angle of the arm told me everything I needed to know about how his last 5 seconds had gone. I've played a lot of horror games. Motionless corpses don't do much for me. So I did what I always did in games. I walked toward the thing everybody else runs from. That's when the voice started up in my head again, the one that had woken me. Welcome to the all-people sailing survival game. Not male, not female, not anything. From now on, you will spend the rest of your lives at sea. Don't worry about any illnesses or disabilities you may have. This system will cure them all and give you a relatively fair starting point. Cure them all. I stood in that stinking little cabin, holding onto a table for balance I didn't actually need, and I want to be honest with you about what I felt, because it wasn't fear. Some cosmic voice had just told a room full of strangers that their bodies had been fixed, and every one of them was probably screaming about kidnapping. I was the guy standing there thinking, whatever this costs, I'm buying. You are free to sail the seas and do whatever you want. Whether you become unknown or famous depends entirely on yourself. Cool, motivational. The ocean offers you endless possibilities, but there's only one thing you need to be careful about. Here it comes. Keep moving forward. Don't let the black fog behind you catch up. The black fog is currently moving at 10 knots. And then it stopped talking, the way a salesman stops talking after he's said the number. I went to the window. Sea. That's it. That's the whole report. Sea in every direction to a hard, flat horizon, gray-blue and heaving, slapping at something wooden under my feet. And way out at the edge of it, behind us, a smear of black on the water, like somebody had dragged a thumb across a wet painting. 10 knots. Got it. Noted. Filed under things that will kill me. There was a booklet on the bed, black cover, palm-sized, glowing faintly like it was sulking about being ignored. Navigation log, stamped on the front. It felt like skin when I picked it up, warm and slightly giving, and I want you to understand that I noticed that and opened it anyway, because I'd already decided what kind of person I was going to be here. Page 1, the rules. No one may board your ship without permission. Items on your ship cannot be stolen by other players unless you are dead. Each ship has a grappling hook with unlimited durability, so grab any floating object you like. You need to upgrade your ship to make it look safe enough. Be careful at night, watch out for fog, and if the dark fog behind you catches you, you die. This manual is bound to your soul. And then Rule 7, which wasn't numbered like the others and wasn't bracketed like the others, just sitting there at the bottom in plain text. You'll never feel alone at sea. I read that one twice. Then I turned the page fast. Page 3 was me, Li Ming. Status, healthy, and a little green man icon to prove it. Strength 3, Spirit 7, +1, Agility 4. Constitution 3, Perception 5, Reason 100 out of 100, with a note underneath explaining that below 50 I go mad, below 30 I start thinking about the easy way out, and below 10 there was just an ellipsis, which is the single most threatening piece of punctuation I have ever received from a user interface. Average adult is 5 in everything. I was below average in 3 categories, which tracked because I'd spent 5 years in a bed. And then a talent, mine alone. Iron Arthur, you never give up. Your mental limit increases by 1. You will retain at least 1 point of sanity and will not commit suicide. I looked at that for a long moment. Somewhere out there, a system had gone through the last 25 years of my life, item by item, and decided the defining fact about me was that I never once quit. And then it wrote that down and handed it to me as a superpower. Fine, okay, I'll take it. The last section was a chat channel, and that's where I stopped being a man alone in a room and started being a man with several billion neighbors, all of them losing their minds simultaneously. Is anyone there? What exactly is going on? I was taking a dump, and I haven't even wiped yet, and suddenly I'm on a boat. Who kidnapped me? Do you even know who my father is? Maybe your dad came too. Son, is that you? Don't make assumptions. My fractured hand healed. I can feel pain. This isn't a dream. Billions of people, all of them online, all of them typing. 10 world messages a day per person, and after that it costs 100 conch coins a line, which was the first time I heard about conch coins, and I had exactly 0 of them. I didn't type anything. I read. Because within about 10 minutes the panic burned off and the useful people started talking, and what the useful people were saying was worth more than anything I could have added. Are there 7 rules in your manual too? Looking for a group, anyone want to team up? There are no coordinates, we're 500 nautical miles apart minimum. Nobody's teaming up with anybody. Has anyone checked their ship? I found equipment. And then somebody posted their gear, and the whole channel went quiet for a second. Bloodstained harpoon. Type relic. Quality good. Very sharp, can inflict minor damage on otherworldly beings and then enrage them. Note, using relic carries the risk of reducing sanity. Enrage them. I remember the exact moment the room got colder. Not because of the harpoon, because of the phrase otherworldly beings, sitting there in a system description as casually as a shipping label in a game we had all been in for 11 minutes. The channel came apart. What are otherworldly demons? Are there monsters? I had nothing at all. Some bread, some water, vegetables. You have vegetables? I only got sausages. Out here, vegetables are rarer than meat. Write that down. It becomes important later. How big is your boat? Mine's over 100 meters. It's way too big. Mine's 10 meters. And then a guy posted his stat block, and everybody lost their minds all over again. Ironheart, Tier 1. Durability 5,000. Capacity 8,000 units. Speed 5 knots. Ship skill, full power. Increases cannon firing rate to 200% for 15 minutes. Cannons at Tier 1, with a giant whale-shooting harpoon as a bonus. The description at the bottom just said, it might not be fast, but you'd better be fast. This game is rigged. His ship has cannons. Special ships have skills. Mine's completely blank. Is there a pay-to-win shop? I've got money. And then one person, my favorite person in those first 10 minutes, typed the only thing that mattered. Are you all idiots? His boat does 5 knots. The fog does 10. Silence. Then, delightedly, he's finished. Ahahaha. Which is when a system announcement dropped on everybody at once. Your ships, your ship items, your personal talents, and your starting positions were all predetermined based on your personality and experiences. No objections allowed. Based on your personality and experiences. I turned around very slowly and looked at the man who had shot himself at the table. He'd been sitting there for a while. The paper under his elbow had rotted down to fragments, but there was enough left to read if you didn't mind leaning in close to a skeleton, which I didn't, because I'd already established my whole thing. There are no supplies left on the ship, so I can only try fishing. I was lucky today. Caught a tiger grouper, enough to eat for 2 days. Hee hee. I caught an antique handgun. The sound is weird, but it looks like it's worth a lot of money. And then a wide, dark stain across the middle of the page, and one line visible past it. How could something like this be in the sea? I looked at the pistol in his hand. He'd fished it up. He'd been delighted. And then something happened that ended with most of his skull on the wall behind him. So I picked it up. Flintlock pistol, corroded by water immersion. Type, relic. Quality, excellent. This was once a masterpiece, but it has been soaked in water too long and is severely rusted. It has only a 50% chance of firing and can cause moderate damage to demons. Requires no bullets. Automatic reload, 1 minute. Magazine capacity, 1. Let me translate the important part for you. Every other player in that chat channel was showing off equipment that did minor damage. Minor. 1 tick down from useless. My dead predecessor's rusted antique did moderate damage, which put it in a completely different weight class, and the system had personally handed it to me based on my personality and experiences. A gun that hurts monsters. 1 shot a minute. 50% chance the shot doesn't happen at all. Fair starting point, the voice had said. So I get to start in hell, I said out loud to the skeleton. He didn't argue. I pushed the door open and went to look at my boat. And that was when the system finished its joke. Nightmare. Tier 1. Durability 300, capacity 400 units, speed 40 knots, hull skills, plural, which sounded great until I read them. Nightmare. Sleeping on this ship will cause nightmares, and energy recovery efficiency is reduced by 75%. The Angler's Curse. This boat is cursed. It cannot catch any normal fish. Summary. This ship has drifted at sea for hundreds of years and has finally found its new owner. 300 durability. The men in the chat had 800, 1,000, 5,000. I had 300, on a 12-meter hull so encrusted with barnacles and weed that the deck squelched when I walked on it, with a mast that had a few strips of rag hanging off it in a purely decorative capacity. And 2 skills, both of which were curses. 1 stopped me sleeping properly, the other stopped me eating. I went through that ship inch by inch looking for something that moved because I have played enough horror games to know that a boat that looks like that always has something living in it. Found nothing. Breathed out. Went below. The hold was empty. Completely empty. Not a crate, not a barrel, not a bug. Just damp and a smell like the inside of a drowned coat. Starting supplies, 0, which honestly was consistent. A ghost ship that had been drifting for centuries wasn't going to have a pantry. Back in the chat, they were still comparing. Gale, Tier 1. 800 durability, speed 70 knots. Ride the waves, double ship speed for 5 minutes. Summary, you can't even inhale its exhaust fumes, believe me. Sakurago, 1,000 durability. A cherry tree growing on the deck that emits auspicious light and alters crew attributes from time to time, potentially triggering evolution. Summary, we hope the crew can maintain their human appearance. The channel went dead silent for a solid 5 seconds after that one. Then, haha, isn't my ship amazing? I feel like I'm evolving. Are you sure that's not a mutation? Ordinary boats ran 30 to 40 knots. Mine did 40. That was the one number where I wasn't at the bottom, and I hung on to it like a life raft, which, in hindsight, is exactly what it was. Then Ironheart came back on with his name showing, no longer anonymous, and threatened to do something anatomically ambitious to Sakurago with a cannon. Baka, we'll talk about it again if you live to see tomorrow. Damn it, you wait. What followed was several minutes of international profanity, most of it censored by the system, all of it beautiful. Different languages, auto-translated into whatever you read. Turns out humanity's first act as a species scattered across an alien ocean was to insult each other fluently. I typed my first words into the World channel. Count me in. Then I scrolled up until I found the thing I actually needed. Fishing. Don't make a sound, I'm fishing. When I found out I could fish, I suddenly didn't want to go back. I fish once a week, and I fish for a whole week at a time. I just finished preparing the nest. Your boat is moving. Why are you digging a hole? Are you stupid? Guess what I caught? A bottle of Farmer's 3 Punches. Somebody had pulled a bottle of mineral water out of the ocean. Fresh water. You could fish up fresh water. That was the whole game right there, because I had none, and a man dies in 3 to 5 days without it. And I'd already checked, and my ship had a fishing rod lying on the deck. Moldy fishing rod with barnacles. Category, tools/relic. Quality, good. Reduces the probability of catching normal fish. Slightly increases the probability of catching unidentified creatures. Trust me, you won't like what it catches. Cool, very cool. Love that for me. I took the rod anyway, because unidentified creatures had to include water, and because the alternative was drinking my own urine on day 2, and I had standards, not many, but that was one of them. First, though, I had to drive. The rudder sat on a raised platform at the bow, elevated, good sightlines, which meant one man could steer and watch the sea at the same time. That was clearly the point. Nobody was crewing these things. I put my hands on the wheel, and the ship just answered. No skill required, no learning curve, pure magic. Speed, heading, grappling hook, all of it through the wheel like the boat and I had been introduced years ago. It felt like every sailing game I'd ever played, except simpler, and I've never been so grateful for the system cutting a corner. Full ahead, straight away from the black smear on the horizon. Then I stood at the bow and worked the grappling hook, which turned out to be a claw machine. That's it. That's the mechanic. A carnival claw machine where the prizes are floating garbage and the prizes are also moving. Rotten wood +1. Rotten wood +1. Rags +1. Rotten wood +1. Every hunk of driftwood had under a 10% chance of converting into one actual unit of timber. Every rag, 1 unit of cloth. 3 hours of grabbing, over 100 pieces of debris hooked out of the sea, and my total haul was 5 wood and 3 cloth. 5. To upgrade Nightmare to Tier 2, I needed 200 wood, 100 cloth, and the captain's remains. I looked back at the cabin where my predecessor was sitting. Don't lose those, the log helpfully clarified. At 5 wood per 3 hours, I was looking at a solid week of claw machine, and that was Tier 1 to Tier 2. It only got worse from there. Then I checked the chat again and found out something that made me feel slightly better about my whole situation. Blank ships, the boring ones with no skills, only needed 100 wood and 50 cloth. No bones, half the price. And Ironheart, the man with 40 cannons, needed steel. Where am I supposed to get steel? It's the ocean. As we all know, iron sinks. Fishermen can catch anything. I just caught a unit of steel. Clam? Buying steel at high prices. Whoever gives me steel, I'll take them as my underling. Baka. Still buying steel? Talk to me if you live to see tomorrow. The black mist is about to catch you. So special ships weren't a jackpot, they were a mortgage. Better toys, worse upkeep, and you fall behind on levels while the guy with the boring boat sails past you. Which meant my haunted 12-meter coffin with 300 durability and 2 curses was, if anything, slightly ahead of schedule. I closed the log and picked up the rod. Time to fish. The weather page told me it was a beautiful day. The sky is clear and cloudless. It's a perfect day for fishing. Location, Sea of Origin. Sunshine remaining, 5 hours. Temperature 12 to 20. Wind force 1. My own numbers were less cheerful. Reason 100, fine. Energy 90 and dropping, because I'd spent the morning operating a claw machine. I used the log's crafting function and turned 5 of my precious wood into a spear, because a man with a gun that works half the time should have a backup, and because the descriptions of what other people were catching had gotten under my skin. Then I stuck the pistol in the back of my waistband, which felt ridiculous and also correct. No bait needed out here. That's system magic. Bait improves your odds, but the hook works empty. I cast. The line arced out and dropped. The float sat there. I am not a good fisherman. I've never been fishing in my life, but I had, conservatively, the rest of my existence to get better at it, so I settled in and opened the chat to see what everyone else was pulling up, so I'd know what to expect. How did you know I caught a fish? It was 100 centimeters. Photo attached. Enormous sea bass. Damn it, who asked you? I caught a giant one, too. How big? It's huge. We couldn't pull it up. Then what are you talking about? I scrolled up past the noise and found the one comment that saved my life about 11 minutes later. When you're fishing, be careful. If you spot anything suspicious, cut your line immediately. There's no penalty. The line regenerates as long as you don't lose the rod. So what did you catch? It looked like a human figure, so I cut it off. Mermaid, you released your wife back into the wild. That thing was not right. You can tell by looking at my rod. And he posted a carbon fiber refined fishing rod. Excellent quality. A fine rod you can pass down to your grandchildren, increases fishing success rate, reduces energy consumption, and slightly increases the probability of catching unidentified creatures. Slightly. His said slightly. Mine said reduces the probability of normal fish and increases the probability of unidentified creatures. And mine was moldy. My float sank. I pulled. And I want to be clear about the physics. There was nothing on the other end. No weight, no resistance, no fight. It came up like a wet sock. What broke the surface was about 3 centimeters long, thumb thick, streamlined, silver. A sardine. Perfectly normal little sardine, with 4 long legs down each side. 8 legs, 5 centimeters each, pale, jointed, and it landed on my deck and stood up on them like it had somewhere to be. You have discovered a strange fish. Your sanity has decreased by 2 points. I want to be very fair to myself here. I did not scream. I made a noise, but I did not scream. The fish gave me a moment to appreciate it. Then it turned around and sprinted for the edge of the boat on its 8 little legs, at which point I killed it with a spear, because sanity loss is one thing, but I hadn't eaten in a day. Long-legged sardine. Category: food. Description: a deep-sea fish species. It is said that eating it regularly can make you grow long legs. Edible, non-toxic, tastes delicious, but eating it requires courage and might lower your sanity. I picked it up. under 100 grams. Its 4 pale legs were broken from the spear, and the joint structure was exactly, precisely, unmistakably identical to a human leg, right down to the knee, and they felt bouncy. So obviously, I took a photo and posted it to the World Channel. Has anyone caught this kind of fish? 1 stone, 1,000 waves. Holy crap, what is that? That's mental pollution. My sanity is at 8. You call that a fish? Why did you hurt my eyes? Sanity -10. Blocked. Blocked. Never to see you again in this lifetime. I got blocked by approximately 1 billion people in under 30 seconds. I want that engraved somewhere. First day, first post, instant global celebrity, entirely negative. Then one private message came through from somebody who hadn't blocked me yet. Is the seawater in your area black? Get out of there fast, you might be attacked by something. I looked over the side. Clear blue water. Perfectly ordinary sea. Doing perfectly ordinary sea things. No, I typed. My ship is a ghost ship. Wow, you're amazing. Let's be friends. Captain Chen Kai of the Gale requests to add you as a friend. The 70-knot guy, the fastest ship in the game so far, and he wanted to be friends with the man who had just traumatized 1 billion people. I accepted. Costs nothing to have a friend with a fast boat. Seriously though, stop posting those. My sanity's down to 54, and I'll go crazy if it drops further. Understood, I typed. Then I caught 3 more of them in a row. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a long-legged sardine. Your sanity has decreased by 1. 3 hours. 8-legged sardines, several of them missing legs. 0 fresh water. Not 1 drop, not 1 bottle, no farmer's 3 punches, nothing. The system was not giving me water. The system was giving me 8 identical horrors with human knees. I gritted my teeth, hooked one of the sardines onto the line as bait, and cast again, because if the curse only gave me abominations, then I was going to fish for abominations professionally. An hour after that, it started getting dark. First night, I hadn't eaten. The sardines were lying around my feet looking genuinely delicious, which tells you something about where my standards had gone in 9 hours. But raw, and there was no stove on the boat, and each one cost sanity going down. Then the float shook, and I pulled up something new. Blackfish. No legs this time, which was the good news. Instead, it had spines all over, and its body was covered in swollen membranes that burst the moment it hit the deck and leaked black pus across the boards. This fish is disgusting. Your sanity has decreased by 2. It died before I could even spear it, which I took personally. Cyst porcupine fish. Category: food. A deep-sea fish whose body fluids contain a potent toxin. Normal people wouldn't eat it unless they wanted to die. Poisonous. I didn't touch it with my hands. I pinned it with the spear and hauled it below. And then, because I'd had a thought, I stabbed it several more times on the way, working the spearhead around in the fluids until the wood came up stained black. Congratulations to me. I now owned a poisoned stick. Sunset. Less than an hour of light. The system had said night was dangerous, and I am not the kind of idiot who tests that on day 1, so I was packing up the rod when something floated past the side of the hull. A box. Briefcase-sized, dark, waterlogged. A treasure chest. I got to the wheel so fast I nearly went over the rail, brought Nightmare around, and worked the claw for it. And that thing dodged. It slid, it bobbed, it went under, it came up somewhere I wasn't. A treasure chest, in the water, actively evading a grappling hook. I got it eventually, and I ran it below and set it down, and then I did something I want you to remember later, because it becomes a habit, and the habit is why I'm still here. I did not open it with my hands. I stood back at arm's length, pistol up, and aimed, and pried the lid with the spear. Inside was a human head. Hairless, gray-white, wrapped in a film of mucus. And the instant the lid came off, it opened its cloudy eyes and spoke to me. Sir, could I have a few minutes of your time, so that I may introduce you to the all-knowing and all-powerful Lord? If you cannot understand it, your sanity will decrease by 5 points. I felt the cold go down my spine 1 vertebra at a time. Understand that phrasing, by the way, if you cannot understand it, as in, the penalty for not understanding is 5 sanity. The system did not tell me what the penalty is for understanding. Sir, could you... It came out of the box. It was an octopus. It was an octopus wearing a human head where its body should be, and the tentacles below spread out as it launched, and at the base of them, where the beak sits, a ring of teeth opened up. Bang! Sparks off the muzzle. No misfire. A gunshot in a wooden hold that didn't sound like a gunshot. It sounded like something large and unhappy growling underneath the boards. The preacher stopped preaching. A strange gunshot was heard, and your sanity decreased by 3. Even my own gun cost me sanity. My own gun. I checked myself. Reason 88. Energy 62. Blood 100. And I noticed something as the anger drained out of me. Something I would build my entire survival on later. Dropping sanity doesn't just make you scared. It gets into your decision-making. It leans on the wheel. I had wanted to fire that thing for 2 seconds longer than I should have. Human-headed octopus. Type. Food/ingredients. Abyssal fish species. Don't try to understand it. That's just a tactic to ambush you and distract you. But if you can understand it, then I can only wish you good luck. Edible. Slightly toxic. Eating it temporarily increases strength by 1, constitution by 1, decreases spirit by 1, and reduces sanity by 20. I read that last line about 6 times. That was not a monster description. That was a menu. That was the system telling me on day 1 that the horrors in this ocean could be eaten for stats, and that the price was paid in sanity. I gathered up every scrap of that octopus and stacked it neatly. The rest of the chest held some corroded coins, conch shell stamped on the front, a cartoon octopus head on the back. You have earned 100 conch coins. No water. 100 coins I couldn't spend, in a game where nobody could meet anybody, from a chest that had contained a missionary. It was fully dark now. I threw the captain's bones down into the hold where they'd be safe, went back to the cabin, and lay down on a damp mattress that smelled like mold and old rope, with the pistol on the nightstand and the spear against the wall. And I opened the chat, because I couldn't sleep, and because I wanted to know what the night looked like for everyone else. The grappling hook can grab treasure chests, I typed. Free information. Costs me nothing, everybody figures it out anyway, and generosity buys you goodwill you can spend later. It worked immediately. True, I got a wooden resource chest, 1 steel, 20 wood, 20 cloth. You'll upgrade so soon, I'm jealous. Hee, I got a bronze equipment chest, I got a treasure. A blood-stained pearl necklace, relic, good quality. It was once a bride's dowry, and its owner is still searching for it. Agility +1, spirit -1, maximum sanity -5. I don't think that's a treasure. You're just jealous. It's so dark, my boat has no lights. There's no blanket, Dad's freezing. I can't sleep. Have you noticed the waves are getting bigger? The bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. Brothers, night fishing. Night fishing +1, +2, +10,086. And then, in the middle of all that noise, one line. Did you hear the singing? It's quite beautiful. Don't scare me. Where would you hear singing on the high seas? I see her. It's a beautiful woman singing. So sexy. She's waving at me. Dude, watch your sanity. That's a siren. She's so beautiful. She's swimming toward me. Get in the cabin. Lock the door. It's over. He's charmed. Hey, bro, are you still there? Hello? Nothing else came from that account. Ever. I put the log down and sat very still in the dark, listening. No singing. Nothing but water on the hull and wind in the rags. So I got up, cracked the cabin door, and looked out at my deck by moonlight for several minutes before I dared cross it. Nothing moved. I went to the bow, took the wheel, and dropped Nightmare from full ahead to 10 knots. Slower boat, fewer encounters. That was the theory. And 10 knots kept me exactly level with the fog behind me, which was as much safety as this ocean was offering. Then I went back, put the pistol beside my head, propped the spear where my hand would find it, watched the chat until my eyes closed, and fell asleep sometime after midnight with somebody murmuring in my ear. I want to note, for the record, that the murmuring was not in the chat. The first night at sea was always going to be sleepless. What I didn't know was that it wasn't going to be sleepless because of me. While I was lying in that cabin sweating through a nightmare, down in the hold, the captain's skeleton sat up. The bones shivered. Then a green flame kindled inside the broken shell of the skull, and he stood, and he walked. Out of the hold, along the corridor, up to the cabin door, and he pushed it open gently, the way you do when you don't want to wake someone. He stood over me for a while. Then he lost interest in me entirely because he'd spotted the fishing rod, the Nedge boy with the barnacles. He picked it up. He carried it out to the open middle of the deck. He cast, and a dozen minutes later something took the bait, and a swollen white hand came up out of the sea and closed around the line. Meanwhile, in the cabin, I was dreaming. I dreamed the door opened. I dreamed something came in that made a wet slapping sound when it moved, like a mop being dropped on tile, over and over. I dreamed it stood at the foot of my bed, bloated and stinking of the sea. I dreamed I grabbed the pistol off the nightstand and pulled the trigger. Click. I dreamed it pinned me to the mattress like a fish on a board and opened me up, and I watched myself come apart on my own bed. You experienced your own death. Your sanity decreased by 15. I sat up screaming and grabbed at my own stomach, and it was fine, intact. Whole. Just a dream. Thank God. Just a dream. Then I noticed the cabin door was open. I had closed it. There's barely any wind tonight. I closed it. Splat. Splat. The exact sound from the dream coming down the corridor. I had the pistol in my hand before I'd finished thinking about it, and the drowned man filled the doorway. He'd been in the water a long time, swollen out of shape, wearing the shreds of a sailor's uniform with weed still hanging off it, and his eyes were the pale, flat white of something that had stopped using them a while ago. He looked at me. Your sanity decreases by 5 upon seeing an unidentified creature. I fired. Click. And here is the part I still think about. The drowned man saw the misfire. He heard that little dry click, and he understood what it meant, and he grinned at me. There were maybe 5 teeth in there, and a crab came out of his mouth while he did it. But I had already seen this scene. That's the thing. I'd already watched myself die in this exact room, at this exact angle, with this exact click. So I wasn't paralyzed by it. I was ahead of it. I threw the gun at his head. Not a shot, a throw. Straight into that swollen face like a rock. And while he was reeling, I grabbed the spear off the wall, punched it through his neck, and then body-checked him with everything I had. Not to kill him, to get past him, because I was not going to fight anything in a room 3 meters wide. I needed the deck. I squeezed by. The smell was so bad my stomach turned over. Disgusting stench. Your sanity has decreased by 5. Then I ran, and I did not stop running until I was on the bow platform, and when I looked back, he was coming after me at the speed of a man made of waterlogged meat. Slow. He was slow. We can win, I said out loud, and I meant it, and my heart was going like a drum. There's a raised platform at the bow with the ship's wheel on it, big, solid, waist high, a pillar, essentially. So I did what heroes have done since the invention of the pillar. I ran around it. Round and round, keeping the wheel between us, while he lumbered after me, swinging those big, pale hands, with my wooden spear still sticking out of his neck like it was a fashion choice, and I counted. 48, 47, 1 shot a minute. That was the whole clock. 3, 2. I broke the circle, sprinted back down the deck to the cabin door, scooped the pistol up off the boards where it had landed, spun, and put it on him at 4 meters. Big target, short range, no excuse. Please. Bang. The gunshot came out wrong again, a shriek and a wail folded into a bang, the kind of sound that makes your stomach lurch. Strange gunshot sound. Your sanity drops by 2. I pulled it slightly, still hit. Most of his head came apart, and he went down face first, hard. We won, I said, out loud, to nobody, in a shaking voice, and I walked toward him to get my spear back, and the drowned man grabbed my ankle. Half his head was gone, and his hand closed around my leg like a clamp, fingers going into the flesh. Damn it, you're still alive? I went feral. I got the spear in both hands and drove it down into the hole where his skull used to be, and after the first strike, the grip on my ankle loosened, so I knew it was working, and I hit him again. And as he died, he turned what was left of his face toward me and looked at me with pure hate, and his stomach began to swell. I want you to imagine watching a corpse inflate. Self-destruct. I threw myself backward, and the world went white and loud, and rotten meat and bone fragments went everywhere, a hot, wet rain of it. The blast went mostly downward because he was face down, which is the only reason I'm here. I got up off the boards with my ears ringing and a stripe of numbness up my right arm where something had opened the skin, and a sharp burning pain in my left foot. 2 of his teeth had gone through the sole of my shoe and out the top of my instep. The remains disgust you. Your sanity has decreased by 2. I sat down, pulled the shoe off, and worked the teeth out of my foot while trying not to be sick. Not deep. They'd punched through the shoe first, which stole most of the force. Any harder, and I'd have lost the foot. Status, injured. Both feet yellow on the little human icon. Reason, 55 out of 100. Energy 40, blood 91. Then I stood up, and I looked at the deck, and I stopped breathing again. The blast had left a skeleton. The spine was simply gone, launched into the sea, and the ribs, all of them, had been driven into my deck like arrows, buried. Some of them punched clean through to the other side. If I had been 2 meters to the left, I would have been part of the deck. Drowned person. Description: a man who drowned at sea, filled with resentment toward the living, rises again. It can be used in monster gacha machines. Monster gacha machines, I said. What? But there wasn't time for that, because I was already going back over the fight in my head, and I'd found the hole in it. The drowned man had walked to my cabin door. I'd seen him do it. So who opened the door? The door was already open before he got there. Every hair on my body stood up at once, and I heard a footstep behind me, and something went through my left shoulder. There's still something on the ship. That was the entire thought I had time for. A fishing rod. A fishing rod had gone through my shoulder, 2 meters of it, driven in hard, and I did the only correct thing, which was run forward off the point, turn around, and get my hand over the hole. And there he was. Half a skull, missing the top left of it, with a green soul flame burning quietly in the cavity. My captain. My predecessor. The man whose gun I'd taken and whose bones I'd tossed in the hold with all the reverence of somebody putting away laundry. He was holding my moldy fishing rod like a spear, and the tip of it was wet with me, and his jaw was going up and down, up and down. He was laughing at me. "You old rascal," I said, "your sanity has decreased by 10 after being ambushed by the undead." And that dropped me under 50, and the system had a note for that. When your sanity drops below 50, you enter a state of frenzy, becoming immune to most negative mental status effects. Strength +2, agility +1, constitution +1, spirit -2. Ignore pain, feel no fatigue, and are fearless until sanity is restored. I felt it arrive. That's the horrible part. I felt the fear go out of me like water out of a bath, and something warm and mean came in to fill the space, and my hands stopped shaking, and the hole in my shoulder stopped mattering. The system had built me a berserk button and wired it to my own terror. I raised the gun and fired at him. Click. Of course. He came at me with the rod, and I made a decision that I still think was correct. I did not retreat. My foot was wrecked. Circling a skeleton on a punctured foot on a wet deck with a 2-meter pole coming at me was a way to die tired. So I went forward. I threw the spear. It hit him square and wedged into the ribcage, and he stopped for 1 full second to deal with it. I closed. And in close, I had a weapon, because if you hold a flintlock pistol by the barrel, it becomes a very good hammer, and skeletons care a lot about hammers. I swung for the crack in his skull, straight at the flame, and he caught my wrist. That thing was terrified of the gun. It dropped the fishing rod completely, both hands up, grabbing for the pistol like it was the only object in the world that mattered. So it knew. It knew exactly what that gun was and what it did, and probably who it had been used on last. We wrestled. His strength was around 4. Mine, in frenzy, was 5. Not enough of a gap to just win, and if that gun went off between us in a grapple, I was the one made of meat. Fine. You want it? Take it. I timed it, aimed the muzzle at him, and pulled the trigger. Click. Then I let go of my gun and ran. He took the bait perfectly. All that attention snapped onto the pistol, and I was gone, sprinting for the hold. And by the time he came around after me, all he could see was a dark shape crouched in the doorway of the hold, doing something with its hands. He pulled the trigger on the pistol. Nothing. Cool down. A dozen meters bow to stern, and we'd both run it. 60 seconds hadn't passed. Of course it hadn't fired. And in the dark of that hold, I was on my knees with both hands in a pile of minced octopus meat, stuffing it into my mouth. You swallowed the human-headed octopus. Strength +1, constitution +1, spirit -1, sanity -20, lasting 1 minute. 3 points of strength to 6. And here's the thing about the numbers in this world that I figured out right there, on my knees, with black mucus running down my chin. They are not linear. 6 is not 20% stronger than 5. 6 crushes 5. The scale gets steeper the higher you go. I came out of that hold on all fours with red eyes and a mouth full of monster, and he was still standing there trying to work out why the gun wouldn't fire. A pistol that can't shoot is a hammer, and I just made myself the bigger hammer. I hit him at the waist, took him to the deck, ripped one arm bone out and threw it, ripped the other out and threw it the other way, and then put my hand through the gap in his skull and closed my fingers around the soul fire. Only then did he panic. The jaw started going, open and shut, fast, and I'd like to tell you I heard begging in it. It wasn't hot, that surprised me. It was warm, like a mug of tea somebody left out. I squeezed. He came apart underneath me, every bone at once, and the light went out of him, and the deck was suddenly just a deck with a pile of old bones on it. And I sat back on my heels and thought, is he dead? Because I had just spent the previous 10 minutes learning what happens when you assume something's dead. So I picked up the skull. I picked up the pistol, and I set the skull on the rail of my ship like a coconut, and I waited. 2 minutes later, the green light came back on inside it. Bang! I blew it into fragments off the side of my own boat. Strange gunshot sound. Your sanity decreases by 1. So killing them gives me their information, I said, out loud, wiping my face on my sleeve. Good. The captain's remains. He used to be a captain who loved fishing until he caught. It just ends there, until he caught. Can be used in the monster gacha machine, which brings us back to the gacha machine, an object that did not exist anywhere on my ship, and which 2 separate monster descriptions had now casually mentioned like I ought to know about it. I collected every piece of both of them and threw the lot into the hold, and then I took his arm bones and 1 thigh bone with me, because it had occurred to me that headless skeletons are a thing. I have seen them in games, and if some part of him was going to reassemble, I wanted to be holding the parts. Then I bandaged my shoulder and my foot with strips of cloth and checked myself. Status: injured. Both feet yellow. Left shoulder yellow. Reason: 24 out of 100. Energy: 21. Blood: 82. 24. Below 30. The zone where the system had told me people start thinking about the easy way out. I did not feel like it. I want to say that plainly because Iron Arthur was doing exactly what it said on the box, and this was the first time I actually understood what the system had given me. Everyone else in this ocean who got to 24 sanity tonight was in serious trouble. I opened the World Channel and typed 1 line. Remember to lock your door when you go to sleep at night. The replies came in fast. Boss, what did you run into? A siren? Holy crap, you didn't actually kill it, did you? How hard was it? Arthur at drop equipment? I typed back, and it may be the most honest thing I said all week. No, it isn't a boss fight. It's a home invasion. Then I shut the channel off, went back to my bed, and slid the captain's thigh bone under the mattress to sleep on because I wanted his femur where I could reach it. The gun stayed in my hand. Tomorrow, I decided, I was building alarms, string, wood, anything. Because half of what nearly killed me tonight was surprise, and surprise is the cheapest thing in the world to eliminate. Then I lay there with my heart going, and I did not sleep until it was light. Dawn came, and I got up like a man who had not slept, because I hadn't. Face gray, eyes shot through with red, dark circles you could have parked in. I dumped the bones out from under my mattress. He'd been quiet all night, reasonably confident he was done. Then I stepped out onto my deck, and there was a statue on it, a statue that had not been there yesterday. It was a cartoon octopus with a human head, sitting on a little rock, with wings on its back, mouth open in a happy gape, chin fringed with tentacles. And an announcement dropped. Last night, 13,000 people successfully killed otherworldly demons. One person even achieved an astonishing double kill. I raised my hand slightly, to nobody. The system will grant you a special talent based on your performance. At the same time, the monster gacha machine is now open. You can put monster corpse tissue into the machine to get rewards. The corpses will be forcibly recycled. However, please note that you should not throw trash into the gacha machine, and especially not put live animals in it, as this will anger the machine. Anger the machine. The channel went nuclear. There are monsters? What do they look like? Let me go home. I'll give you anything. There's a talent reward? What a waste. I didn't kill anything. A skeleton monster rammed my door last night. I didn't open it. I should have opened it and taken a chance. If you'd opened it, you'd be dead. A gacha machine? Did you guys find that thing? Found it, on my bow deck. Mine's a big-faced cat. It's kind of cute. How come mine's in the hold? It's a cartoon robot. Damn, mine's a clown. It's terrifying, and it's in the captain's cabin. Are they all different? Everybody's machine was different. Everybody's machine matched their ship. Mine was a horror octopus with its mouth open like it was starving. Reward awarded. You have acquired the talent, ? Unlock conditions, ? Attempts, 0 out of 3. Oh, come on, I said. The whole channel was having the same problem. Free talents that had to be unlocked, and nobody's condition was the same, and nobody's condition was explained. Mine's walking. I have to walk 100,000 steps. On a boat. That's fine. Mine's 3 million breaths. At least you have a goal. Mine is 0 out of 100, and I have no clue what to do. Maybe survive 100 days. System, if you don't want to give me the talent, you don't have to. 0 out of 3. 3 of something. I shrugged and let it go, because I had a machine to test. The captain's skeleton couldn't go in. There was only one of him, and the system flagged him as unique. So I took the drowned man's severed hand and fed it to the octopus. The moment it touched the tentacles, that thing lit up. Its eyes glowed red. The tentacles on its chin cycled through colors like party lights, and inside I could hear capsules rattling around, clacking against each other. What a twisted sense of humor, I said, and turned the dial on its chest. A ball of light rolled out and became a bottle of dark blue liquid. The drowned victim's grudge, consumable, good quality. Upon ingestion, sanity decreases by 20. For 1 minute, the user will be considered a drowned person and will not be attacked by low-level demons. I actually laughed. That was a hide item. That was a get-out-of-being-eaten card on day 2 from the corpse of the thing that nearly killed me. Whatever else this ocean was, it wasn't stingy about second chances. It just charged for them in blood and sanity. The channel was full of people showing off their pulls. I drew a token, bone token, relic, excellent. You can summon a skeleton and control it for 15 minutes. After that, it loses control and attacks the summoner. Its corpse disappears when it dies. Cooldown 24 hours. Before using it, make sure you can defeat the skeleton. That's incredible. Sell it to me. I'll pay 100 million. What good is 100 million? We use conch coins here, and there's no way to trade unless we meet in person. How about my dagger? Serrated dagger. Treasure, excellent. A sharp dagger, comfortable to hold, capable of inflicting minor damage. Its only drawback is its short length. Okay, we all know you're short. I wouldn't take that weapon if you paid me. I couldn't bear the shame. 2 good pulls in the whole ocean, everything else average. And I sat there on my deck with a bottle of drowned man juice and worked out the shape of the economy, which is this. Relic beats treasure on raw effect and charges you sanity for the privilege. My rusted pistol did moderate damage in a world where excellent tier weapons did minor. It also misfired half the time, took a full minute to reload, and hurt me every time it worked. That's the trade. That's the whole game. Everything good in this ocean has teeth. I ate half a legged sardine raw. Eating raw, long-legged sardine will decrease your sanity by 2 points. It tasted slightly off, but it wasn't rotten, and it had water in it, and I ate all of them, and afterward I felt something close to full for the first time since I woke up in this world. Reason 74. Energy 52, which is what a night of no real sleep on a cursed bed buys you. Blood 83. And the wound in my shoulder had started to itch. I filed that under later and went to work on the alarms, because I'd promised myself. The crafting function will turn wood into rope, and it'll turn wood into any cube shape you want, so I made thin chips, punched holes in them, threaded them onto lines, and knotted them apart so they'd knock together. Strung the lot across the corridor in front of my cabin and over the door itself. Then I tested it. Wind pushed the chips into a soft, irregular rattle. A body pushing through made a sharp clatter, completely different sounds. It worked. It also ate every single unit of wood and cloth I'd spent 3 hours claw machining out of the sea and the whole morning. I didn't care. I wasn't in a hurry for resources. Water was the emergency. And then, standing there admiring my primitive doorbell, I noticed I was hot, face burning, stomach cramping. I opened my status. Status: injured/cadaveric virus infection, mild/food poisoning, mild, diarrhea. The whole little icon had gone yellow, darker at the wounds. Oh no. The drowned man had corpse poison in him. Of course he did. He'd had his hand in my ankle and his teeth through my foot, and I'd bandaged it with a rag on a filthy boat and called it medicine. I was infected. I was infected, on the open ocean, on a ship with no supplies, and there was not 1 gram of medicine within 500 nautical miles of me. The weather said it was a beautiful day for fishing and casting nets. I was fishing like a man possessed. Not for food anymore, for medicine. because someone in the chat had pulled up a medical bandage, ordinary quality, accelerates healing and reduces inflammation, straight out of the sea. Which meant medical supplies existed in the loot table, which meant a rod and enough hours could get me one. You caught a piece of rotten wood. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a piece of rag. I bit the head off a legged sardine and swallowed the rest whole, legs and all. Because a survival guy on TV once said you can eat almost anything if you take the head off, and because I was starving. And I noticed something in the middle of that, which turned out to be one of the most valuable things I learned in my first week. The sanity loss shrinks with repetition. The first legged sardine cost me 2. By the 10th, it was costing me 1, sometimes 0. Because you can get used to anything. Because horror is a novelty tax, and I was paying it off. Better than that, my spirit experience was climbing fast, faster than anything else on my sheet. Mental growth is tied to mental shock. The system was charging me sanity to look at monsters, and paying me back in permanent spirit for surviving the look. 2 hours of that, and I was in trouble. The wound had stopped itching, which sounds like good news and is the opposite. My vision was going soft at the edges. I was losing water from both ends and running a fever, and I was standing on a wet deck holding a fishing rod like it was the only thing keeping me upright, which it was. Hang in there, I told myself. We'll catch the life-saving medicine. And then I caught an eyeball. Fist-sized, sitting on my deck, and it blinked at me. Eyeball fruit. Although it has a strange appearance, it is a fruit that grows in the abyss. It is slightly sweet and can replenish vitamins, salt, and water. I didn't hesitate. I bit into it. Black juice went everywhere, and the thing shuddered in my hand. Your sanity has decreased by 2. It was sandy inside and slightly sweet, and it was the best thing I'd eaten in this world by an enormous margin, and I ate the whole thing, including whatever it used for a pupil. The diarrhea stopped within the hour. The fever didn't. By evening, I'd caught 2 more eyeballs, 8-legged sardines, 10 wood, 9 cloth, 1 more porcupine fish, and 1 liter of fresh water. 1 liter. In a plastic bottle. Farmer's 3 punches, floating in the abyss. I drank a third of it standing there and had to physically stop myself from finishing it. The hold isn't a room, by the way. Not really. Wood, cloth, water, steel, all of it goes into a data store you read out of the log and pull out when you need it. Only supplies take capacity. Weapons and gear just sit on the deck like they would anywhere. Night came. I put the pistol beside me and lay down, and the fever went to work. I couldn't sleep, so I read the chat, and I noticed something that shut me up for a while. The channel had stopped displaying the number of people online. Because the dead don't type, they just stop being there, and you never find out. I made 2 spears. If skeletons come tonight, I'll make them drop gold coins. Brother, have you never played a game? Skeletons have no flesh. They've got built-in pierce resistance. You'd do better with your fists. I need to order 982 more units of steel. Please contact me privately. Ironheart, you're still alive? Damn it, even if all of you die, your grandpa here will never die. How did you get through the black fog at 5 knots? Give me steel, and I'll tell you. Keep it to yourself. I don't want to know. I want to tell you what Ironheart was actually doing, because he did tell people eventually, and it deserves to be recorded. He was on a 200-meter steel warship with unlimited ammunition, 5,000 durability, 40 guns, and a top speed of 5 knots, and he had started closer to the black fog than almost anyone. So he was harpooning whales. He'd find the biggest, fastest thing in the sea, put the whale gun in it, and let it drag him. When it died or gave out, he'd find another. He'd slept 3 hours total. The rest of the time, he was standing on his bridge with a cigarette, scanning for the next animal big enough to tow a warship. Damn it, couldn't this stupid fish hold out a little longer? Its stamina is terrible. That's a man being chased across an ocean at 10 knots in a 5-knot boat, complaining about the cardio of the whale he's stolen. And anything that came at him instead of running away got to learn what he called firepower suppression and civilized cannons. Next morning, I woke up badly, head pounding. I didn't remember falling asleep, only that I dreamed something with a bad shape in it. Energy recovered to 30% after a full night. 30. That's the ship's curse. Negative 75% recovery. I was sleeping in a machine designed to keep me exhausted. And the wound didn't itch at all anymore. It just stung a little. That is very bad news. Itching means your body is fighting. Stinging means it's stopped. It smelled, too, like a fish that's been dead a long while, exactly like the drowned man had smelled. Strength, agility, constitution, all down to weakened state. I did not despair. I want to put that on the record because I know how it sounds. I had spent 5 years in a bed watching my own body shut down one function at a time, and I had a very clear internal ranking of how bad things can get, and this wasn't top 3. I went below, ate 2 eyeballs and a couple of sardines, and went back out to fish. Caught an eyeball first cast. Good sign. You caught an eyeball fruit. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a piece of rotten wood. You caught, and the world went black, and I went down on the deck. A voice woke me up. System announcement. Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving Day 5. The trading system is now officially open. Day 5. I had been unconscious for more than 2 days. My limbs were full of lead. My whole body was ice cold. My lips had split. My throat was on fire. Status: severely injured / corpse virus infection. Severe. The little human icon was completely red. Reason 100. Energy 23. Health 14 out of 100. With a footnote. Below 30 is severe injury. Below 10 is near death. If attacked while near death, death may result. I got up. I don't fully know how, and I was thinking about 2 things in order. Drink something, then get to the trading channel and buy medicine, because trading had just opened and that was a door out of this. Then I looked up and there was a ship tied to mine, a pirate ship, 20 meters, skull flag, 2 grappling hooks in my hull, and a plank laid between us. Not good. An arrow went through my left arm. I have never been hit by anything like that. It went in and out, and it took me from 14 health to 9, which put me in near death. And I dropped where I stood and rolled under the lip of the rail. Footsteps on the plank. He was coming across to confirm the kill. He had to, because he couldn't board my ship without my permission while I was alive, and because from where he'd been standing, he hadn't seen exactly how I fell. So he was going to walk over here, find a body, and take my boat. I lay on my deck in a puddle of my own sweat with an arrow through my arm and 9 health. And I understood the entire situation in about a second and a half, and I want to describe accurately what I felt, because it wasn't fear. It was a very clean, very cold sense of permission. He's here to kill me. So whatever happens to him is fine. My left arm was ruined. My right worked. The gun only needs 1. I took the pistol out. And then I did the thing that ended it before it started. I quietly lifted the boarding restriction on my own ship. Come aboard, please. He came up over the rail already grinning, and what he saw was this. A man lying on the deck of a ghost ship, face dead white, eyes bloodshot, reeking of rot, because the corpse poison was working, surrounded by rotting legged sardines, a burst poisonous porcupine fish, and a small pile of bitten-off fish heads, holding a very large flintlock pistol pointed at his face. Don't move, I said. My voice came out low and wrecked, and it sounded to me like somebody else's. If you draw that bow or make any attacking move, I'll shoot your head off. He froze. I need you to understand that I was completely bluffing. That gun was most dangerous while it stayed unfired. If I pulled that trigger, there were 2 outcomes. It works, and he explodes, or it clicks, and I die. I had no intention of finding out which. Throw your weapon on the ground. No unnecessary movements. He hesitated, didn't throw it, trying to work out what I was, so I helped him work it out. I stood up, slowly, with the arrow still hanging out of my arm, and I didn't so much as blink at it because I was in frenzy and I could not feel it at all. Then, with my left hand, I reached into my shirt, pulled out an eyeball the size of my fist, and took a bite out of it. The eyeball trembled. I'd like to say it looked like it was begging, your sanity has decreased by 10 due to the stimulation. I was very thirsty. I finished it in 3 swallows. Black fluid ran down my chin, and I didn't wipe it off. The man made a sound. You see some unidentified creatures showing signs of feeding. Your sanity drops by 7, and your sanity is below 30. Below 30. On a man with normal spirit. That's the zone where perception goes and paranoia comes in, and you run from things you should fight. He screamed. He actually screamed, dropped his bow, and fled across the plank so fast he nearly went in the water. I was so startled I nearly fired by accident. I want to be honest about the sequence there, because people have since told me it was a brilliant psychological operation. It was not. I was thirsty and I ate a snack. The rest was him. I raised the gun and let him get some distance and pulled the trigger. Click. So faint he never even knew. Fine. I picked up his bow. Pirate longbow. Treasure. Good quality. Slightly improves archery accuracy and reduces the force required to draw. A pirate's good buddy. And then, without hesitating, I picked up the poisoned porcupine fish and stabbed an arrow through it. Worked the head around in it and drew. I couldn't draw it fully. Weakened. Near death. One working arm. My accuracy was a joke. The ships were 3 meters apart and I still nearly missed. I was aiming at his chest and I hit his thigh. As long as I win. He ripped the arrow out and ran for his wheel and got out of there, and I did not chase him because if he turned around at that moment, he could have killed me by walking at me. I lay back down until the noise stopped. Then I got up, went below, drank water, ate the eyeballs, and looked out at the shrinking dot of his sail. And I brought Nightmare around and followed him, not to fight, to wait, because that fish is called a cyst porcupine fish, and it is named after the poison, and tetrodotoxin is famous for a reason, and I had put a coated arrowhead into a man's leg. 15 minutes to catch up. Then I did to him exactly what he had done to me. Grappling hook into his hull, planks across, onto his deck with the pistol up. He was lying on the bow deck, not moving. Now, he might have been faking. He might have had an antidote. I had been fooled by a corpse exactly once in this ocean, and had decided I would never be fooled by one again. So from 5 meters, I shot him in the head. Click. I waited a full minute, standing there in the open, on an enemy deck, counting. Bang. Only then did I go over. There was a ball of light on his deck. You have received 400 conch coins. Player drops. Good to know. And his coat. A gorgeous pirate outfit. Stained. Relic. Good quality. This outfit comes from a self-important fool. Agility +1. Wearing this item will cause your sanity to continuously decrease. Those with a spirit level of 8 or higher are immune. Spirit 8 or higher. I was 7 +1 from Iron Arthur. I put it on. It went cold against my back the second it settled, like getting into a wet coat. This clothing feels chilly. Your sanity has decreased by 5, one-time cost. Then nothing, forever, because my spirit cleared the bar by exactly the width of my talent. I stood there on a dead man's deck wearing a dead man's coat and felt, for the first time in this world, that I might actually be built for it. And then I noticed my talent counter had moved. 0 out of 3 had become 1 out of 3. So the condition is murder, I said. I wasn't sure. I didn't know exactly when it had ticked, but it was the obvious read, and it sat in my stomach for a while. Then I went below to loot the ship, and I found the woman. I'm going to give you the fact and not the picture, because the picture doesn't help anybody. She was dead. She had been dead for a very short time. She had not had an easy last hour, and one of her legs was missing, and there was a cooking pot. You are contemplating the fate of that leg. Your sanity has decreased by 2. So that's who he'd been. That's what was going to happen to me after he confirmed the kill. I was the second one. The first one didn't get a bow and a hostage standoff. She just got him. I went back up on deck for a minute and stood in the wind. Then I finished the job because that's what the job was. His hold had 2 loaves of hard black bread, 5 liters of fresh water, 125 wood, 98 cloth. And the system had a note for me. You have successfully captured an unclaimed pirate ship. You may choose to dismantle the ship. This dismantling will reward you with 100 wood, 50 cloth, and 1 pirate ship blueprint. Blueprints are only obtained by dismantling special ships. Each ship can only be modified once using blueprints, so please choose carefully. I read that 3 times. A blueprint. A special ship blueprint. In a world where every player in the chat was crying that they'd been dealt a blank boat with no skills, and where the ones with special boats couldn't afford to upgrade them, I ran the math. Blank ships upgrade cheap and stay boring. Special ships upgrade expensive and get good. A blueprint converts one into the other for free at any tier, and the higher the tier, the more it saves you. That thing was going to be worth more next month than it was today. Prices on blueprints were never going to collapse. I confirmed the dismantle, and the pirate ship came apart in front of me into a river of fragments that poured into my hold, and I had enough to hit tier 2. I did not spend it, because I had 14 health, a corpse virus, and a trading system that had opened 4 hours ago, and if I upgraded my boat and then couldn't afford medicine, my beautiful tier 2 ship was going to be a very nice coffin. My blood was only dropping by 1 now, very slowly, and the wounds had stopped bleeding entirely, which was the corpse poison doing it. My sanity was sliding instead, below 80 and going. Time to shop. The trading channel, 4 hours old, was chaos. First aid bandages, 10 conch coins, 5 left. Rum works for disinfection, 30 coins a bottle, 1 left. Selling balloons, those who know, know. Nobody had a benchmark price for anything. Half the market refused coins entirely and only wanted barter. Wood and cloth were harder currency than money. Salt for sale, 100 coins a bag. Sacred salt, consumable, good quality, can lift minor curses and scattering it wards off evil spirits. Of course, you can also eat it. Not for me, not today. I kept scrolling and found it. Holy water, limited time sale, DM me if interested. Holy water, consumable, excellent quality, blessed water, can be taken internally or externally, or thrown. When facing demons, you can never have too much holy water. Cures various toxins and curses, accelerates wound healing, and slightly restores energy. That was it. That was the whole thing. I looked at what I had to trade with. Drowned grudge potion, pirate longbow, my pistol, the pirate coat, the fishing rod, the blueprint, resources, 500 coins. I wanted to keep the weapons, the coat, the rod, and enough materials to hit tier 2. The blueprint was worth too much to burn on a first-week medical bill, and my life was measured in hours. So I did the thing I have done in every negotiation since, which is refuse to haggle when I can't afford to lose. I messaged the seller. How much? Several minutes. They were getting a lot of messages. I need a lot of cloth, plus survival items, equipment, fresh water, food, anything's fine. Anything's fine is not a price. Anything's fine means make me an offer and I'll decide whether to insult you. So I skipped the whole dance and opened with the highest number I could survive. The drowned victim's grudge. You can see its attributes yourself. It's a good life-saving item. Plus 400 conch coins, 30 wood, 58 cloth, 1 black bread, 4 liters of fresh water. Then I sent it and immediately went back to browsing other listings. Because waiting for a reply makes you weak. 10 seconds later. Your offer is much more sincere than everyone else's. Captain Lin Ru of the Goddess of Radiance requests to add you as a friend. Compared to you, everyone else is just here to waste my time. I have 4 bottles. Your injury sounds serious, so 1 might not be enough. I'm giving you 2 this time, as a gift to mark our meeting. My name is Lin Ru. My ship can produce holy water. We can cooperate long-term. May the Goddess of Radiance protect you. I sat there staring at that message for a long moment, because I had just been overpaid by a stranger in a survival game where a man had tried to eat me that morning. Her ship was a 3-masted vessel in white oak with a prayer room on it and a statue of a goddess in the prayer room, and holy water came out of it slowly. And she had a problem, which is why my potion was worth 2 bottles to her instead of 1. The Goddess of Radiance was visited by the dead. Nightly. She was spending every night barricaded in her own chapel. A 1-minute pass to not be seen by low-level demons was, to her, worth more than it was to me. That's trade. Everybody thinks they got the better end. Sometimes everybody's right. The exchange itself is elegant, and it's worth explaining once. You lock the terms in the log. You drop your goods into your monster gacha machine. It teleports. Nobody can renege because the machine guarantees it. Nobody's going to test what happens if you try to cheat an object with that art style. 2 bottles came out of my octopus. I opened one and smelled it. Nothing. Drank the whole thing. And it felt like I'd swallowed a lit match. Burning from the inside out, all over, and I swear there was a smell of scorching. But my head cleared like a window being opened. Infection down from severe to moderate. Blood starting to climb. I drank the second one to be sure. Then I spent 50 coins on 5 first aid bandages because bandages are made of cloth and I didn't have the recipe, which is a very stupid reason to die. Then I pulled the arrow out of my arm. That one I felt, which was wonderful. Pain meant the corpse poison was losing. I washed the wound with a little of my precious water, bandaged it, and checked in. Status: injured/corpse virus infection, mild, improving. Reason 93, energy 35. Blood 19 out of 100, slowly recovering. 19, still awful, but 19 and climbing beats 14 and falling every day of the week. I sat down on my own deck with my back against the rail and let out a breath I felt like I'd been holding since day 1. Then I upgraded my boat. Supplies are sufficient. Are you sure you want to upgrade? Yes. Nightmare lit up with a sick green light and pale shapes drifted around the hull like people walking past a frosted window. And the whole thing began to grow. Upgrade complete. Nightmare has been upgraded to a Tier 2 ship. Nightmare, Tier 2. Durability 600. Capacity 1,000 units. Speed 50 knots. 600 durability, doubled and still pitiful. 50 knots, which was properly fast now, 20 meters long. And the captain's skeleton was chained to the bow. That's the Tier 2 model. His bones, reassembled, wrapped to the prow with a rusted iron chain, riding out front like a figurehead. The system had taken the man I'd killed twice and bolted him to the front of my ship as decoration. I stood there for a while looking at him. "Morning," I said. Then the ocean got a message. Navigation announcement. The number of players with Tier 2 ships has exceeded 10,000. The Sea of Origin is about to undergo new changes. 3 days from now, an unprecedented storm will descend upon this sea area. Players, please prepare yourselves. The market went insane inside a minute. 10,000 Tier 2s? I'm still 8 wood short. Anyone selling timber? Family, does anyone understand? I'm inside a game world and I'm still this unlucky. Buying wood and fabric at high prices. Timber tripled in an hour. Every special ship owner in the ocean got crushed at once because they all needed exotic materials on top. Ironheart working the room. Fishing for steel, DM me. I offer large, long-term supplies of fresh fish. Don't buy from him. His fish tastes like gunpowder. Just tell me if it's fresh. I guarantee it's killed and sold on the spot. Does anyone have low-grade wind essence? Price negotiable. That was Gale. Chen Kai, my 70-knot friend, quietly shopping for something nobody had heard of, and then a listing that changed how I understood this world. Selling organic cucumbers, organic cabbages, organic apples, organic bananas, rich in vitamins and water. Those who know, know. Also buying seeds at high prices. Where you get vegetables? Can you farm on your boat? You clever little devil, you guessed right. Farmer, Tier 1. 600 durability, 1,000 capacity, 25 knots. Ship skill, efficient planting. The ship has land. Harvest time varies by seed. Summary. Farmer? No. You're calling him Dad now. A boat with soil on it. In an ocean where nothing grows and nobody can make food. That man was going to be one of the richest people alive, and he knew it. I opened my new expansion menu because Tier 2 gives you a room you can build into, and there were 3 branches. Extra cargo hold, doubles capacity, 300 wood. Ancient war room, 2 flooded cannons, 200 wood, 10 steel, 10 sulfur. Magnificent statue, intimidates passing ships and causes panic, 300 wood, 300 cloth, and the skeleton of an alien. I looked at my supplies. 9 wood, 0 cloth, 2 liters of water, total capital, 9 sticks. I picked the war room anyway, on paper, and set it as the goal. Nothing makes you feel safer than cannons. Naval battles are cannons, and I did not intend to ever again have a conversation on my own deck where the other person had a bow and I had a coin flip. Steel and sulfur I'd never even seen. Then I picked up the rod again because the storm was in 3 days and I needed food. And about 50 nautical miles behind me, on a 10-meter boat with a 3-meter crystal ball bolted to the deck, a woman with red eyes was watching me do it. Her ship was called the Astrologer, Tier 1, 500 durability, 800 capacity, 50 knots, and 2 skills that had no business being in a survival game. Astrology displays a nautical chart of the surrounding 100 nautical miles, showing ship names. Spying displays an image of a specific ship on the chart, 1 target per day. Description: this is just map manipulation, not cheating. That's a map hack and a camera in a world where nobody can find anybody. She had been watching 2 ships sail side by side for a while, which is a strange thing to see when everyone starts 500 miles apart. Then one of the 2 icons blinked out. Was he taken down? So she spent her 1 daily spy charge looking at Nightmare. And what she got was footage of a man fishing. He pulls up a sardine with human legs on it. Before the fish reaches the deck, it goes in his mouth. He pulls up an eyeball, eats that too. He pulls up a cyst porcupine fish, which is famously lethal, glances at it, and tosses it aside like junk mail. Her eyes went wide, not with horror, with envy. How did he manage to catch all these treasures? Because she had a talent too. Witch's blood. You crave knowledge, and your red eyes are proof of that, as well as your innate curse. Your mental limit increases by 2. You have a high resistance to strange creatures and phenomena. But remember, those who violate the taboo will be banished by holy light and burned by holy fire. She started a notebook that night. The cover said, Observation Diary. She left the name blank because she didn't have one for me yet. I spent the next 2 days learning to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. A block of wood hung off the stern. I stood at the bow and fired the length of my own ship, once a minute, all morning, and it did not matter if I missed because missing was free. Every shot sounded slightly different, which I noticed and disliked and did not have an explanation for. After an entire morning, I had hit it a dozen times. Not a sharpshooter. But I now knew what that gun did in my hand, which is a different and more useful thing. Between shots, I fished. I ate a legged sardine, and I have to tell you, at that point, I'd fully come around on them. Especially the legs. Crunchy, genuinely a bit like chicken. The storm was one day out. My stores: 10 eyeballs, 1 loaf of black bread, 6 liters of water, a dozen sardines, and 1 new fish, half a meter long, which I hooked and dragged up and then had to sit down about. Red-lipped eel. Exquisite red lips, unfortunately located on a fish's mouth. Wouldn't you like to have a passionate French kiss with them? Abyssal fish species. Edible, non-toxic, with delicate lips. Somewhere out there is a system administrator with a sense of humor and a very specific problem, and I hope they're happy. Eating that raw involves biting those lips first. Even I had to think about it, and looking at those red lips got me thinking about the dream I'd had, which I'd been trying not to. Because the nightmares had a pattern now, and I'd started keeping track. The night before, I dreamed of a red-eyed woman pointing a gun at my head. Her eyes were the most vivid thing in it, wet and bright red. You feel uneasy, your rationality decreases by 8. And the gun in her hand was mine, my pistol, my exact pistol, which I had taken off a suicide and which had never left my body. I didn't sleep much after that either. My eyes had permanent shadows under them now. The good news, the corpse poison was beaten, wounds mostly closed, blood back to 76. The bad news was structural. A full night on my ship recovered 30% energy. Every day I woke up 2/3 empty and had to spend the day earning it back. That's not survivable long term. That's a slow bleed. I needed a fix. Holy water restores energy, but at holy water prices, it's like heating your house by burning money. And that's when the anonymous message arrived. Look to the upper right, there's an island there. Who are you? Nothing. I sat with that for a minute, because to send someone a private message in this world, you need their ship name at minimum, and their personal name too if the ship's ordinary. I had never given my ship name out. Not once. Not to anybody. 2 explanations. 1, somebody has a skill that lets them see me and knows my ship and is close. 2, it's the system and it's a quest. I went out on deck and turned a full circle. Empty ocean. Upper right, there was an island. Small, green, trees on it. And trees mean timber, and timber is the currency of this entire world. If I'd found that island myself, I'd have gone straight in. The fact that somebody pointed me at it was the whole problem. So I compromised. I circled it once at distance, watching for other ships, with my hand near the gun. Because at this stage of the game, almost nobody had firearms. Not one had shown up in the chat. Whoever was on that island, if anyone, was going to be holding a stick. The island was maybe 3 kilometers across, golden sand, crabs, and shells along the waterline, which registered in my brain as pure protein. And a stand of coconut palms, heavy with fruit, untouched. Not one footprint on that beach. And in the tallest tree, 10 meters up, hanging in the crown, a bronze treasure chest. I anchored, waded ashore, and stood on land for the first time in a week. It felt like a different planet. Sand, stone, ground that didn't move. I've only been at sea a few days, I thought, and I was already homesick for the concept of dirt. I grabbed everything edible on the beach. Blue crabs, clams, scallops. The system helpfully told me a scallop would be excellent with minced garlic and glass noodles, which I did not have, on the boat that could not cook. Then the coconuts. I am not a climber. I have never been a climber, and now I had a partially healed foot and 1 bad shoulder, and a fall out of a 10-meter tree with no medical support is simply death with extra steps. Shooting them down would work, and would be extremely loud, and I did not know yet what lived on that island. So I picked up rocks instead. 25 units of stone, carried down to the shore, then out to the boat with the claw, in 2 trips. 5 stone plus 5 wood makes a stone axe. The crafting system will make you fishing rods, spears, bows, arrows. The quality is terrible. Nothing even has attributes. It's worse than ordinary gear. It also doesn't care that you've never held an axe. I went for the tallest tree first because that's where the chest was, and chopping down a coconut palm with a bad stone axe is real work. The handle buzzed in my hands every stroke. That one tree cost me 13 energy and left me on 30. 30 is where you risk fainting. 5, maybe 6 trees a day, maximum, and then I'd be crawling. The tree came down, and I went for the fruit. And the second I picked one up, I knew the whole trip had paid for itself. Vitality coconut. Food. This is a rare and special type of coconut, rich in vitamins and minerals. The coconut water inside can improve energy recovery speed. Energy recovery speed. The exact thing my ship was stealing from me. The exact deficit that was going to grind me down and kill me in 3 weeks. I split one on a rock and drank it standing there and got the buff. And the chest in the crown had 3 things in it. An energizing coconut milk recipe, which makes a refreshing drink out of a vitality coconut, salt, and a reagent bottle. 500 grams of edible sea salt, and a reagent rack. Tools, good quality. An indispensable tool for making various reagents, can be synthesized from crystal. Provides reagent bottles. The recipe, and both missing ingredients in one box. Somebody designed that. That was a deliberate little gift. I used the recipe on the spot and made a bottle. Energizing coconut juice. Consumable, good quality. Restores 10 stamina and increases stamina recovery speed by 50% for 8 hours. Once every 24 hours. 50% for 8 hours, once a day. That's the ship curse canceled. That's my whole problem solved by a coconut. I turned and looked at that grove with a completely different expression, and I went to work. By evening, I had 4 trees down, 38 vitality coconuts, 43 wood, and no energy left at all. I'd lie on the sand until I could stand, then chop again. I was planning to sleep at anchor right there and do it again tomorrow. And then, walking back with the light going, I saw the trail. A wide, glistening band across the sand, 100 meters off, that had started to glow faintly now that it was getting dark. That's why I hadn't seen it in daylight. It came out of the water and went inland. I followed it 2 steps in, where the waves hadn't touched it, and crouched down. Mucus, foul, fishy. And the track was the shape something makes when it drags itself along on its belly. I measured it with my hand, 1/2 meter thick, minimum. Not using the gun was definitely the right decision, I said to the empty beach in a very calm voice while backing up. I got to Nightmare and pulled anchor and put 20 nautical miles between me and that island until it dropped below the horizon. Because I had decided I was going back tomorrow. I know. But those coconuts fixed the single flaw that was going to kill me, and I had no guarantee the next island would have them. And if you spend this world flinching away from every risk, you will simply drift until the fog eats you. 20 miles was my compromise with the snake. If it can swim, fine. But there is no reason on Earth for something that size to swim 20 miles for the couple of pounds of meat on me. There are fish right there. I drank a coconut, ate some scallops, an eyeball, and 1/2 a red-lipped eel. Then I got into bed and did my new trick. Pistol in my right hand, arm hanging down over the side of the bed, finger off the trigger. From there, I could come up and put it on the doorway in 1/2 a second. I fell asleep fast. And late that night, out on the black water, a woman started singing. It was beautiful. That's the thing nobody tells you. I've since heard people describe it as unnatural or wrong, and it wasn't. It was the most beautiful sound I have ever heard, and I sat up in bed with my eyes open and completely empty, and I smiled. My alarm went off. The wooden chips clattered hard and clean, exactly like they were designed to. It didn't matter at all. She was standing in my cabin doorway, golden hair wet through, the way somebody looks stepping out of a bath, seashells, a waist like a magazine cover, and below the navel the skin turned to fine scales and became a tail. Mermaid, that's the polite word. The sailors had a different one. She smiled at me and beckoned. Being seduced by the alluring singing, you lost control of your body, and your sanity decreased by 10. You saw an extremely beautiful woman, and you were captivated by her beauty, causing your sanity to drop by 7. And I got up out of bed, still holding the pistol, and walked toward her like a man going to meet somebody at an airport. 50 nautical miles away, a woman with red eyes stopped writing in her notebook. Her diary entry that night, which I have read, said this: "He can eat bizarre foods without any expression. He can kiss eels without scruples. More importantly, he shows absolutely no sign of going crazy. This is incredible." She was chewing on her pen cap. Isn't he afraid? She was the one who sent the message about the island, by the way, not the system. Her. She wanted to see what I'd do. And then Nightmare's icon started moving on her chart. at full speed, straight at the island, at night. She'd been watching me for days. She knew exactly what kind of man I was. Cautious, methodical, would not go near an island in the dark. She spent her spy charge instantly. This is a siren? And her eyes lit up in a way that, having since met her, I can tell you was not concern for my safety. I dreamed about 3 beautiful women standing in a ring, watching me in silence. Then one of them took something out and started eating it, chewing carefully, and there was a red line running down her chin. It took me a second to recognize what she was eating. It was my right arm. And I could see them properly now, human to the waist, scales below that, tails. And my arm was gone, and the pain went straight up into my skull. Grass! I came awake screaming on a wet stone floor with no clothes on. Dim light. Cave. The walls and the floor slick with luminous slime, like the trail of something enormous that had gone through, and it was all over me in a coat, and the smell was so strong it went in behind my eyes. I looked right immediately. My arm was there. The pain was there too, though, because a woman had her teeth in my shoulder and was biting down like she meant it. Let go! Are you a dog? Why did you bite me? She let go. 2 neat rows of tooth marks. Woke up, she said, sounding annoyed. I thought you weren't awake yet. I've already sat up, so tell me, am I awake or not? She was tied up. That's the first thing I noticed once my eyes worked. Bound hand and foot in a knot of unidentifiable waterweed, and there were drag marks in the slime behind her, showing that she'd worked her way across the floor to reach me, which had clearly taken her a very long time. Asian face, pretty, thin, a bit underfed, skin the color of wheat, and bright red eyes, the eyes from my dream. Who are you? You were bewitched by a siren. I saved your life. I opened the log. The activity feed was a wall of charm effects going back 3 days. Reason, 51 out of 100. It's a miracle these sea monsters didn't eat you for 3 days and even fattened you up, she said, looking me over like a butcher pricing a cut. 3 days. I've been captured by a siren and 3 days have passed? That's right. More than one? 3. They're social. They use their songs to seduce men as mates and as food. I looked down at myself and had the second worst realization of my week. My clothes were in a pile a few meters away, along with a rusted flintlock pistol. They're legendary creatures, she said, warming up, but they actually exist here, and their habits match the legends almost exactly, which is fascinating. You're a player. Why are you here? She had her story ready. My name is Aki. I was passing by and got captured. I became her emergency food supply. You said sirens only target men. Why would they take you? She turned her head and gestured at the corner. I wasn't alone. My companions were eaten. For some reason, they didn't eat you. I looked where she pointed. There was a man there, or the parts of a man, opened up and emptied out, face locked in an expression I won't describe. And around him, a scatter of human bones picked completely clean. Here's what she did not tell me until much later. She had never met that man. She came here alone, on purpose, tracking me and the siren, because she wanted to watch them. She got so absorbed in the observation that 2 more sirens came up behind her because she had assumed there was only one. The man in the corner was already there when I arrived. He'd been the emergency food. Then I arrived, and he stopped being valuable, and they used him. She built her entire alibi out of a stranger's body in under a minute, and she did it while tied up, and she did it well. You said 3 days, I said, so why am I not hungry? I checked my status. Everything full except sanity. She gestured at another corner. There was a marlin in it, a big one, sharp bill, ferocious animal, dead with bite marks all over it. I had, apparently, been eating it for 3 days, on my knees, in the dark, with no memory of any of it. What about water? She didn't have an answer for that one either, and I decided to stop asking. Could you untie me first? She said. In half an hour, those sirens will be back. I don't want to miss this opportunity. And that's the sentence that made up my mind about her. Not, I don't want to die. I don't want to miss this opportunity. She had been tied up for 3 days without food, and she'd used the time to learn their schedule. I looked at her for a while. Intelligent, helpful, no apparent malice, which is exactly why every alarm I own was going off. Because think about it. A stranger gets kidnapped, is hours from being eaten, and speaks in complete fluent paragraphs about siren biology. Nobody is that calm. Nobody. And she had been in my dream, pointing my gun at my head. The nightmare was telling me this woman was going to try to kill me. So I made a decision that I think was correct and that she has never let me forget. I got up, picked up my gun, walked over, and put it against her forehead. Woman, give me one reason not to kill you, in 3 sentences. Her pupils shrank to points. What are you talking about? Did a siren eat your brain? I have a gun. I said it cheerfully. I swung it a little, like a bandit in a film. Then I held up one finger. That's the first sentence. You have 2 left. Make the most of the opportunity. Silence. The muzzle sat there. A dozen seconds. Her breathing changed. Her face finally cracked into something like panic. I can give you all the resources and equipment I have, including the food on my ship. I shook my head. Not enough. I only need to kill you, and all of that is mine anyway. Her eyes lost focus. She was doing math and hating it. Then she gave it up. I can provide you with a nautical chart. That will make your voyage much safer. There it was. Nautical chart? My boat is called the Astrologer. It can view charts of the nearby sea. Oh, I said. I see. And I smiled at her, and I watched her understand. You lured me here, didn't you? I reached into the pocket of my pirate coat and took out a folded sheet. You probably haven't seen one of these. Ship blueprints. You get them by killing the owner of a special ship and dismantling it. Her face went white. She had never heard of ship blueprints. Nobody had. And she knew instantly it was true, because that pirate ship on her chart, the one that had winked out next to mine, had gone somewhere. So tell me, why don't I kill you and take your ship's abilities? And she stopped negotiating and got angry instead. You are a greedy, despicable, shameless scoundrel. Bah, go ahead and shoot. I'll curse you from the depths of hell. Then she shut her eyes and waited. You do have some backbone, I said coldly. Then I'll grant your wish. She flinched, and she waited. And nothing happened. She opened her eyes, and I was over by the bone pile picking out a sharp one. Hand over half the supplies on your ship and give me a month of charts, I said, and I'll rescue you. Her whole face did something complicated. Surprise, then fury. What if I don't agree? I have a gun, you have no choice but to agree, and I swung it again and struck a pose. Now, 2 things you should know about that magnificent negotiation. First, I was never going to shoot her. I have thought about this a great deal since, and I am certain. A woman who has done me no harm, tied up, unarmed, no. Second, and this one hurts, her hold contained 8 wood, 5 cloth, and 4 liters of water. 8 wood. I extorted 4 sticks and 2.5 cloth out of a bankrupt woman while doing a bandit voice, and she agreed instantly. And she agreed instantly because she was thrilled, because her ship upgrades on crystal and steel and the wood was useless to her anyway, and mostly because she wanted to see my face when I found out. I found out later. She has brought it up roughly 400 times. I cut her free with the bone. She'd been tied so long she couldn't stand. And then she did something that told me more about her than the entire conversation had. She scraped the glowing slime off the floor with both hands, piled it up, and ate it. That slime smells the way a drain smells in August. I'm thirsty, she said with her brows drawn together, forcing it down without gagging. The mucus secreted by this siren can provide me with water, salt, and some nutrients. Aren't you afraid it's poisonous? Don't be afraid. You've been eating it for 3 days and you haven't shown any signs of poisoning. I had, apparently, been eating it for 3 days. Forehead, I said. That word is not a typo. That is the noise I make when a woman has ended a conversation and I have nothing left. Her color came back fast after that. She took a small knife out of her clothes, went to the marlin, cut a few strips, and ate them. Witch's dagger. Treasure. Good quality. A witch's favorite dagger, with many functions, including cutting open your belly, can inflict minor damage on otherworldly beings, including cutting open your belly. I want the record to show that the system told me on day 6, in writing, exactly what I was getting into with this woman, and I did not listen. While she recovered, I worked the room. One passage out, rain and wind audible from it, a deep pool in the floor, almost certainly connected to the sea. Bones. A man. Where do they usually come from? The pool or the entrance? Anything is possible. Do they move together? No. She'd spent 3 days on this. They operate in 2 groups. The big one hunts alone. The 2 smaller ones, about 1.40 meters, go together. Which comes back first? No pattern, but the gaps between arrivals are short, around 15 minutes. I nodded, because that was the whole plan right there. 3 sirens in a cave is a way to die. 3 sirens arriving separately, with 15 minutes between them, is a schedule. Can you hold one? If it's a small one, it should be fine. I've fought with them before. Their main weapon is the song, and the song doesn't work on women. Their upper body strength is about the same as an ordinary woman, around 4, same as me. On land, just avoid the claws and the teeth. She'd been cut a few times, nothing deep. I didn't know there were 3, or they'd never have caught me. You have a gun, just plug your ears and shoot fast. She didn't know my gun misfires, and I chose not to mention it, which was, in fairness, not very sporting. I opened my panel. Strength 3, 49 out of 50 to level. Spirit 7 plus 1. Agility 4 plus 1 from the coat. Constitution 4. Perception 5. Energy 92. Health 99, minus 1, because Aki bit me. And by then I understood how the attributes grew. Exercise gives strength, constitution, agility. Getting hurt and recovering gives extra constitution. Big swings in sanity, followed by getting it back, gives spirit. Fishing, shooting, using the claw all give perception. It's realistic in a horrible way. You get better at exactly what you survive. So here was the equation. Sirens are about 4 strength on land. I'm 3. Frenzy gives +2. 3 plus 2 is 5, which beats 4, but not comfortably. If I could reach strength 4 before they got back, Frenzy would put me at 6, and 6 against 4 is not a fight, it's a demolition. 49 out of 50 experience. I needed 1 workout. I looked around the grave for something heavy. There was nothing. Stone walls, wet floor, bones. So I got creative, and I want to walk you through my options because Aki has never forgiven any of them. Option 1, lift Aki. Rejected. She'd resist, and she'd bite. Option 2, lift the marlin. Rejected. No good grip. Option 3, the man in the corner. He was the right weight. He had a head and a neck, so there was something to hold on to. And he would not resist, and he would not bite. So I got both hands around his neck, hauled him up to my chest, and started doing clean and presses with a corpse. Are you out of your mind? Have you gone mad? Aki was staring at me with something close to awe. Tell me, how much sanity do you have left? Don't worry, I'm at 50%. 50? I want to defend myself briefly, and then never speak of it again. I was in a cave. 3 man-eating creatures were coming back on a 15-minute cycle. I was 1 point of experience away from doubling my effective strength. There were no dumbbells. There was, however, a gentleman who no longer had opinions. He wasn't using himself. Aki's expression changed while she watched me, and it kept changing, and it landed somewhere I didn't have a name for at the time. Fascination is the closest word. The way you'd look at an animal you'd only read about. I was on my 9th rep when we heard something wet moving in the entrance. 1 set of sounds, 1 siren. She's back! Quickly, put this in your ears! She held out 2 plugs of fish meat she'd cut off the marlin, ready, because of course she'd prepared them. I shook my head. No need, I have my own way. And I put the body down and turned around. She was 2 meters long, most of it tail, dragging herself up on it. She came in and stopped, because there were 2 of us standing there, and because one of us was holding a dead man by the throat. Then she recovered and started to sing. You hear a beautiful and moving melody. You become mesmerized. You fall into a state of enchantment. Your sanity decreases by 5. I went still, dropped the body, let my arms hang. Oh no, Aki said. This idiot has been bewitched again. She got the dagger up in both hands and set her feet, and I saw her do the arithmetic on her own life, and a bead of sweat came down her temple, because this time there was no reason for the siren to keep her. And I walked toward the siren, wobbling, with my face doing something soft and stupid. She was, I'll admit, magnificent. Golden waves of hair, skin like porcelain with a light under it, a face you'd remember for the rest of your life. She also had teeth that go through bone, claws that open a person, and a tail that snaps a spine. I got to her and put myself against her, and she folded her arms around me, and something changed in her face. She opened her mouth over me a couple of times and couldn't do it. Her expression went soft. She liked me. That's the truth of it. She'd kept me 3 days and fed me and hadn't touched me, and now she was holding me and couldn't bring herself to bite. Sorry, I said into her shoulder. After all, we're not the same species. When your sanity is below 50, you enter a state of frenzy. Strength +2. Immune to most mental abnormalities. 51. -5 for the song. 46. I had walked into her arms already immune. The pistol came up under her jaw. Boom. In an enclosed stone cave, that gun does not make a gunshot. It makes a sound that comes back at you off the walls 3 or 4 times and gets worse each time. First shot, no misfire. And I stepped back and watched what was left of her lean slowly forward and go down, twitching, while something dark and thick came apart across my chest and my face. Behind me, silence. Then Aki, in a voice that had lost all of its composure. Can you resist temptation? Then what happened before, when you followed her here voluntarily? And, when I didn't answer, the sound of your gun is so strange, it's even made me lose a little bit of my sanity. A little bit. I want you to hold that. My spirit is 8, which is one of the highest numbers in this ocean, and the first time I heard that gun, it took 3 sanity off me. Every player who's ever heard it recoils. Aki heard it point blank in a stone cave and lost a trace. This woman is not normal. That was the exact moment I knew, and I have never stopped knowing it. I said nothing about it. Aki ran straight past me to the corpse, and her face fell. Your gun is too powerful. Can you please not aim for the head and leave me a whole siren's head? She produced a bottle from somewhere and started collecting fluid and tissue. What are you doing? I killed it. The spoils are mine. I grabbed a scrap of it and pocketed it and explained about gacha and that the machine only needs a piece and recycles the rest so you can't double dip. She stopped, looked up, started calculating. Here's the deal. You leave me the most intact corpse and I'll give you all the resources on the ship, plus an extra month of charts. I agreed almost immediately, because sirens on land, without the song, are something 4 ordinary men with spears could handle, and her loot was not going to be worth as much as maps. You said the interval was about 15 minutes, right? That's right. The 3 intervals were 20 minutes, 17 minutes, and 18 minutes. I remember clearly. Then you'll need a new data point, under 2 minutes. And I grabbed her by the arm and pulled her behind me. 2 sirens came out of the pool, straight up and over, onto the exact patch of floor where she had been standing. I'd been watching the water. The surface had moved. They were smaller. And they saw their sister on the ground and went absolutely wild, hissing, skin flushing red from the throat down, mouths open. And then they sang together. The duet was worse, shriller, and it echoed. The singing is both shrill and beautiful. Your sanity decreases by 5. Aki staggered. I was immune to the charm. I was not immune to the acoustics. My chest tightened, my eardrums ached, and I started having trouble getting a breath in. I raised the gun. Click. Move, get outside. This space is too small. The song is echoing. It's bad for us. Aki had a line of red coming out of one ear and was swaying. I grabbed her and ran. Sirens are slow on land. That's the one gift. No legs, and a tail is not built for stone. We made it out and came to a dead stop. The island was gone. Not gone. Under. The sea had come up over almost all of it, and there was maybe a few 100 meters of high ground left, and past that, water in every direction, black cloud from edge to edge. Rain coming down hard enough to hurt. And every few seconds, the whole world went white. And then the thunder arrived. The storm. I haven't told you yet, Aki said, wiping her face. The storm's been going for 2 days. All the players are trying to escape this area right now. Why didn't you say so earlier? What's the use of saying that? We still have to deal with the siren. Which, infuriatingly, was correct. 2 sirens, 20 meters back and closing. Reload timer running. I counted the distance and the speed. At 5 meters they'd be in range, and the gun would be ready, and 5 meters is the range where I stop being a joke. I let them come. I held my breath. Bang! An arm came off and went spinning into the rain. Head intact. I'd missed. Your aim is terrible. You talk like you're any better. Hold off the one-armed one. I'll take the other, then I'll come help. Okay, and we split up and ran at them. I had nothing in my hands. Spear gone, gun empty, sword non-existent. But this was land, and land has rocks. I grabbed one and went in, and halfway there my strength ticked over. Level up. 4 base, 6 in frenzy. The siren shrieked, and her scales stood out along her arms, and she stopped singing, because she'd worked out that the song did nothing to me, and she'd rather save the effort for the claws. What she did not know is that if you take magic out of it, humans are the apex species on land, and it isn't close, and it isn't because we're strong. It's because we throw things. I threw the rock into her face from 4 meters. 6 strength is well above human average. It rocked her head back, and she staggered and dropped, and I was on top of her before she recovered with a bigger rock in both hands. 1, 2, 3. I stopped when I felt something give, and the thing under me stopped moving. I wasn't untouched. She'd caught me across the back with that tail 2 or 3 times, hard black welts already coming up, and her claws had opened up a few lines on my arms. That tail is genuinely frightening. But Aki was right about the upper body, roughly a woman's strength. Humans win on land. At sea, it goes the other way, and I would learn that within the hour. I grabbed a piece of tissue for the machine and ran for the last one. That fight was a stalemate. The siren had 1 arm and was hurt. Aki was starved and weak. They were rolling around in the mud together like 2 people wrestling in a sack, both filthy, neither winning. Then I arrived and made it 2-on-1, and I put my foot on the siren and drew the pistol for the head. Don't shoot, I want her whole, especially the head. I stopped, gun still up. What do you want me to do? I've observed her. Her chest rises and falls. She's breathing with lungs. Try strangling her. Aki threw her whole weight across the siren's body and nodded at me to get on with it. So I did. I got both hands around a siren's throat while a woman lay across her legs telling me to keep going, in the rain, on a sinking island. It took a while, and when she stopped moving, I did not let go, because I had been fooled by a corpse before. 5 minutes, by count. Aki finally patted my shoulder. I didn't expect sirens to breathe through their mouths too, I said. I thought they had gills. Aki reached behind the siren's ear. She has cheeks behind her ears. We'll have to dissect her to figure out how they work. And then she started going over the body with both hands, patting, feeling along the seams, absolutely delighted like a kid with a new toy. I looked away and read the entry. Lowly siren. Sirens are demonic creatures that use their songs and beauty to captivate men at sea. They are half human and half fish, and usually live in groups. They like to play with their prey thoroughly before eating it bit by bit. This is merely a low-level individual with limited intelligence and weak strength. Low-level, limited intelligence. I stood in the rain and thought about what a high-level one would look like, and whether I'd have got my hand on the gun at all, and I concluded that I would have died in that woman's arms with a smile on my face. I hope that next time I'll be able to resist, I said. Behind me, Aki had already started taking the siren apart, and the sound of it was not great, so I turned around and opened the weather instead. A storm is approaching. Get out of the dark clouds overhead as soon as possible. Location, sea of origin, stormy sea, sunshine duration unknown, wind force 8. And in the announcements from the last 2 days, an unprecedented storm is sweeping across the Sea of Origin. You need to hurry and escape this sea before it spirals out of control. Friendly reminder, the speed in the black fog will increase to 15 knots. Running too slowly might kill you. We've wasted 2 days, I said. We need to move. The island was down to under a kilometer across. Tree crowns sticking up out of the water where the beach had been. 10 meters of water where I'd been chopping. I found Nightmare, still there. The rags on her mast were too tattered to catch enough wind to drag her anywhere, which is the first time that ship's decrepitude ever helped me. Several hundred meters out, under a kilometer, which might as well have been the moon. I learned to swim as a kid. I could do maybe 40 meters in a pool before the illness. In heavy chop, with undertow, in a storm, with a bad shoulder, in a coat. I stood there running out of options, and then I saw Aki feed a piece of siren into her own stomach. Clam? I looked closer. There was a black pouch stuck flat to her belly under her clothes. That's a spatial bag? The witch's personal magic bag. Treasure. Excellent quality. It can be attached to any part of your body, will not be stolen, and provides 1 cubic meter of storage. Cannot store living things. A qualified witch must first possess her own magic bag. 1 cubic meter of extra-dimensional space, on day 6. And I had an idea immediately. The problem she was solving when I walked up was how to fold a siren to take up the least space in 1 cubic meter. Her solution was not to fold it. Her solution was to take it apart into a tail, a torso, arms, and a head, and stack them. Do you have any simple rope on you? There are 15 units. A unit is a meter. Great. Give me all of it. I'll make a raft. She stopped what she was doing and looked at the water between us and the ships, and then at me, and thought about it for a second and handed it over. We didn't trust each other, but we just fought 3 sirens back to back, and neither of us had used it as an opportunity, and that counts for a lot. I went back into the cave, converted the dead man's clothes into cloth, went through the bone pile, got 5 cloth, and turned it into 5 more rope, 20 total, then logs. I had a gun that could break a tree in half with 1 shot. It took a few minutes and several shots, and I had timber. Aki's dagger trimmed them. Rope bound them. 1 meter of raft, 13 rope, 8 logs. And the leftover rope went around both our waists, tied together, so if one of us went in, the other could pull. I want you to hold on to that detail. It matters in about 4 minutes. All right, get on. We paddled with 2 oars she'd carved. The drowned trees killed most of the chop, so the going was easy, and I was actually eyeing the coconut palm sticking out of the water, thinking about how the fruit was floating right there and the claw could reach it. Then something hit the underside of the raft and nearly put us both in the sea. There's something in the water, and it's big. Aki went flat and caught a shadow going past. There's a giant serpent in the sea, right here. The raft came up again, and a rope snapped, and the whole thing went loose. 200 meters from the boats. Another 2 hits, and we'd be swimming. And I looked down at that shadow, and something in my chest went very quiet and very interested. Frenzy. Fearless. Extremely belligerent. Since it wants to eat me, I thought, it should have no complaints about being eaten. I put the pistol underwater and pulled the trigger. Boom. Spray everywhere. What are you doing? Test firing. Not a joke. I needed to know if it worked wet, because I was about to bet my life on the answer, and the answer was yes. Rain, immersion, none of it mattered. We could use the flesh of a siren to lure it away, Aki offered, and I'll throw it further. No need. It's useless. I was watching the shadow. I can feel it. It's eyeing me. It's inviting me to a duel. What are you feeling? Are you having an episode? How much sanity do you have left? I didn't answer her, because I was already going over the side. If there's any big commotion underwater, just pull me up. You're planning to fight it in the water? That's practically suicide. Here is the math I did, and I want to defend it. 15 seconds to reload. 1 hit ends the snake, because that gun cuts things in half. Snakes don't tear, they constrict. Killing me takes minutes, not seconds. Minutes divided by 1 minute reloads is 3 shots, maybe 4. 3 chances at 50% each, roughly 7 in 8 odds. I went in willingly. The snake had a thigh-thick body and swam like it had been doing it forever, and it came straight for me and wrapped me up. On land, I might have had a chance. In water, without a proper weapon, my chances were basically 0, which is why the gun stayed free. I fought the coils just enough to keep the right arm out. Everything else, it could have. First shot. Click. Fine. Still got 3. The coils tightened. I felt my ribs move against each other in a way ribs are not supposed to move, and the air went out of my lungs and did not come back. Second shot. Click. Silent again. My chest was empty. My arms had stopped reporting in. My vision had gone dark at the corners. And the snake worked out something was wrong with me, because I hadn't panicked, and everything it had ever eaten had panicked. So it committed. It went for my left shoulder and bit down. You dare bite me? Then I'll bite you back. And I bit it. In the water, with no air, I got my teeth into that snake and put enough into it to go through the scales. And I want to be honest, that was not tactics, that was pure animal. And with my teeth in it and its teeth in me, the third shot came up. Boom. Thunder underwater. Half its head came off. It let go. It made a sound I felt in my chest rather than heard, and it went away to die because it was going to. We won. I remember thinking that. We won. And then, I'm sinking. I tried to swim up and found that nothing worked. No air, no strength, ribs gone, arms not answering. Up above, Aki heard the shot and hauled the rope. The rope came up loose in her hands. It had parted somewhere in the fight. She looked at the water. She hesitated for a few seconds, and she went in after me. I came to on the raft coughing up seawater and a piece of snakeskin I'd taken with me. Thank you, I said. I owe you my life. I meant it. I had seen the broken rope before I went under. I had done the arithmetic. Nobody was coming. She came anyway, and my counter had moved, 2 out of 3. Which is when I finally understood what the condition was, and it was not murder. It was facing death. 3 near-death experiences. I'd had 2, 1 left. Meanwhile, Aki was looking at me with an expression I'd started to recognize. To risk one's life to fight without hesitation, she wrote later, goes against the instincts of a living being. That's strange. I'll have to write it down in my observation journal later. But what if the opponent is too powerful? What choice will he make? This requires further observation. Then she noticed the bite on my shoulder. You've been bitten. That snake was very likely venomous. And she leaned in and put her mouth over it and started drawing the venom out and spitting and going back until what she spat came up bright red. That is a genuinely dangerous thing to do. Snake venom is mostly protein and stomach acid usually handles it. But if you have any break at all in your mouth or your throat, you are injecting yourself. She did it anyway, for several minutes. The woman who had watched me for a week without introducing herself, who had lured me to an island to see what I'd do, who had been tied up feet from my unconscious body and had used the time to take notes. I lay on a raft in a storm and felt something in my chest that had nothing to do with cracked ribs, and then we got up and swam the last stretch and climbed onto our own ships. The first thing I did aboard my own boat was feed a siren to a cartoon octopus. 3 pieces of tissue, 3 pulls, siren's voice. Consumable, excellent quality. After drinking, you gain a beautiful voice for 30 minutes and can imitate any sound you have heard. Note, use with caution around men. Siren's tears, consumable, excellent quality. When applied to the eyes, allows breathing underwater and clear vision for 1 hour. Note, sirens do not cry easily, so this is precious. Sea serpent's fang, weapon, good quality. A serpent's fang, hard and sharp, with venom glands still attached. Moderate damage, injects venom on a hit. Note, the venom is yours now, try not to bite yourself. I stood there on a rolling deck in a force 9 gale holding 3 excellent items and 1 weapon that did moderate damage, which put it in the same class as my pistol and made it the second best melee weapon in the known world. Then I sold 2 of them. Lin Ru took Siren's voice and Siren's tears and a bottle of coconut juice for 3 holy waters, and I want you to appreciate the trade there, because underwater breathing is the sort of thing that sounds priceless right up until you remember I had a boat. 2 of those holy waters went into me. The 3rd I took across to the astrologer, where Aki was in her cabin cataloging siren organs in the dark. Drink it. I'm fine. You swallowed snake venom out of my shoulder about 40 minutes ago. Statistically, the risk is low. Drink it, or I take back the wood. She drank it, looking directly at me the entire time, like a cat being medicated. Then we roped the ships together and went shopping. That island was almost gone. The tops of the coconut palms were still up, and there was fruit in every one of them, and a grappling hook with unlimited durability reaches 10 meters straight up. 92 vitality coconuts. In a storm. Circling a drowned island with 2 ships lashed side by side, working the claw off the bow while the rain came at us sideways. 92 days of energy recovery. 92 days of not being ground down by my own bed. That was the single most valuable haul of my first month, and it came out of a tree. Then the wind got serious. 2 days. Force 9, and Force 9 at sea is not weather, it's a moving landscape. The horizon goes away, the sky and the water swap places on a schedule. Nightmare took it well, mostly, because ghost ships apparently do not care. The astrologer took it badly, because 500 durability is 500 durability, and the sea does not respect a crystal ball. We were 2 days behind everybody. The whole surviving fleet had run for the edges of the storm, while I was unconscious on a cave floor being fattened, and now Aki and I were the 2 idiots still in the middle of it. Debris was the real problem, not waves. Waves you ride. Debris is trees, hull planks, chunks of somebody else's boat, all of it moving at storm speed, and every hit takes durability off you. Nightmare dropped 40 durability in 1 afternoon of that. Aki came aboard to repair, because repairs need materials and hands, and she had better hands than me. And while she was on my ship, she was also doing something else. I found out about it later. That woman had spent 2 days of the storm below decks with a siren laid out in front of her, and at some point in it, she stopped being a person who was interested in things and became something else. Congratulations, you have unlocked the extraordinary specialization, Forbidden Scholar. Your maximum sanity is reduced by 20 points. You have gained access to the mysticism system. You may now develop your own recipes. She did not tell me. Not for a long time. She sat in her own cabin with her sanity ceiling permanently lowered, and she wrote in her diary, and what she wrote was, "I have gained access to something. I will not tell him yet." 2 days later, we ran out of food. 92 coconuts is a lot of energy and no calories. I had eaten the eyeballs. The sardines were gone. The bread was gone. Fishing in a storm is a different craft, and I want to walk you through it because I had to work it out from first principles with an empty stomach. Surface fish are gone. They go deep when it's like that. So you go deep too. No float, because a float in a storm is just a toy for the waves. A stone on the line instead, straight down, and you hold the rod yourself and feel for the pull. It took an hour to get a bite. Then something took the line and nearly took me with it. I braced both feet on the rail and hauled, and what came up out of that gray water was a shark. 2 meters, hammer-shaped head with an eye on each end of it, and, hanging off the underside, 4 legs. Warty, wide-footed, folded like a toad's. The hammerhead devil shark. Deep-sea species. Highly aggressive. Note, they are pack animals. Pack animals. I want to describe what that word did to me while I was standing on my deck with one of them thrashing at the end of my line in the dark. I turned around and looked at the sea, and out in the black water, spread across a couple of 100 meters, there were lights coming on. Red, round, paired, dozens of them, then more than dozens. Aki came up beside me with her bow already in her hand. "How many?" "About 100, she said, counting the lanterns the way a person counts sheep. "Their eyes glow. That's very interesting." "Interesting." "Yes." The first one came out of the water and hit the deck 10 meters from us, and it did not flop like a fish. It got up on its 4 legs. And then the next one came aboard. Here's what I knew about that fight before it started. 1. They could climb. A shark with legs on a wet deck moves like a crocodile, which is to say, badly on the flat and terrifyingly fast in a straight line. 2. My gun killed 1 shark a minute, and there were 100. 3. The mast was the only place on that ship where a legged shark could not follow. So we went up. Nightmare's mast at Tier 2 has a crossbar about 6 meters up, and Aki went up it like she'd been raised in a tree, and I went up it like a man with cracked ribs, which is to say slowly and with a great deal of swearing. And then, from that crossbar, I found out something about my business partner. She was a provincial archery champion. She had never mentioned it, not once. She'd watched me miss a siren at 5 meters with a firearm and said nothing about it except that my aim was terrible. From 6 meters up, in a Force 9 gale, on a moving mast, she put arrows into shark eyes. Not shark bodies, eyes. One after another, with the wind coming across, and every hit dropped one of them thrashing on the boards where the next one would trip over it. She burned through her quiver in about 4 minutes. "I need arrows. There aren't any more. There's a bow in your cabin," the pirate longbow, in my cabin, below us, behind a door, on a deck now containing approximately 30-legged sharks. I looked down. I looked at the cabin. I looked at the wall of the cabin, which was, at that point in my ship's life, about 4 centimeters of old timber. Then I aimed the pistol at my own cabin wall and shot a hole in it. Bang. I want it noted that this worked perfectly. The hole was a good size. I could see the bow through it. I also want it noted that I then had to go down there and get it. I went down the mast on the seaward side, dropped the last 2 meters, and got bitten on the shoulder before my feet were properly under me. Went through the cloth, went through the skin, and the only reason my arm stayed attached is that I got the sea serpent's fang into its eye with my other hand, and the venom did the rest. Got the bow, got the quiver, got most of the way back up the mast, and the last one caught my calf. Just clamped on and hung there with its full weight, 2 meters of shark swinging off my legs 6 meters above a deck covered in its friends, and my hands were the only thing between me and going down into that. My health went from 61 to 19 in about a second and a half. You are near death, that's 3. And the world went white. Congratulations. Talent unlocked. Refuse to die. You have faced death 3 times and not surrendered once. When your health drops to 0, you may continue acting for 30 seconds. Any healing during this period will save you. Cooldown, 7 days. I read that on the way up. Genuinely, I read a system panel while a shark was eating my leg, because the system does not care about your schedule. 30 seconds of being dead, but not yet. I have never in my life been so happy to receive a consolation prize. And then, because I still had a shark on my leg and no free hand, I did the only thing available. I reached down and put my thumb into its eye. There is no dignified way to describe crushing a shark's eyeball with your bare hand while hanging off a mast. It is not a montage moment. It took both of my remaining resources, which were leverage and rage, and when it finally let go, it took a piece of my calf with it. I made it to the crossbar and lay across it like a wet coat. Aki took the bow out of my hands and got back to work, and I lay there bleeding and watched a woman who weighed maybe 50 kilos kill things at a rate of 1 every 6 seconds. The plan after that was mine, and I'm proud of it. We had poisoned arrows because I'd been dipping arrowheads in porcupine fish since day 3. Poison does not kill a shark fast, that's the whole point. A poisoned shark does not die. A poisoned shark gets slow and sick and starts smelling wrong. And 100 aggressive pack predators surrounded by one member that smells wrong will solve that problem themselves. We put poisoned arrows into the ones at the edge of the deck and let them fall in among the others, and it worked exactly the way I'd hoped, and I am not going to describe the next 20 minutes in detail. It was loud, it was in the dark, and the sharks handled it. By dawn, the deck was clear and the storm had come down to force 6, and my ship looked like something that had been used to settle an argument. Then I fed the machine. 72 shark tissues, 72 pulls, and I learned the second most important economic rule in this world. Junk, all of it. Shark teeth, shark skin, shark oil, a shark tooth necklace, 4 separate pieces of shark jerky. The gacha pays out on the first 2 pulls of a monster type. After that, the rate collapses through the floor. The system pays for novelty. Kill 100 of something and the 100th is worth nothing. Aki got 1 pull. She'd taken 1 tissue sample for herself. The octopus lit up gold. Actual gold, running down the tentacles, and the whole machine started playing a little fanfare like a slot machine in a casino for the damned. Congratulations, you have obtained a legendary item. She caught the capsule out of the air, looked at it for a long moment, and put it in her bag without opening it. What did you get? Nothing important. It played a fanfare. It's a fanfare for small things, too. It was not. Anyway, 72 pulls and my consolation prizes were these. A low-tier fire element, consumable, can be used to imbue a weapon with fire attributes. I put it straight into the sea serpent's fang because a venomous fang that also burns is a very good answer to a great many questions. A fishing net that glows faintly red and attracts deep-sea species, which is either extremely useful or an elaborate suicide device, and I honestly still don't know. And a sharkskin swimsuit, which the description promised would make me the most eye-catching man on the beach. Excellent quality, 0 combat value. I kept it. Obviously, I kept it. We spent the next day repairing, and that night I dreamed about Aki pointing my gun at my head again. Same dream, 3rd time. Red eyes, my pistol, and this time she was smiling. And then a second dream, which was new, in which something with far too many segments came up out of black water and swallowed me whole. And I woke up on my back with my chest tight and my ribs screaming, and the first thing I saw when I got out on deck was that the sky had gone out. Not dark like night, dark like a lid. Weather report. Location, sea of origin, stormy sea. Sunshine duration, none. None. That is not a number. That is the system declining to answer. And then Aki said, in a voice with something new in it, "There's something in the water on the port side." I went and looked. The sea was full of worms. Bobbit worms are real. Look them up when you get a minute. They live in a burrow. They have 5 antennae. They explode out of the sand and cut a fish in half with jaws that work like scissors, and the ones on Earth are about 1 meter long. These were 10. Giant bobbit worm, deep-sea species, hides in the sand and ambushes prey. Its jaws can cut through steel. Note, it is completely blind and hunts by vibration. And there were more than 100 of them. They were standing up out of the water like reeds, in the dark, in a dying storm, a wall of them across our whole heading, from horizon to horizon. The rules of that fight were simple and horrible. They could not see. They could not see at all. They hunted vibration through water. So we could not run engines hard. We could not fire cannons, which we didn't have. We could not fight, because 100 sets of steel-cutting jaws will take a 600 durability ship apart in under a minute. We had to sail through them, quietly, in the dark, without knowing exactly where they were. I got about 10 minutes into that problem before I did the smartest thing I did all month. I asked for help. Not from Aki, from the whole ocean. I posted to the World Channel. Giant blind worm, 10 meters, hunts by vibration. Anyone encountered one? I need to know its detection range, paying for the answer. And in a game where several 100 million people were all separately terrified, somebody answered inside 2 minutes. I'm a land surveyor. Give me your ship speed, hull length, and displacement class, and I'll estimate the vibration attenuation for you. I did. He came back with a number. 200 meters. Under 200 it'll feel you. Over that, you're noise. 200 meters. And here is the piece that made it work, and it is entirely stupid, and I love it. The astrologer's chart has a scale. You can zoom it. And if you zoom it so that one grid square equals 200 meters, then the chart stops being a map and becomes a proximity alarm. Aki set the scale, and the worms, being large biological objects, showed up on it. Then we threaded them. 8 hours. 8 hours of moving at 4 knots through a field of blind jaws in the dark, with Aki calling grid squares and me on the wheel, and neither of us speaking above a murmur, because I had no evidence that sound mattered and no intention of testing it. Somewhere in hour 3, I did something else. I posted the whole method to the World Channel, for free. Detection range, 200 meters. Set your chart scale to match. Move at minimum steerage. Do not fire, do not run, do not panic. Because there were other people in that field. There had to be. And there was nothing I could sell it for that was worth more than not listening to strangers die. The gifts started arriving within the hour. Wood, cloth, fresh water. Coins from people I'd never spoken to, a bottle of rum from somebody who signed off, "You saved my brother's boat." And then one package that changed everything. Captain He Chi of the Sea Breeze has sent you a gift. Low-tier Abyss Soul Stone, material excellent quality, can be used to upgrade relic class equipment. Note, relics remember who fed them. He Chi. I didn't know him then. I would. I put it into the flintlock. The gun got hot in my hand, then heavier. Then the rust came off it in flakes, all at once, like something shedding a skin, and underneath it was not rusted at all. It was beautiful. Chased silver down the barrel, a grip worn smooth by somebody's hand 200 years ago, and the whole thing gave off a faint light. Gleaming flintlock, relic, rare quality. Standard mode, moderate damage. Reload time reduced to 10 seconds. Misfire chance eliminated. Artillery mode, massive damage in a cone. Reload time 3 minutes. Using this mode causes recoil injury proportional to your strength. Note, it has waited a long time for someone worth the trouble. 10 seconds. Do you understand what that did to my life? For 11 days, my entire tactical doctrine had been built around 1 shot a minute and a coin flip. My combat style was a schedule. I had circled a rudder counting to 48, 10 seconds, no misfires, and a second barrel that fires a wall. I stood on the bow of a ghost ship in the dark with 100 blind worms around me and a stranger's gift in my hand, and I typed one line into the channel. He Chi, I owe you. He typed back, pay it forward, Cyclops. He was early with that name. I didn't have the I yet. Nobody did. He'd made it up as a joke about my avatar being a skull. It stuck anyway. Hour 8, the storm started to die, which sounds like good news and was the single most dangerous thing that happened that night. Because the storm was the reason the worms hadn't found us. Stormwater is loud. A dying storm is a quiet ocean, and a quiet ocean is a worm's home turf, and their detection range was about to go up. How much further to the buffer zone? Aki, at the chart. 11 nautical miles. 11 miles at 4 knots is nearly 3 hours. We did not have 3 hours. We had maybe 1 before the water went flat enough for them to feel us properly. Full ahead. They'll come. They'll come either way. I'd rather they come while we're moving. I put Nightmare to 50 knots, and the astrologer went to 50 beside me, and behind us, 100 blind heads turned toward the noise all at once, and the entire field started moving. They swim fast, faster than 50. And here is where Aki made a decision that I did not authorize and would not have allowed, and that I have never fully forgiven her for, even though it worked. She cut her ship loose and left it running. The astrologer went off to starboard at full speed on a locked wheel with nobody aboard, dragging every worm in that ocean after it, while she came across a rope onto my deck with a bag on her back and her crystal ball under one arm. What did you do? It's a noise source. You have a faster ship and I have a chart. This is the correct allocation. That's your house. It's a boat. She said it evenly. She said it like a woman reading out a shopping list. And then she went and stood at the bow with the crystal ball and started calling grid squares again, and I saw her hands shaking on it, and I did not say anything about that. The astrologer lasted about 4 minutes. I watched her ship come apart on the chart, contact by contact, until the icon went out, and there was one worm left between us and open water, directly in the lane, 10 meters of it, standing up out of the sea with its jaws already open, because it had felt us coming from a mile out and had decided to simply wait. You cannot go around a thing that can hear you go around it. Hold on to something. What are you? Artillery mode. I put Nightmare's bow straight at it at 50 knots, and at 40 meters I braced my shoulder against the rail and fired. The world went white, and something inside my shoulder tore, and the recoil put me on my back across my own deck. The worm's head came off, all of it. A 10-meter animal simply ended above the third segment. And then its body, which had not received the news, kept coming. 20 tons of dead worm at swimming speed hit my ship amidships. Nightmare broke in half. I want to be precise about that. Not damaged, not holed. The keel went, and my ship folded up in the middle like a wallet, and the two ends came up, and the middle went down, and everything I owned went into the Sea of Origin at once. 600 durability against 20 tons. I went into the water with my ears ringing and my right arm not working, and no ship. Cold water clears your head, which is the only good thing I have to say about it. Aki was face down 20 meters away, not moving. She'd been at the bow. She'd taken the whole hit standing up. The nearest land was on the chart in her hand, which was at the bottom of the ocean by then, but I'd seen it before we ran. A shrinking island in the buffer zone, 2 nautical miles. 2 nautical miles is 3.7 kilometers. I have already told you that I could do 40 meters in a swimming pool as a healthy child. But I had 92 coconuts worth of stamina buff in my system, and I had Constitution 5, and I had a talent that meant I would keep going after my body voted otherwise. And I had a woman face down in the water who had, 11 days ago, dived into a storm after a man she barely knew when the rope had already broken. So I got her under the arms and started swimming. I'd like to tell you it was heroic. It was arithmetic. 12 strokes, breathe, check she's still floating, 12 strokes. Somewhere in the second hour, I stopped being able to feel my legs and started using only my left arm because the right one had gone from the recoil. Somewhere in the third hour, I started talking to her, out loud, in the water, mostly insults because it kept my rhythm. Somewhere in the fourth hour, the bottom came up under my feet and I fell over onto sand and could not stand up. I dragged her up past the waterline and lay next to her and passed out. And I woke up with a gun to my head, my gun, held by a woman with red eyes, sitting cross-legged next to me on the sand, dripping wet, with her hair plastered down and a fresh cut across her eyebrow. "Man," she said, "give me one reason not to kill you. In 3 sentences," and she held up one finger. "That's the first sentence. You have 2 left. Make the most of the opportunity." I lay on that beach and looked up the barrel of my own pistol at the most cheerful expression I have ever seen on a human face, and I want to tell you exactly what I felt. Relief, because she was alive. And then, immediately afterward, a very specific and very cold thought. She has been waiting to do this for 11 days. "All right," I said. "That's fair. It is fair. Are you going to shoot me?" "I'm thinking about it. It's a nice gun. It has a hair trigger." "It does not. You've been lying about that gun since the day we met, and I have written all of it down." I closed my eyes. Sentence 2. "I know where there's a legendary item that neither of us has opened." That got her. She put the gun down in the sand, did not hand it back, put it down, which I want on the record, and pulled a capsule out of her bag. Ship fusion card, legendary, merges 2 ships into one. All hull skills are inherited. The resulting ship's tier is the higher of the 2. Ownership must be agreed by both captains at the moment of use, cannot be reversed. We were sitting on a sinking island in the buffer zone of a dying storm with no ships between us, and she had been carrying for 4 days the exact item that fixes that. "You've had this since the sharks." "Yes." "You didn't mention it." "I was observing what you'd do." "We had 2 ships. We could have merged them and had one good one." "And then I would have had no ship," she said, perfectly reasonably, "and would have been living on yours, at your discretion, 5 days after you put a gun to my head in a cave." I didn't have an answer for that. I still don't, honestly. "And now?" I said. She turned the card over in her fingers a couple of times. Now the situation has changed. Now, if I don't use it, we both die on this island, and I won't get to find out what you are. That's your reason? It's a very good reason. I have been extremely patient. Ownership must be agreed by both captains. She looked at me and waited, and I understood that this was the actual negotiation, the one the gun had just been the opening statement for. One of us was going to be the captain of the ship we both lived on. You take it, I said. Her eyebrows went up. Say that again? You take the captaincy. You're the navigator, you're the better shot, and your ship is the one that got sacrificed. Take it. She stared at me for a long moment. Then she said, no, and hit confirm with my name on it before I could argue, and stood up and dusted the sand off her knees. Why? Because a captain has to make decisions under pressure, she said, and I've decided I would rather watch you do it. And out in the water in front of us, 2 wrecks came up off the seabed and started dragging themselves toward each other. Nightmare Star, Tier 2. Durability 900, capacity 1800, speed 60 knots. Hull skills, inherited all 4 of them. Nightmare, sleeping causes nightmares, energy recovery reduced by 75%. The Angler's Curse, cannot catch normal fish. Astrology, chart of the surrounding 100 nautical miles. Spying, view a specific ship, 1 target per day. Summary, 2 cursed things have found each other, please supervise them. It came out of the water as a 30-meter 3-masted vessel, black timber, with a domed atrium amidships where the crystal ball now sat mounted like a chandelier that had fallen through the floor. My captain's skeleton was still chained to the bow, now with the astrologer's figurehead bolted alongside him, and every single plank of it needed rebuilding, because merging 2 wrecks gives you the frame and nothing else. 700 wood, 300 cloth, 50 stone. I checked Aki's hold, which had come across in the merge. 1 wood, 2 cloth. You said you'd give me half your supplies. I did. That is half. So we spent 4 days as castaways, which is to say, I swam. The island had trees on it, and most of them were now underwater because the island was still sinking. So my job, every day, all day, was to swim out to a submerged treetop, tread water, shoot the trunk apart with a flintlock pistol at 10-second intervals, and tow the pieces back. Aki's job was to gather stone, fish with the red net, and I quote, supervise. She also kept notes on how long I could hold my breath, which she informed me was improving. 4 days, 700 wood, 1 shot at a time. And the whole time, in the chat, the ocean was talking about us. There are still 3 ships in the storm zone that haven't come out. 3? I heard it's 2 now. Anyone know who they are? One's Ironheart. That maniac went in on purpose. He said the fish were better. He'll die. He said that about the fog, too. And on the 5th day, standing in the shallows with an armful of wet timber, I looked up because the fish had gone strange. Every fish in the sea was going past us, all in the same direction. Sardines, groupers, things with too many fins, a school of something enormous and pale that I never got a proper look at, all of them running west in a solid river of panic. Animals do that for one reason. I turned around and looked east, and the horizon had a black stripe on it. The fog. 15 knots now, because the announcement had said it would be, and Nightmare Star needed 15 more units of wood before she could be finished, and I had a pistol and a swimming range of 200 meters, and the nearest tree was under 30 feet of water. Aki. I see it. How long? She looked at the chart in the crystal ball. 1 hour and 10 minutes. 15 wood, 70 minutes, and I had already stripped every tree within reach of the shore. I want to tell you I had a clever plan. I did not. I went out and started swimming for a treetop I knew I could not reach, because the alternative was to stand on a beach and wait, and I don't do that. I was 400 meters out when the sea in front of me erupted. 3 10-meter worms came out of the water at speed, thrashing, wild, moving as a group in the exact direction they should not have been moving, which was away from something. And behind them, coming out of the storm wall at a full 9 knots, dragging all 3 of them on steel harpoon cables like a man walking 3 enormous dogs, was 200 meters of gray warship with 40 gun ports open along the side. The Ironheart. And standing on the bow in the rain, with a cigarette in his mouth and a loudhailer in his hand, a big man in a filthy undershirt was screaming, "Ada! Ar! Godan! Pull! Pull, you lazy worms!" He had named them. He had harpooned 3 giant bobbit worms and named them and was using them as a tow team, and one of them was called Godan, which means, roughly, dog egg. He saw me in the water. He took the cigarette out of his mouth. "Oi, is that a man? Why is there a man in the sea?" "I need 15 units of wood," I shouted, treading water, "or the fog gets me in an hour." There was a pause. Then he laughed so hard he dropped the loudhailer, and I heard it clatter across 200 meters of steel deck, and then he picked it up and said the words that made him my friend for life. "Is that all?" "Brother, I've got 100. Take it. I can't eat wood." And he fired a harpoon over my head onto the beach with 100 units of timber strapped to it. His name was Zhang Liang, 2 talents, eagle eye, which let him see clearly at extreme range, and firepower first, which is not a targeting bonus, it is a philosophy. His whole build was one idea taken seriously. He'd been dealt the worst ship in the game and had solved it by refusing to accept the premise. Nightmare Star finished rebuilding 20 minutes before the fog line reached the island. 60 knots. 900 durability. A crystal ball hanging in the middle of her like a lamp, will-o'-the-wisp light in the passageways, and a skeleton on the bow who I had genuinely started saying good morning to. And the Iron Heart could do 9 knots with 3 worms pulling, which was not enough. The fog was doing 15. "Zhang Liang, cut your worms loose and take a line from me." "What?" "I do 60, you do 5. Take a tow." A tow. He said it like I'd offered him a wheelchair. "Brother, I am the captain of a 200-meter warship." "You are the captain of a 200-meter warship that is about to be eaten by weather." There was a very long pause. Then, "Fine, but if anyone asks, I was pushing you." Nightmare Star towing the Iron Heart made 17 knots, 15-knot fog, 2 knots of margin, for 11 hours. And I'd like to tell you those 11 hours were tense, but the truth is that Zhang Liang spent all of them on his own bow with a loudhailer, telling me his entire life story at a volume that carried across 400 meters of open water, whether I responded or not. He'd been a foreman on a shipyard. He'd had a bad back. The system had fixed the back on day 1, and he had spent the following 2 weeks so delighted about being able to bend over that he'd apparently forgotten to be frightened of anything. He also told me, at that volume, exactly how he'd survived the black fog for 2 weeks on a 5-knot ship, and it's worth writing down. He never slept more than 3 hours. He harpooned anything large enough to tow him. When a whale died, he found another whale. When there were no whales, he ran the ship at 5 knots and stood on the deck shooting at the fog itself, which does nothing, which he knew, which he did anyway because, quote, "It made me feel better and it kept me awake." Firepower first is not a targeting bonus. It's a diagnosis. At dawn on the 2nd day, the fog fell behind, and the sea went pale and flat and cold, and the map opened. Ocean chart unlocked. You have left the Sea of Origin. Ahead, the Arctic Ocean. The whole surviving ocean got the message at the same moment, and the World Channel, which had been a war zone for 11 days, went completely quiet for about 30 seconds. Then, "We made it. How many of us are left?" Nobody answered that one. Zhang Liang made his pitch as we were untying. "Brotherhood of Steel," he said. "Me, you, anyone else with a spine. I've got 40 guns and no speed. You've got 60 knots and no guns. Together, we're a real fleet." It was a good pitch. It was, honestly, correct. "Not yet," I said. "Why not?" And I gave him the honest answer, which I think he respected more than a polite one. "Because you'd be the 10th thing on my ship I have to keep alive, and I'm already carrying a woman who dissects everything I kill." He roared. Then he cut a chunk off one of his worms and harpooned it across to me as a parting gift. "Take Godan. He was the laziest." I fed Godan to the octopus. Giant bobbit worm head. Ship equipment, rare quality. Mounts to the bow. 10-meter jaws with a bite that cuts steel. Can be manually triggered. Note, it is still hungry. And a black iron supply chest, which held 200 wood, 100 cloth, and 40 units of steel. I bolted a 10-meter set of scissors onto the front of my ship and turned north into the Arctic. And then Aki told me what she wanted with the Tier 3 expansion slots. A laboratory. Cannons. A laboratory. Aki, there are 2 slots. 2. Ancient War Room takes 1 and gives me 8 guns. A laboratory takes 2. Yes. 2. Both of them. No cannons until Tier 3, which is 900 wood away. Yes. Give me 1 reason. And she held out a small, unlabeled bottle of something faintly green. Drink this. No. Drink it, and if you still want cannons, I'll never mention the laboratory again. Now, I want to be clear that I knew. I knew at the time. I was standing on my own deck being offered an unlabeled liquid by a woman with a talent called witch's blood and an item description that included the phrase, including cutting open your belly. I drank it because I wanted to know what she'd made. That's the honest reason. Not trust. Curiosity. She had infected me with her own disease, Vitality Siren Juice. Consumable, excellent quality, restores 40 stamina instantly, increases all attribute experience gain by 10% for 6 hours. Original recipe, developed by Aki. 40 stamina, instantly. The single scarcest resource in my life, in a bottle, made out of garbage I had personally thrown away. I stood there for a while. How many can you make? With the samples I have? 6. With a laboratory? She looked out at the ocean. I don't know. That's why I want the laboratory. You could have just told me it works. You wouldn't have believed me. You'd have believed the panel. She shrugged. So I gave you the panel. I want the record to show that I regret taking that woman's potion. I want the record to also show that I built the laboratory that afternoon, and that within 2 weeks it was worth more than every cannon in the Brotherhood of Steel. The Witch's Laboratory grants access to mysticism recipes, contains an alchemy bench, a reagent rack, an alcohol lamp, a microscope, and a specimen wall. Note, instruments cannot leave the laboratory. They know where they live. She moved in the same day. Literally. She carried her bedding in there and I had to argue her back out of it. And within 3 days, she had started charging me. I need 300 coins. For what? Reagents. You have reagents. I need different ones. That was the first of many. By the end of the month, my personal accounts had a line item that just said Aki, and it was the largest one. Meanwhile, I was shopping for the Arctic, and the Arctic was expensive. The market had realized what was coming about 4 hours after the map unlocked, and prices had gone insane. Down jackets, cotton hats, long pile boots, fire starting tools. Fire starting tools were sold out, everywhere. Every listing gone. Which told me something important because it meant a lot of players had worked out the same thing at the same time, and none of them had thought about it a week earlier. I bought what I could and started building a reserve of anything that burned. And that's when Liu Hung Feng started broadcasting. Fellow players, this is Liu Hung Feng, captain of the Hope. Ahead of us lies a sea none of us can survive alone. I am forming the New World Fleet. He had a good voice. That's the first thing. A calm, warm, reasonable voice. The kind that makes you feel like an adult has arrived. Our terms are simple. Members disarm. Members contribute their supplies to the common store. In exchange, the fleet protects you, feeds you, and sails you through the cold. No one under my protection has died. Disarm. He said it in the middle of a sentence, in that voice, and about 400,000 people did not notice. I noticed. So I spent my daily spy charge on the Hope. And I looked at a fleet of 40 ships sailing in perfect formation, every one of them a special ship, several of them Tier 3. And I thought about how a man who started the same day I did had acquired 40 special ships in 11 days. You do not buy 40 special ships in 11 days. His panel, when I got a look at it later, had 2 talents. Psychological suggestion. Your words carry weight. Listeners are more inclined to trust and agree. Great leader. Followers under your command gain morale and coordination bonuses. The larger the fleet, the stronger the effect. He hadn't cheated. The system had handed him a crown on day 1 based on his personality and experiences, exactly like everyone else. That's what frightened me about it. I sold him the pirate blueprint. I want to explain that because it looks like a mistake. He offered 2 months of food for 2 people, half his current supply reserve, 5,000 conch coins, and 1 item. The greedy stomach. Storage, rare quality, 10 cubic meters, must be fed regularly or it will begin digesting its contents. Opening it costs 20 sanity. 10 cubic meters on day 13 when Aki's magic bag held 1 and was the envy of everyone who saw it. And here was my reasoning. A ship blueprint is only worth something to a man who is going to fight for territory. I did not want territory. I wanted to get through the cold with a laboratory and a fast hull. Also, and I'll be honest with you, I wanted to see what he'd do at the handover. What he did was send his second, a big quiet man named Wang Kang, across with the goods. The exchange went cleanly, and at the end of it, Liu Hengfeng came on the channel and said in that warm voice, "Wang Kang, test the water temperature for our new friend." And Wang Kang, who was wearing 30 kilos of gear, walked to the rail of his own ship and stepped off it into the Arctic Ocean. No hesitation, no expression, like a man putting down a bag. They fished him out. He was fine, cold and fine. 12 degrees, Liu Hengfeng said pleasantly. You'll want to be careful. I closed the channel and stood on my deck for a while. Well, Aki said from the laboratory doorway. He's interesting. He's a problem. That's what I said. The greedy stomach changed how I fished, because for the first time I had somewhere to put things. Deep water fishing with the pale line and a stone sinker in 12-degree water at the edge of the Arctic, with a rod that increases the probability of catching unidentified creatures. The first thing I pulled up was a treasure chest, a beautiful one, brass fittings, sitting on my deck, dripping. And I had, by then, a policy, which I recommend to everybody. I did not open it with my hands. I stood back at 4 meters, pistol up, and pushed the lid with a boat hook. The chest opened its own lid the rest of the way, revealing about 200 teeth arranged in a way that no piece of furniture should be, and lunged at where a person's arms would have been. Bang. Treasure chest clam. Deep sea species, a mollusk that mimics a container. Note, statistically, most players open it with their hands. Most players. Inside it, in the actual shell cavity, was a pearl. Healing pearl. Consumable, rare quality. Instantly heals all wounds and restores 40 health. Single use. And 600 coins in its gut from previous customers. I put the pearl in my pocket and did not sell it, and 11 days later it kept me alive on a glacier. The red net brought up other things. A one-armed crab, which is a crab with one enormous arm, and which is edible, and which increases strength experience gain when eaten. A palm star, which is a starfish with a human palm on the underside, complete with fingerprints, which increases agility. An eyeball octopus and an abdominal lobster, which I will not describe, and which do perception and constitution, respectively. 4 attribute fish, 1 for each physical stat. I ate exactly 0 of them. All 4 went to Aki, because a fish you eat is a fish, and a fish in that laboratory was a recipe, and a recipe is a fish forever. She stopped sleeping after that. 3 days. I'd see the light under the laboratory door at 4 in the morning. I'd hear the centrifuge. She'd come out for water, look through me, and go back in. On the 3rd day, she came out and put 3 racks on the table. Red is attributes, colorless is restorative, pink is healing. Then she sat down on the deck and did not get up. Status, madness, obsession. Maximum sanity reduced to 80. She had worked herself into a diagnosed condition. I carried her to bed. She weighed nothing. And I locked the laboratory door and put the key in the greedy stomach, which is a place nobody is going looking. And then, because she had left it open on the bench, I read her notebook. Li Ming's observation diary. Every meal I had eaten dated, with sanity costs noted. Every hour I had slept. Every wound with healing times. A section on my reaction speeds. A section titled Anomalous Behaviors, which had 11 entries, and this on a page by itself. I really want to see his brain structure. And then, further on, in different ink, an entry from the beach. Today I held his own gun to his head and repeated his words back to him. His pulse did not change. He was relieved that I was alive before he was afraid that I was armed. I have now confirmed this twice. I do not have a category for this. I closed the book and put it back exactly where it had been, and I went and sat on my own bow next to a chained skeleton for about an hour. Then I got up and made her a bottle of coconut juice and left it by her bed. 3 days later, I made a mistake, and the mistake was drinking the colorless potion, the restorative one. 30 stamina, guaranteed, no cooldown listed. It has to be chewed. That's the first problem. It comes as a suspension with solids in it, and the solids are siren pituitary and sardine legs, and the legs do not dissolve. I got it down. Restores 30 stamina. Side effect. Heightened arousal for approximately 1 hour. I read that panel while standing 3 meters from the woman who had designed it, in an enclosed corridor on a ship at sea. Aki, yes? What is in this? Siren pituitary. Sirens have a very active endocrine system, which is why the restorative effect is so strong. A pause. Yes, I anticipated the side effect. It's proportionally minor. It's not minor! You're at 30 stamina and rising. What's the complaint? I went and stood on the bow in the wind for an hour, and when I came back, I instituted a laboratory curfew. 8 hours a day, not 1 minute more, enforced by me, personally, with the key. She fought it for 2 days, and then, quietly, stopped fighting it. And I noticed that her sanity ceiling came back up 4 points that week, and neither of us said anything about that either. Which brings me to Gao Lei. Gao Lei of the Grand Sailboat sent me a private message on a completely ordinary afternoon. I hear you're heading into the cold. I have a flamed sweater. Warmth rating extreme, provides fire resistance. I'll trade it for Edelweiss. What's Edelweiss? A flower. It grows on an island about 80 nautical miles north of here. It's not guarded. Nobody else has bothered. I need 6 stems for a recipe. Bring them and the sweater's yours. A flamed sweater in the Arctic is worth a great deal, and picking flowers is not a dangerous errand, which is why I spent my daily spy charge on the Grand Sailboat instead of answering. And what I saw was a ship going in a circle. A slow, careful 3-hour circle around a small green island at a distance of about 2 nautical miles. Never landing, never anchoring, just going around and looking at the beach. I watched him complete a full lap, then another. And then I understood the business. He wasn't harvesting the island. He was farming players. Send the message, offer the trade. Someone goes ashore. The island kills them, whatever's on it. Their ship sits offshore with a dead owner. And an unclaimed ship can be boarded and dismantling a special ship gives you a blueprint. He'd been running that route for days, circling, waiting, checking the beach every 3 hours to see if today's guest had finished dying. I checked the World Channel and found 4 separate people over the last week who had mentioned an Edelweiss trade. 2 of them hadn't posted since, so I wrote back, "Deal, I'll be there tomorrow." Then I went and told Aki, and her first question was not, "Are you sure?" or "Is that safe?" It was, "What do you think is on the island?" Something that kills a fully equipped player in under 3 hours. Wonderful. We got there at dusk, which was deliberate, and then I did the thing. I anchored 200 meters off the beach. I lowered a boat. I got in it, rowed halfway to shore, stood up, staggered, and went into the water. Then I swam back underwater along the anchor line and came up under my own stern, dripping, while my empty rowboat drifted toward the beach. Then I opened my boarding permissions. Then Aki and I went and sat in the dark of the hold with 30 steel arrows, all of them poisoned, and waited. An hour and 40 minutes. Then a ship came alongside, quietly, with no lights, and a man walked up my gangplank onto my ship with a smile on his face. And I want to describe that smile because I saw it from 6 meters away in the dark through a crack in a hatch, and it was the smile of a man who has arrived at a very good day. He walked into my hold with a lantern. "Hello," he called out cheerfully. "Anyone alive in here?" "Yes," I said, and shot him in the stomach. He went down onto his knees on my floor and made a sound of pure surprise, and I got to my feet with the pistol reloading and Aki behind me with a drawn bow. "How many others?" I said. "You're not. How many others have you fed to that island?" And Gao Lei looked up at me with a hole in him and did something I did not expect. He laughed. Then he took a knife out of his coat and cut his own throat. Not in despair. Fast, efficient, and with his eyes still on me, the way a man puts down a phone when he's finished a call. And out of the wound came spiders. Not a few, a river. Small ones, palm-sized, red and black, pouring out of his neck and his mouth and the hole in his stomach, hundreds of them, and they hit my floor and fanned out in every direction at once. Aki said one word, very calmly, that I will not repeat. I switched to artillery mode. At 2 meters, in an enclosed hold on a wooden ship, the blast took out the entire forward section of my own hold, blew a hole through the hull above the waterline, and put me on my back with my left shoulder out of its socket. It also removed about 9/10 of the spiders. The other 10th got out. I lay on my own broken floor for a few seconds with my arm hanging wrong and looked at the ceiling, and then something touched the inside of my nose. I want to describe this accurately and then never revisit it. I put my fingers up and pulled out a spider. Live, whole, working its legs. Status, spider's kiss. You have been claimed by the mother of 10,000 limb spiders. You may not leave her island. Distance from the nest increases discomfort. At extreme distance, incapacitation and death. Note, the previous bearer is no longer eligible. I had inherited Gao Lei's curse. That's what the smile was. That's what the throat was. He wasn't dying, he was transferring. He'd been trapped on that island by whatever was on it, and the only way off was to give it to someone else. And he had spent days circling and messaging and waiting for someone competent enough to walk into a trap and get close enough to catch it. I got up and put my shoulder back into the socket against a beam, which is a thing I now know how to do. Then we looted him. Spiderweb gloves, armor, rare quality, sticky palms, allows climbing on vertical surfaces, slightly increases grip strength. Healing spray, 4 canisters, ordinary quality, and a knife. The delicious chef's knife, tool, rare quality. Any food prepared with this knife becomes irresistible to any creature that eats. The scent carries. Note, the knife does not care who is hungry. That knife killed more things than my gun did. Remember it. We stripped the grand sailboat down to the frame. 912 wood, 400 cloth, 90 steel, and no blueprint, because I had killed him rather than found him dead, and the system considered the ship claimed. Fine. I had enough timber to build a town, and then, 200 nautical miles later, on our way north, the itching started. It began in my hands, then my arms, then everywhere, under the skin, like something moving. At 300 nautical miles, I couldn't hold the wheel. At 400, I was on the floor of my own cabin with my face against cold boards, and Aki was standing over me with a syringe. Turn the ship around. No. Li Ming, turn the ship around or you will die 1,100 miles from anything that can help you, and I will have to sail it alone, and I don't want to. We turned around, and the moment we crossed back inside 200 miles, it stopped, completely, like a switch, which is the worst part, because a curse that hurts constantly is just an injury. A curse that goes away the moment you obey is a leash. Back at the island, Aki took Gao Lei apart on a table. I sat in the doorway while she did it, because I'd decided I needed to hear the results firsthand, and because she talks while she works. There's nothing in him. What? His organs, there aren't any. She was up to her wrists in a man and completely serene. The cavity is lined and hollow. This body has been an empty skin for some time, weeks possibly. He was walking around. Yes, they were doing that. She held up a slide. 300 cc's of his blood. Look. I looked into the microscope. His blood was full of spiders. Curled up, legs folded, smaller than the cells around them, hundreds of thousands of them, drifting along in the current like seeds. They're in the blood, she said. They were in his blood, and now they're in yours. That's what the kiss is. It's not a curse marker, it's an infestation. I straightened up from the microscope. How many are in me? She looked at me with those red eyes and did not soften it at all, which is one of the reasons I trust her. I'd need 300 cubic centimeters to tell you. She took it that afternoon. The answer was fewer, many fewer, but not 0. The newspaper started that week, and it deserves an introduction because it changed the entire ocean. The Great Newspaper, weekly, published by a consortium of players who had worked out that in a world with no coordinates and one global chat, the scarce resource is not food, it's information. 4 pages. Page 1, trade, standing offers, prices, verified sellers. Page 2, monsters, every confirmed creature with attributes, weaknesses, and how the person who found out died. Page 3, notices, Ke-Chi's night fishing warning, a recruiter for the New World Fleet. Lin Ru of the Goddess of Radiance, assembling a 14-person expedition to an island with an unspecified, high-value objective. Page 4, obituaries. They started that on issue 1. It was 2 columns then. It got longer. I sold Devil Shark intel to them for 800 coins. Full write-up, pack behavior, red eyes, the leg structure, the poisoning trick. And while I was in the trading interface, I quietly revoked Aki's trading rights. Because on page 3, there was a listing for something called the Ghoul Cult Introductory Primer, and she had asked me for 1,100 coins that morning without saying what for, and I had learned to read that woman. She found out 4 hours later. The argument lasted 2 days. I won it by not engaging, which is the only way to win an argument with Aki, and which she found more insulting than anything I could have said. And then, in the middle of the second day, I fell over. The spiders had woken up. I don't remember most of it. I remember the floor. I remember being extremely cold. I remember vomiting several times, and I remember what came up not being food. Then 35 hours of nothing. I woke up in my own bed covered in stitches. 14 separate places. Neat, small, professional stitches. And a measuring cylinder on the table beside me with about 2 centimeters of dead spiders in it. Aki was asleep, sitting up in a chair with a scalpel still in her hand. You cut me open. She woke instantly, the way she always did. 14 times. They cluster at joints. I went in and got them, while I was unconscious. You'd have moved otherwise. She handed me a bottle of something the color of chili oil. Drink. It's a regeneration potion. It works better than holy water, and it costs a fifth as much. It tasted exactly like chili oil, which is to say, wonderful and then increasingly a mistake. And about 40 seconds later, every one of those 14 stitch lines began to itch so badly I had to sit on my own hands. But it worked. It worked in hours instead of days. She had also, in the 35 hours, developed a second recipe, dead spider potion, made from the ones she'd pulled out of me. Kills spider larvae in the bloodstream. 2 doses a week and the kiss stops progressing. She had done all of that alone, at night, with her sanity ceiling at 80, on a man she had been dissecting on paper for 2 weeks. I said thank you. She said, "You're welcome," and put her right hand behind her back. And I saw her do it, and I saw what was in that hand, and it was the dagger, and her knuckles were white on it. Neither of us said anything. I have thought about that moment a great deal since. I do not think she was going to use it. I think she had been sitting in that chair for 35 hours with a knife in her hand, deciding whether she was going to, and then I had woken up, and the deciding had stopped. I did not ask. Some questions you don't ask on a small ship. Then I went and dealt with the island. Here is the situation I was in. I could not leave. 200 nautical miles, maximum, forever, unless the mother of 10,000 limb spiders was dealt with. The island had spiders on it, unknown number, palm-sized, fast, venomous, and coordinated enough to run a man's corpse around like a puppet for weeks. I had 1 pistol, 1 archer, and a chef's knife that makes food irresistible. So I did not attack the island. I catered it. I bought garbage, all of it, from everybody, at prices that made people think I'd lost my mind. Hundreds of kilos of rotten fish, a half-eaten sheep from a man who had been keeping it for reasons he declined to explain. 400 kilos of whale meat from Zheng Liang, who had let it go bad and was thrilled to be paid for it. Brother, it's rotten. I know. It smells like a crime. I know. Send more. Then I took the delicious chef's knife and I prepared it. That knife does not care what you put under it. It takes rotten whale and it makes the smell of the best meal you have ever been served. And the smell carries for kilometers, and every creature that eats is compelled by it. Then I mixed in spider venom, concentrated from Aki's stock, drawn out of the ones she'd taken out of my body. 462 shells, ceramic pots, packed and sealed. And I bought 4 catapults off a man who had built them for a fleet that never paid him, and I mounted them on my deck, and I shelled the island. 462 pots of the most delicious poison in the world, over the tree line, into the interior, distributed evenly over the course of 1 night. The World Channel gave me a nickname for that. Who's the guy shelling an island with food? He's clearing it. He's the scrubber. I'll take it. Then I sat offshore and waited, and on the second morning they came down to the beach. Hundreds of them. Then thousands. Palm-sized, red and black, pouring out of the tree line and onto the sand where the pots had scattered. And I could understand them. That's the part I wasn't ready for. The kiss is a 2-way connection, and I was close enough, and I stood on my own deck 200 meters offshore and heard them. It smells so good. What is it? Where is it from? I'll take some back from my mom. Small voices, excited, delighted. And I stood there at the rail with my hand on the wood, and I did not feel like the scrubber at all. I waved at them. Share it, I said, out loud, across the water. There's plenty. Take some to everyone. They did. 4 days later, nothing came to the beach at all. The night before we landed, a ship came out of the dark heading straight for the island. The Good Fortune. 22 meters, Tier 2, running lights on, at a comfortable cruise, on a course that would put her on that beach in 40 minutes. I hailed her. No answer. I hailed her again on the private channel using her ship name. Nothing. So we shadowed her for 20 minutes, and I watched her deck through the crystal ball, and there was nobody on it. Nobody at the wheel, nobody anywhere. A lit ship underway on a locked heading at night, sailing directly at an island I had just spent a week poisoning. I put 2 shells into her deck from the catapults, which did nothing except confirm that nothing aboard cared. Then I brought Nightmare Star alongside and triggered the bobbit wormhead. 10 meters of jaws took the stern off the Good Fortune, and she settled by the back and stopped, and we went aboard. Her captain had been dead for about an hour. Her name was Mei Li, and she had landed on that island in the dark, alone, at 42 sanity, and the newspaper obituary column had her down as cause unknown, which is a phrase I have come to hate. Here's what happened to her, and Aki reconstructed most of it from the body. She landed at night. Her sanity was already low because she had been alone for 2 weeks and had seen something in the Sea of Origin that she'd never posted about. And she smelled my bait. The most delicious thing in the world, spread across an entire island, prepared with a knife that compels. She ate it. Then she ate more of it. Then, when there was no more of it lying on the ground, she dug up the soil that it had soaked into, and she ate that too. Her sanity went below 10. And then she went back to her ship and set a heading and sat down and stopped being a person. I want to be honest about what I felt standing in that cabin. The knife was mine. The bait was mine. She would have landed on that island anyway, and the spiders would have killed her anyway, and I know that, and I have run it through 100 times. It doesn't help as much as you'd think. Aki found the footprints on the beach the next morning. Bare feet, human, going inland. And then, 400 meters along the trail, the same prints were the size of dinner plates, then bigger. We followed them for 2 kilometers into the interior, and we found it in a clearing, and it was 3 meters tall. It had been a person. It was not one anymore. It had a translucent belly you could see through, like a jellyfish, and inside it was everything it had eaten in the last hour, and one of those things was still moving. Tao Tie guessed. A human whose rationality fell below 10 and who was claimed by the abyss. It eats. It heals by eating. It cannot stop. It was crouched over the ground, pulling a giant spider apart and pushing it into itself with both hands. I shot half its face off. And it turned around, and while it was turning, it grabbed a handful of what was on the ground and ate it, and its face grew back. Then it spat at me. Acid. A stream of it, 4 meters, and Aki put an arrow through it in flight, and the arrow dissolved before it landed. It heals by eating, I said, backing up, so we take away the eating. How? And I looked down at the delicious chef's knife in my belt. I walked to the nearest tree, a big one, and I scratched the bark with the knife. 4 strokes. The Tao Tie guest stopped chasing me and ate the tree. Ate it. The whole trunk in about 9 seconds, shoving it in with both arms while its jaw came apart to make room. So then I threw the knife into it. Underhand, at 4 meters, straight into that transparent belly, where it stuck. And the most delicious thing in the world was now inside it. It ate its own left arm first, then the right. Then it went down on its knees because it had already eaten its feet, and it kept going. I stood there and watched for about 11 seconds, and then I shot it 7 times, which was not mercy, it was procedure. And I want to be clear about that because I have thought about it since, and I am not sure it was procedure. The knife came out acid-ruined, blade gone, handle intact. I kept the handle. Mei Li's entry, which the system gave me when it died, read as follows. Tao Tie guest, formed from a human whose rationality has fallen below 10 and who has been corrupted by the abyss. Note, below 10 sanity, you are no longer classified as a player. Below 10, you stop being human. Not metaphorically, mechanically. The system reclassifies you. I checked my own number that night, and it was 61, and I thought about the fact that on day 4 I had been at 24, and that Iron Arthur guarantees me 1 point. 1 point. The talent that had seemed like a participation trophy on day 1 was the only thing standing between me and a translucent belly. The spider harvest took 2 days. 20 adult spiders, 1 giant, and 327 units of spider hair, which is a material, and which turned out to be the most profitable thing I have ever touched. The gacha confirmed its rules for me properly that week. The first 2 pulls per monster type are where the value is. Everything after is filler. I had 72 junk pulls to prove it. Off the giant spider, I got 2 good things. An insect heart guard, armor, rare quality, chitin plate, reduces piercing damage significantly. Note, it was load-bearing for somebody. And a silk sack, tool, rare quality, produces spider silk on demand. Tensile strength exceeds steel, can be fired and retracted. A grappling line that comes out of my hand, essentially, and it turned out to be the single most fun object I have ever owned. And then the system taught me to knit. I'm serious. 327 units of spider hair, and when I selected it in the crafting menu, it offered me a pattern, and then it walked me through it, and I sat on my own deck for 6 hours with 2 carved needles and made a sweater. Flame spider wool sweater, armor, rare quality, extreme warmth rating, fire resistant, reduces piercing damage. Note, handmade. It shows. The nest was under a hill on the east side, and going in was worse than the beach. Firefly mushrooms on the walls, giving off a pale green light that made everything look like it was underwater. Silk in curtains. And hanging from the ceiling, at intervals, wrapped and dried, were people. Some of them still had their clothes on. Some of them had ship insignia. I counted 11 and stopped counting. 8 more giant spiders in the deeper chambers, all dead from the bait, and I took tissue from all of them. And in the third chamber, there was a queen. Flame spider queen. 4 meters, red and black, 6 eyes across the front of her, and on top of her body, growing out of it, the upper torso of a human being. She was lying still, legs curled, dead, apparently, from the poison, like everything else. I shot her legs off, all 8, one at a time, at 10-second intervals, from 6 meters, while she lay there being dead. Because I had been fooled by a corpse exactly once in this ocean, and I had made a promise about that. She did not react to the first 4. She did not react to the 5th. At the 6th, her human torso opened its eyes. We'll come back to her. Because past the queen was the egg chamber, and past the egg chamber was the statue. I want to describe the statue properly, because it is the thing that changed what I am. It was 3 meters of black stone in the middle of a domed chamber, and it was a girl. 6 arms, 4 legs, every limb a different one, taken from a different creature, none of them matching, arranged with terrible care. A human arm, a chitin arm, something with too many joints, something with feathers. And where her face should have been, there were eyes. Just eyes, dozens of them, packed edge to edge from her hairline to her jaw, all of them open and all of them looking at slightly different things. Mother of 10,000 limb spiders. She collects. She has always collected. Every limb that has ever walked, crawled, swum, or flown, she wants one. And the moment I stepped into that chamber, she offered me a job. Pre-oath quest. Choose one. Offer a third of your own flesh at the altar, sanity minus 100. Lure 10 fellow players to this island, sanity minus 100. Destroy the statue, sanity minus 100. 3 options, same price. That's not a choice, that's a personality test, and I have never been so grateful that the third one existed. I shot the statue. Artillery mode, at 4 meters, in a stone room. It cost me my hearing for 2 hours and 100 sanity, and the recoil put my shoulder out again, and the statue came apart into gravel. And then something happened to my left eye. It didn't hurt, that's the part nobody believes. It went cold, and then it went dark, and then it came back on with too much information in it. 3 eyes. Your left eye has been replaced. Thermal vision, optical magnification, precognitive motion tracking, allowing you to perceive the immediate future position of a moving object. Extraordinary path unlocked. Corruption. Depth, 4%. Note, an extraordinary path grows as your rationality falls. At 0 rationality, you become what you have been feeding. I stood in a rubble-filled chamber with 100 sanity gone and a monster's eye in my head and read that panel about 6 times. The gift is real. The gift is enormous. And the price is a percentage on a counter that only goes one direction, 4%. And then, behind me, something came through the tunnel at speed. The flame spider queen had been playing dead the entire time. Round 1 went badly. She came into that chamber on the ceiling, because a spider with legs shot off can still walk on the walls with what's left, and she hit me from above before I finished turning around. I drank the scarlet potion. That's Aki's red one. Attributes, temporary, all financial stats up 2 for 4 minutes, and I'd been carrying it for a week without a reason good enough to use it. Strength 6 became 8. I fired the silk sack at the ceiling and swung, and I want to say that the first time I ever used that thing was in a life-or-death fight in the dark against a 4-meter spider, and it worked perfectly, and it was the most fun I have ever had while dying. She had that human torso on her back. It had hands, and the hands worked, and it was throwing chunks of stone at me with real accuracy while she chased. So I swung in on a silk line and took its head off with the sea serpent's fang, and the flame element on the fang caught, and the torso burned on her back while she screamed. Then she caught the line and threw me into a wall. 52 health, 6 eyes. That was the whole problem. 6 eyes across the front of her, and a spider with 6 eyes has no blind side. So I made one. I took a chunk of stone the size of a football, wrapped it in spider silk from the sack, and swung it around my head. A meteor hammer. The oldest weapon on Earth, made out of a rock and a rope, in a stone room, against a monster. 5 of her 6 eyes went out in about 90 seconds. Then she went up onto the ceiling and stopped coming down, because she was not stupid, and because she could still see me with the one that was left. And a spider on a ceiling is a spider you cannot fight. So I put the gun away, and I walked out into the middle of the floor, and I stood there with my arms open. Come on, then. She came down like a dropped anvil, and I stood still, and I watched her with the eye that shows you where a moving thing is going to be, and at the last possible instant, I stepped inside the ark and put the sea serpent's fang up through the 6th eye and into whatever was behind it. We both went down. Her weight broke 3 of my ribs and my left arm in what the panel described as 3 places, and I lay under 4 meters of dead spider at 16 health with my talent on cooldown from the sharks and no way to move. And then the scarlet potion ended. And I went blind. Both eyes. Total, not damage. The panel was very clear about that, and it took me a while to find it comforting. Sensory overload. Your brain is unable to process the volume of information provided by 3 eyes without chemical support. Vision suspended pending recovery. Aki found me 2 hours later by following the silk. She got the spider off me. She set my arm, and she gave me the diagnosis in the dark on the floor of a nest in a completely level voice. Your left eye is not an eye. It's an organ from something else, and your brain is renting it. The potion gave you the processing capacity. Without it, you have too much input and not enough machine. Arthur, it come back? Probably. A pause. I would very much like to look at it. You are not looking at my eye. I've already looked at it, I mean from the inside. She made me an eye patch out of a beetle shell, because a blind eye that keeps transmitting is worse than a covered one, and it fit perfectly, and I have worn it every day since. That's where the name came from. It was already going around. Then I actually had the eye, and it stopped being a joke. They hauled me back aboard with the grappling hook because I could not climb, and I lay on my own deck in the dark and read the corruption interface with my remaining functional brain. Depth, 4%. Growth conditions, sustained low rationality, contact with the source, use of granted abilities. At 100%, transformation is complete and irreversible. At 0 rationality, transformation is immediate. The route to becoming a monster runs through my own sanity meter, the thing that has been sliding since day 1. I did not tell Aki about the extraordinary path. I want to be honest about why, because it was not caution. It was because I had watched her write, "I really want to see his brain structure" in a notebook, and because I had just been handed something inside my own skull that she would want to see more than anything else in the world, and because I was not sure, at that specific moment, that I would be able to say no to her. My sight came back 4 days later, all at once, in the middle of breakfast, and the 9th giant spider tissue finished the material requirement, and Nightmare Star went to Tier 3. Nightmare Star, Tier 3. Durability 4,500, capacity 6,000, speed 60 knots, hull armored in skeletal arms. Arthur o' the Wisps illuminate the ship at night. 2 ancient war rooms with flooded cannons. Forders will be seized. 4,500 durability, up from 900. And the hull was arms. Actual skeletal arms. Hundreds of them, grown out over the timbers like ivy, and they moved when you weren't looking at them. The first time somebody tried to come aboard uninvited, they found out what that meant. Also, I finally had cannons. 2 ancient war rooms. Flooded cannons, which means they are full of seawater, and always have been. I test-fired one on the first evening. It fired a live, long-legged sardine. It fired at about 400 meters, at considerable velocity, and the sardine landed in the sea and swam away, presumably to tell its family. I stood there in silence for a while. "What did it fire?" Aki called from the lab. "Don't worry about it." Then she came up on deck and looked at the sardine, and looked at me, and I watched her file it away in the notebook for later. She had a pitch ready too. She'd been building up to it for days. "I want to try something. Spider brain fluid, injected into the spinal column at the base of the neck. The mother's whole domain is limb acquisition. In theory, a subject with the right chemistry could graft an additional limb and retain motor control. No. It would be an extra arm, Li Ming. Think about the applications. No! I don't shout at her. I have shouted at her twice in this entire voyage, and that was the first. She stood there for a second with her jaw set. Then she took the flask outside and poured it over the side, and she did it in front of me on purpose so I'd see it, and she didn't speak to me until the following afternoon. The newspaper that week had a White Rose revolver listed for 120,000 coins, which was the highest price anything had ever fetched. 6 shots, silver, no reload penalty. And it had a report about an island of lava slugs that had explained why flint had suddenly appeared on the market in bulk. I bought flint. Everybody was buying flint. I bought more. We went back to the island one more time because the egg chamber had something in it I'd missed. The ants had taken the nest by then. Regular ants, ordinary size, in numbers that made the floor move, cleaning up what the spiders had left. Nature doing the paperwork. And in the egg chamber, Aki looked up. There's writing on the ceiling. I looked. There was nothing on the ceiling. There was rock. Then I lifted the eye patch. And the entire dome of that chamber was covered, edge to edge, in script. Only 3 eyes could resolve it. The letters were written in something outside the visible spectrum, and the spiders had been reading it for centuries. The Book of Limb Spiders. I read the whole thing. That took 4 hours, and it cost me 50 sanity, and then another 100, and about 2/3 of the way through my nose started bleeding and did not stop. And when Aki wiped it, she found tissue in it that she said was not from my nose. I learned 4 spells. Limb enhancement. Temporarily strengthens a limb far beyond its natural capacity. Costs sanity. The limb remembers. Limb restoration. Reattaches or regrows a severed limb using suitable donor material. Result may vary. Limb explosion. Detonates a limb you are touching. Any limb, including your own. And the 4th one, which I read once and have never used, and which I am not going to describe in detail, summons the mother of 10,000 limb spiders to this world at the cost of every limb the caster possesses. Extraordinary path, corruption. Depth, 11%. I came down off that ceiling, and Aki was waiting at the bottom with her hands behind her back, and I looked her in the face, and I lied. What was it? A record, I said, about an ugly, evil, disgusting spider. She looked at me for a long moment. That's all? That's all. That's the first time I ever lied to her outright, and she knew, and she let it go, and I have wondered ever since what that cost her. Then I made a fortune knitting. 3,695 units of spider hair from every spider on that island, and a system-taught pattern, and a man with nothing to do at night. Flame spider wool sweaters. Extreme warmth, fire-resistant, piercing reduction, handmade. The Arctic was coming, and nobody had cold weather gear that actually worked, and I had the only supply in the ocean of a rare quality garment. 4,000 coins each. Liu Hengfeng bought 16 of them for his officers without haggling, in that pleasant voice, and paid immediately, which told me a great deal about how much money the New World fleet had. His second, Wang Kong, sent me a private message afterward. 2 padded coats cost 400 coins total and give the same warmth rating. They don't have fire resistance or piercing reduction. We are sailing north, not into a fire. 16 sweaters is 64,000 coins. That's 4 months of food for the fleet. He was right. He was completely right, and he had run the numbers, and he had told his captain so in front of the officers. Liu Hengfeng agreed with him warmly, thanked him for his diligence, and bought 15 sweaters instead of 16. Wang Kong was the one who didn't get one. 76,800 coins total across all buyers. I was, at that point, one of the richest players alive, and I had made all of it with 2 sticks and a bag of hair. Meanwhile, Aki had stopped sleeping again. I found her at 3 in the morning in the atrium with a pencil, drawing lines on a sheet of paper. 9 of them, all converging on one point, drawn over and over. What is that? I don't know. How long have you been drawing it? Since yesterday. I saw it when I closed my eyes, and I can't stop. And then, while I was standing there, her hand moved on its own and completed the 9th line, and the paper curled up at the edges without any wind. Congratulations. Extraordinary path unlocked. Truth. Depth, 3%. Ability gained, curling touch. She sat back and looked at her own hands. Oh, she said. That's what it was. We had both walked a road into something in the same week, and neither of us had told the other, and now we were even and still not talking about it. The island sank 3 days later. Went down completely, temple and nest and beach, the way the first one had. The Sea of Origin was folding itself up behind us, and when it went under, the spider's kiss went with it. No nest, no leash. I went out on deck, and I stood there, and I breathed for a while, and then I put the ship north. The Tao Tea guest gave up one more thing, and it was the best consumable in my possession for a month. Aki had kept its stomach. In a jar. Alive. I want to underline that. She kept a piece of a monster alive in a jar in a laboratory on the ship where I slept, and she fed it. And when I asked her what she was feeding it, she said, things, and I let the subject drop. Out of that stomach came the appetizer potion, consumable, rare quality, induces the state well-fed and satisfied for 12 hours. Stamina recovery increased by 100%. 100%. The nightmare curse takes 75. That potion doesn't cancel it, it overshoots it. With one of those in me, I recovered faster on a cursed ghost ship than a healthy man in a bed. She made a concentrated orange version too, which she gave me one bottle of and would not explain, and which I hid in the greedy stomach and did not mention to anybody. Then we went shopping for the Arctic in earnest, and I spent almost everything. 200 loaves of black bread, 100 sausages, dried fruit at prices that made me want to lie down, 800 coins a gin for dried apples, because the farmer had a monopoly on anything that grew and he knew it. 800 a gin? For apples? Those who know, know. I bought them. Everybody bought them. That man is going to own the ocean. Flint in quantity, down jackets, cotton hats, long pile boots, 40 armor-piercing arrows for Aki, custom, at 15 coins apiece. And then I saw a listing that made no sense. Broken iron, 2.2 meters, unidentified metal, cannot be forged, cannot be cut, cannot be melted, requires 9 strength to lift, comes with a curse. 38,000 coins, firm, no returns, no questions. 9 strength. The strongest player anyone had confirmed was around 7. 9 was theoretical. I bought it. The seller blocked me within 10 seconds of the transfer completing, which is not a good sign in any market, anywhere. It came through the gacha teleport wrapped in about 9 layers of cloth, and the moment it landed on my deck, the temperature dropped and something started whispering. Broken iron, material, unidentified. A blade from somewhere else, broken and dulled. Cannot be worked by any known method. Requires 9 strength to wield. Note, it is afraid, and it makes everything near it afraid too. The curse is a fear aura. Anyone within a few meters starts losing sanity, steadily, and starts hearing something that is not there. I unwrapped it, felt my sanity start to slide, and stood there with my hands on my knees and let it happen. Because I have a mechanic that other people don't. Sanity below 50 puts me in frenzy. Frenzy is immunity to mental effects and +2 strength. A cursed sword that makes you afraid is a cursed sword that makes me stronger. I stood on my own deck and let a haunted piece of metal scream at me until my sanity dropped to 48, and then the fear went out of me like water, and I looked down at it and said, "Is that everything?" It stopped whispering. I would like to think I heard its feelings. Strength 6, +2 from frenzy, is 8. +2 more from the scarlet potion is 10. I could lift it. I did not lift it that day because I wanted to be somewhere useful when I did, but I knew. And the last thing I bought before we crossed the line was fire. Flint, tinder, oil, tar, and about 400 units of surplus timber, because everything I had read about the Arctic said cold, and everything I know about cold says the answer is always fire. The first campfire on my own deck was on a Tuesday, in a proper iron ring, with the flint and the tinder and a lot of swearing. And when I sat down next to it, the hull moved. 9 skeletal arms came out of the timbers around the fire pit and reached in toward the flame. I got up so fast I fell over. They weren't attacking, they were holding. One of them had picked up the fish I'd left on the deck and was holding it over the fire at exactly the right height, turning it slowly. The hull skills say boarders will be seized. Nobody mentioned that the arms answer need. Within a week, there were 9 of them permanently assigned to the fire pit, roasting whatever I put down. Within 2 weeks, Aki had 4 of them in the laboratory holding beakers and had built a hand-cranked centrifuge that one of them operated at a constant 600 revolutions per minute, all day, without complaint. "They're wonderful," she said. "They don't get tired, and they don't ask questions. They don't have heads." Yes, that's what I said. She was also, at that point, raising a tank of baby fire spiders in the laboratory. I found out by walking in. Aki. Yes? What is that? A tank. What's in the tank? She looked up from the microscope with total innocence. Doesn't the laboratory need more lab mice? I had started sorting my nightmares by category, which is not a healthy thing to do, and was extremely useful. Category 1. Replays. Things that already happened, shown back to me with the sound turned up. Annoying, cheap, no information. Category 2. Rehearsals. Things that had not happened yet, but plausibly could. The drowned man in my doorway was one of those, and it saved my life, so I pay attention to these. Category 3. The other kind. That week, I had a Category 3. I dreamed I was standing at my own wheel, and there was a weight on my left shoulder, and I turned my head and there was a woman's head growing out of it, attached, rooted in, skin continuous with mine. She had red eyes and she was looking at the horizon with great interest, and when I tried to speak, she said, without turning, "Don't, I'm working." I woke up with my hand on my own collarbone. I want you to remember that dream. It happened weeks before it was relevant. The cold arrived properly the next day. 4 degrees, then 2, then below. The sea went the color of an old coin. My breath started showing, and I caught something wonderful. Iron-crowned jellyfish. 2 meters across. The bell is a dome of a hard black metallic substance, and the entire thing came up onto my deck like a dropped kettle. Category: material/food. The bell, once cleaned, is a cooking pot with excellent heat retention. The tentacles, rendered, produce a numbing oil comparable to Sichuan peppercorn. I got a cooking pot out of the ocean. Understand what that meant to a man who had spent 19 days eating things raw. I had a fire pit with 9 skeletal sous chefs, and now I had a pot. That night I made soup. Actual soup out of a crab and some bread and a great deal of the numbing oil, and Aki and I sat next to a fire on the deck of a ghost ship in the Arctic and ate a hot meal, and neither of us said anything for about 20 minutes. She wrote it down afterward. I've read the entry. He made soup. His rationality rose 11 points overnight. I did not expect the effect size. The next morning, the chart showed an island, spindle-shaped, about 6 kilometers long, wooded, with a beach on the south side. And on the beach, at maximum magnification through the crystal ball, something was crawling. It was wearing a plaid shirt. It was moving on all 4s, and it was moving wrong. And the shirt was the detail that made my skin crawl. Because a plaid shirt means a player, and a player on all 4s means the player part is over. There were 2 of them. So I shelled the beach, not to clear it, to test it. I put 4 catapult pots into the sand from 800 meters and watched what happened. They didn't run. They came toward the noise, fast, at a dead sprint on all 4s, straight into the surf, and one of them made it about 40 meters into the water before it lost interest and turned back. Then I put a shell directly onto them. Half werewolf, a human infected with the wolf disease and caught partway through, transmitted by wounds. Note, it is not a curse, and it is not a spell. It is a disease, and it is doing exactly what a disease does. The name attached to one of them was Chai Zichen. That's the thing about this ocean that never stops being ugly. They keep the names. Aki came up with 2 masks she'd made out of cloth and worm oil. Airborne transmission is unlikely, but the fluids are a certainty. Wear this and don't get cut. You made 2. I made 4. 2 are spares. I am not optimistic. 3 more came out of the tree line within 20 minutes, drawn by the smell of the first 2. We took them from the ship, which was the correct way to do it, and Aki put an arrow through each one and then asked me, in the tone of a woman requesting a small favor, whether I could bring her the furriest one relatively intact. I brought her the furriest one relatively intact. And then I went ashore and immediately found something that changed the shape of the whole operation. Their gear was too good. Not the werewolves, the dead players scattered above the tide line. There were 7 of them, and their equipment was correct. Proper cold weather clothing, real weapons, matched packs, and one of them had a bottle of holy water on his belt. Holy water comes from exactly 1 ship in this ocean. I stood on that beach with a dead man's bottle in my hand and did the arithmetic. 14-person expedition. Newspaper page 3, 2 weeks ago. High-value objective, unspecified. Lin Ru, recruiting. Then I lifted my eye patch and turned around and looked at the water. And there was a ship anchored 400 meters off the point, 3-masted, white oak. A prayer room amidships with a statue in it, completely invisible, not camouflaged, not fogged, absent. Aki, standing next to me, was looking directly at it and seeing open ocean. The crystal ball showed nothing. The chart showed nothing. Only the eye. The goddess of radiance was anchored off that island with her boarding ramp down, and she had been there for 2 weeks, and nobody in the ocean had known, which meant her captain had not sailed away, which meant Lin Ru was still on the island. The den was a cave on the north slope, and I am going to be brief about it. 8 more players. That's the count. The wolves had used the cave for a long time, and there was very little left that a person would recognize, except one. One of them had not been killed by a wolf. The neck was a single clean cut straight through, made by something with an edge, and it had been done in one stroke by someone who knew how. There is a blade on that island, I thought, and it isn't ours. Then Aki pulled the bedding aside, which was mostly dried grass and shredded clothing, and underneath it was a hoard. Not a wolf hoard, an armory. A full suit of plate, 2 chainmail hauberks, one of them my size. A longsword, well made, no attributes but real steel. A flail. A wind-hunting bow with an actual enchantment on it. And 7 repeating crossbows, still loaded. The expedition's kit. All of it dragged into a cave and slept on. Why would they collect it? Aki said, running a hand along the plate. Wolves don't hoard steel. Something told them to. We took everything. It took 4 trips, and on the way back to the second trip, I found the battlefield. A clearing in the middle of the island, 200 meters across, where trees had been snapped rather than cut, and the ground was churned to mud, and there were arrow shafts everywhere. The players had won. That's what the clearing said. There were graves, 3 of them, dug properly, marked with names on planks, which somebody had taken the time to carve. And all 3 graves were open, dug up from the outside, recently. Near the tree line, I found a finger, gray fur, a severed werewolf finger the size of a carrot at the edge of the clearing, 12 meters from where the fight had ended. So the big one had lost a finger and left. The big one had survived, and the graves were open, and the equipment was in a cave. Then we followed the tracks east, and the smell hit us from 100 meters out, and I want to be honest, it was the worst thing on that island. The clearing at the end of the trail had been used, over a long period, for something, and I gave it one look and turned around and said no, and we went around it. Past that were footprints, human, sneakers, going east, at a run, with a stagger in the stride. They led to a shipwreck, an old one, not a player ship, a 150-foot wooden vessel, high-sterned, driven up onto the rocks on the eastern shore and rotted into the ground, with a sunburst carved into what was left of the bow. And on the sand in front of it, thrown down, was a casket, ornate, white stone with silver at the corners, 1/2 meter long, and on the lid, carved in a plain, businesslike hand, 13. It was open. It was empty. I picked it up, and it weighed almost nothing, and I decided I wanted it, so I tried to put it in the greedy stomach. And the greedy stomach, an item whose entire personality is that it will eat literally anything and must be fed constantly or it will start digesting its own contents, refused. It shut. It physically shut on me. I have never seen it do that before or since. I stood there, holding a small white box that a monster's belly was afraid of. And then something came out of the trees behind me at 40 kilometers an hour. It had been a gray werewolf, 3 meters, missing 1 finger. It was not alive. I want to be specific about that because it matters enormously. The thing that came at me had been dead for at least a week. Its eyes were dry. Its jaw did not close properly, and it moved with a horrible, smooth economy that a living animal doesn't have because a living animal is careful with its own body. I threw the hand axe. It bounced off. Actually bounced off the shoulder and went spinning into the sand. Then I had about 1.5 seconds, so I used the sea serpent's fang and triggered the fire element. A burst of flame went up its front and it did not care at all, and it hit me. The shield I'd taken from the cavern shattered, genuinely came apart in my hand, and the follow-through took my left forearm, and the only reason I still have a left forearm is that I was wearing a dead knight's chainmail under a spider wool sweater. I went down on my back with 3 meters of dead wolf on top of me, and I got the longsword up between us and put it through the eye and out the back of the skull, and it took a further 11 seconds to stop, and when it stopped, I lay there under it and looked at its jaw. There was a silver ball embedded in the bone, perfectly round, flattened on one side. A bullet. Silver, 6 shots, no reload penalty. The white rose. The revolver that had sold in the newspaper for 120,000 coins. Lin Ru had it. Lin Ru had shot this thing in the head, and it had died, and then something had made it get up again. Zombie transformation, the system entry said. Note, this creature did not reanimate on its own. Somewhere nearby is the caster. Somewhere nearby is the caster. I looked at the wreck. Inside, the radiant holy church had left a great deal behind. It was a night ship. That was clear immediately from the sunburst on everything, and from the armory, which was intact and which contained more good steel than I had seen in one place in my life. There were 5 glass jars in a rack in what had been the surgeon's cabin, sealed, filled with clear fluid. Each one had a head in it, preserved, peaceful, honestly, eyes closed. They looked like exhibits. There was another room I opened and closed again inside 2 seconds, and all I will say about it is that whatever the radiant holy church had been doing in there, it had been doing it to bodies, and it had been doing it for a purpose. And Aki wanted to go in, and I did not let her. And in the captain's cabin there was a journal. I read all of it. It took an hour, and it was the single most useful hour of the entire expedition. The short version. The ship was a prison transport. They had captured a witch, that's the word the journal uses, over and over, capitalized, somewhere far to the north, and they were bringing her south to be dealt with. She was in casket 13. There were, the journal notes in passing, at least 14 caskets aboard. 4 days out, a waterspout took the ship onto this island. Then the wolf disease started. One of the surviving knights had been bitten by something during the wreck, and within a week half the crew had fur. The knight commander, a man named Arthur, took the launch and 11 men and sailed south for help. That was 200 years ago. The last 20 pages are one knight, alone, writing every day, guarding the caskets. He describes what the wolf disease does to a person from the inside, day by day, with the calm of a man taking notes on a stranger. His handwriting stays neat for 11 pages, and then stops being neat. The last entry is 4 words. Commander, please come back. I closed the journal, and a woman's voice behind me said, "Oh, he's not coming. I ate him in the spring." She was a head. That's the whole of her. A woman's head, severed cleanly at the base of the neck, beautiful in a way that made my chest hurt, with dark hair that moved as though it were underwater, and out of the stump grew 9 tentacles, each about 2 meters long, each ending in a curved black scythe, and she was standing on 5 of them the way a person stands on their feet. Yvette, brain-devouring demon. She dodged my first shot. Not the bullet, the barrel. She watched where the gun was pointing and moved before I fired, and she did it 3 times in a row, and I want you to understand how demoralizing that is. My entire combat identity was built on a weapon that reloads in 10 seconds. She made it a weapon that reloads in 10 seconds and misses, so I stopped aiming. Artillery mode, cone. You cannot dodge a cone. The shot brought a third of the wreck down on both of us and took her 3 tentacles off, and it also broke my collarbone from the recoil and buried me to the waist in ship. And while I was digging myself out, she landed on my left shoulder. 5 sides went into my back on either side of my spine, and everything below my neck stopped being mine. That's what she does. That's the whole demon. She doesn't eat your brain first. She takes the body and drives it home and eats at her leisure. I felt my own right hand let go of the gun. I felt my own legs stand up. I want to describe what that is like because it is the worst thing that has ever happened to me, and I have been shot, bitten, poisoned, blinded, and paralyzed. Those are all things that happen to you. This was a thing that happened instead of you. I had one thing left, my neck, so I used it. I threw my own head backward as hard as I could and hit hers with the back of my skull. 2 of the sides came loose. And then, with the only limb I still owned, I got my legs back for about 4 steps, and I used those 4 steps to run at full speed into a tree. Not to hit the tree, to hit her against the tree. I turned at the last instant and put the back of my own head, with her attached to it, into a trunk 60 centimeters thick. The impact broke 3 things in my neck and shattered the back of her skull. She screamed, and it was the first time she'd made a sound that wasn't pleasant. "You'd rather be a cripple?" she said in my ear, in a beautiful voice with something wet in it. "You'd rather be a cripple than be strong?" "I was a cripple for 5 years," I said. "It's fine. I have hobbies." And then I ran into the tree again. By the end of it, I had one working limb, which was my right leg. She had my arms. She had my left leg. She had the use of most of my spine, and she was tearing me apart from inside my own body to punish me for the tree. And she was doing it slowly because she had time, and I had 1 card left, and I want to be honest that when I played it, I was not thinking clearly. Limb restoration. The spell reattaches or regrows a severed limb using suitable donor material. She was, technically, a severed limb. I cast it on her. And the mother of 10,000 limb spiders, who collects, and who does not care whose body a limb ends up on, reached out through 11% of me and stitched Yvette's head to my shoulder permanently. Skin to skin, bone to bone, nerves to nerves, she could not detach. She screamed properly then, and the tentacles, which had been hers, became a thing we both had partial claim to, because they were now growing out of a shoulder that belonged to both of us, and we spent the next 90 seconds fighting over the use of 5 scythe-tipped limbs like 2 people fighting over a steering wheel. I lost that too. She was better at it. She'd had 100 years of practice, and I'd had 90 seconds. So I started casting the 4th spell, the one I read once, the one that costs every limb the caster possesses and opens a door. I got 4 words into it, and she broke. Stop! Stop! What are you doing? Finishing. That's not a threat. That thing will eat both of us. It will eat this island. Yes. You're insane! I'm at 31 sanity, I said, and I'd like you to consider what that means. She let go of my body. All at once, everywhere. And then we talked for about 40 minutes, head to head, on the sand, sharing a shoulder. Nerve to nerve means thoughts go across. That's how she found out I'd meant it. It also means I could hear her, which is how I learned a great deal, and how I learned the single most useful skill of my entire life. You can hide a thought by not having it. You cannot suppress a thought. Trying to suppress it broadcasts it in neon, but you can simply keep your attention on something else, continuously, like holding a door shut with your shoulder, and the thing you're not thinking about stays quiet. I practiced on the multiplication tables. She talked about herself because she had not spoken to anyone in a century. She had been a person. She'd said as much, and I believe it. She talked about a blind man named Hank, who had been her friend, and whose eye she had replaced with an eye taken from a cyclops. She was proud of that. She'd got it working. He could see, she said, and he could see very far. And then sometime later, he could see things that weren't there. And then sometime after that, she had to stop visiting him. She talked about the sacred slash, which is what the Radiant Holy Church uses on things like her. It beheads without killing. That's the point. The head lives and can be transported and can be filed. 14 caskets, at least, numbered. Hers was 13. I asked what was in the others. Colleagues, she said. And then she said something that reordered my priorities. I have eaten 4 brains. When I eat the 5th, I stop being able to have this conversation. There is a threshold. I've watched it happen to others. Number 5 is where the person goes out and the appetite stays. How close are you? I have been on this island for 200 years with a supply of knights and then a supply of players, and I have eaten 4. Do you understand what that has cost me? I did, actually. Then she gave me a stone. It came out from under her hair, which is a sentence I still can't say comfortably. A smooth gray pebble, warm, with a single line cut across it. The stone of truth. Relic, legendary, sealed. Note, it will open for the one it was meant for, and for no one else. There's a witch on your ship, she said. I felt her when you came ashore. Red eyes, isn't it? The knowledge kind. How did you... Everyone I've ever met has been the knowledge kind. It's a very small profession. She was quiet for a second. Give it to her. Or don't. But I'd rather it went to someone who wanted it than sat in a box in the sea for another 200 years. Then she asked me to open a bottle. There was wine in the captain's cabin. 200 years old, sealed, still good. She talked me through finding it and opening it and pouring 2 glasses, and I held one up to her mouth and drank the other, and we sat on the sand in front of a wreck at the end of the world and had a drink together. And then she asked me to kill her. Before the 5th one, please, while I can still ask. All right. Don't tell me when. I wasn't going to. I drank the rest of my glass. I kept my mind entirely on the multiplication tables. 7 8s, 7 9s. And I killed her in the middle of a sentence, while she was telling me about a garden she'd had, and she never had a single second to be afraid. Then I had to cut a head off my own shoulder. I did it with the sea serpent's fang, with no mirror, by feel, and I would rather do the whole werewolf fight again than do that a second time. Sanity, 32. I sat down against the wreck and put my head back and closed my eyes, and a voice came out of the rubble behind me. Is she dead? It was very hoarse. It had been down there a while. Yes, I said. Oh, thank the goddess, said Linru. 2 weeks under a collapsed hull. She'd had water from a broken cask and nothing else. Her story came out in pieces while I dug. It started in her prayer room. She'd woken at 3 in the morning to find a burning spirit standing in front of her statue, and it had given her a pre-oath quest: retrieve the contents of casket 13 from the island and be rewarded. She'd hired 13 players and paid them up front. They landed. They found the wolves. They fought a proper battle in the clearing and won, and it cost 3 lives, and they buried those 3 properly, with names on planks. And then somebody opened the casket. She doesn't know who. She was on the beach. And she came out, Lin Ru said, and she was polite. She thanked us. And then she started. 8 left, then 5, then 2, then her, under a hull, in the dark, with a revolver and 4 bullets, for 2 weeks. I got the last beam clear and reached down, and she pointed the white rose directly at my head. Don't move. I'm the one digging. Prove your eyes blind. The eye patch. She'd noticed it and drawn the obvious conclusion, and she was checking whether I was a man or a thing wearing one. I lifted the patch. I have been told since that 3 eyes at close range in the dark is not a comforting thing to look at. She lowered the gun about 1/3 of the way. That's worse. I know. You're the scrubber. People keep saying that. And then, before she would let me pull her out, that woman negotiated. 2 weeks under a hull, dehydrated, with a crushed ankle and a bar of dead wood across her legs, and her first complete sentence was about spoils. The casket and the demon's corpse are mine. I have a quest on them. They're on the beach where I left them, and you can't walk. Then we discussed terms. I have never respected anybody more in my life. Terms. The casket and Yvette's remains went to her. In exchange, I got 20,000 coins and the Twilight Veil. Twilight Veil. Ship equipment. Legendary. Renders the hull invisible to sight, instruments, and charts while stationary. Does not conceal wake, sound, or fired ordnance. That's the thing that had been hiding the Goddess of Radiance in plain sight for 2 weeks. She traded it away because she was getting off that island, and she knew a fair price when she was under one. Then I looked at her ankle. It was 2 weeks gone. It was black. It was not going to be an ankle again. It has to come off. I know. Now, here. I know that too. Do it fast, and don't apologize afterward. I find it irritating. So I did it fast with a burning fang, and I did not apologize, and she made almost no noise at all. And then I fixed it, because there were 7 dead men on that beach, and one of them had a right foot that was more or less intact. I picked it up. 2 weeks in the cold, gray-green, and there was a small dark spot on the instep that I initially took for a bruise. Limb restoration. Suitable donor material. Result may vary. It took, and it knitted, and she had a foot again in about 9 seconds, and we both looked down at it. It was gray-green. The toes did not match hers, and the dark spot on the instep opened and turned out to be an eye, which looked around the beach with what I can only describe as curiosity. I braced for the screaming. Lin Ru stared at it for 4 full seconds. Then she wiggled the toes, and she started to laugh, and she said, "It works! Do you have any idea what these people charge for a prosthetic?" And she stood up on it. I did not tell her that the eye had blinked at me. Aki arrived approximately 90 seconds later and found me holding another woman's wrist. I want to defend myself here because the defense is genuine. I was taking a pulse. I was taking a pulse because during the amputation, Lin Ru's pulse had stopped for about 4 seconds and then started again, and nobody had said anything about it, and I was not going to let it go. Aki's expression, arriving on that beach, went through several stages and settled somewhere flat. I see. It's not, you're taking a pulse. Yes. Whose? Hers. Why? Because it stopped for 4 seconds and came back, and her whole face changed, and she pushed past me to get a look, which is when I remembered exactly who I live with. Lin Ru got herself back aboard the Goddess of Radiance that evening, under her own power, on a gray-green foot, and the first thing she did was go into her prayer room. The statue in there is a goddess in white marble with her arms broken off at the elbows. Ancient damage, long before Lin Ru, part of the ship as delivered. She knelt down in front of it and laid out 5 things she had brought back from the island in jars, and I don't know what she said because the door was shut, and when she came out she wiped her neck. There was a seam there, fine, horizontal, halfway up. It had not been there 2 weeks ago. She wiped away something purple and looked at it on her fingers, and then she looked at the panel in her navigation log, which read as follows. Lin Ru, extraordinary path, brain-devouring demon. Depth, 2%. She closed the log and did not tell anyone, and I only know because I was watching her through a crystal ball from 400 meters away with an eye that magnifies. Everybody on this ocean is becoming something. That's the thing I understood that night. Not some of us. Everybody who survives long enough. The system charges for survival insanity, and there is always something at the bottom of the meter waiting to be helpful. I nearly threw the stone of truth into the sea that night. Stood at the rail with it in my hand for a long time. I didn't, in the end, and the reason was not sentiment. The reason was that the sea already had one Yvette in it for 200 years, and had produced her back with interest, and I did not trust it with anything anymore. I put the stone in the greedy stomach. The greedy stomach took it, which I noted. We installed the Twilight Veil that week, and it was worth every coin, because for the rest of the voyage I could park my ship anywhere and simply not be there. And the snow started. Fine at first, then not fine. The gacha on the gray werewolf skull gave me 2 pulls, and the second one was the most important object I have ever owned. Life fireplace, ship equipment, rare quality. A hearth that burns living things, heats the 2 adjacent rooms indefinitely. While lit, emits the light of life. All attribute experience gain increased by 25%. Note, it does not accept wood. I read that note about 4 times. Then I went to find something to put in it. I'd like to say I agonized. I did not. There was a tank of baby fire spiders in my laboratory that a woman had been raising in secret as lab mice, and I took one. It went in. It came straight back out, on fire, and made it 4 meters across the floor before Aki caught it with a beaker. Yang Yi. It's a fireplace. That was number 6. They have numbers? We got the fire lit on the second attempt with something I fished out of the sea and did not look at closely. And then the ship was warm, both rooms, permanently, in the Arctic, and the light of life meant every hour I spent doing anything made me better at it 25% faster. It is the best piece of equipment in this story. It is a fireplace that hates wood. Polar winter came in properly at -4, then -12, then worse. Knee-deep snow on my own deck every morning, which turned out to be a resource because snow is fresh water and I had 18 skeletal arms who were delighted to shovel it into the hold. That solved water permanently. In the coldest, most hostile sea in the game, I had an infinite supply of the thing that had nearly killed me in week 1. I sold the Radiant Holy Church armory. Full plate, chainmail, a long sword with real steel, a flail, an enchanted bow, 7 repeating crossbows, plus the night ship stores. 46,200 coins. And with a slice of it, I bought Aki a steel round shield, unenchanted, ordinary quality, 400 coins, because she had started standing in front of things and I had noticed. She looked at it for a while. This is very heavy. Yes. I can't shoot a bow while holding this. Yes. You bought it so I'd stand behind it. Yes. She carried it everywhere after that. She also, within a week, had drilled a hole in the rim and mounted a lamp bracket on it, because of course she did. And then, because I am incapable of learning, I caught a seal. It came up on the line and flopped onto my deck, and it was the single most adorable thing I have seen in my life. Enormous wet eyes, whiskers. It made a small sound and looked directly at me. Aki stopped what she was doing. "Oh," she said, "don't. Look at it." I am looking at it. That's the problem. Because in 19 days at sea, my angler's curse had produced sardines with human legs, blinking eyeballs, a preaching octopus, a mimic clam, and a jellyfish made of iron. It had never once produced something cute. I shot it. It detonated. 200 durability off a 4,500 durability hull, a hole in my deck, and Aki face down behind the fire pit yelling something uncharitable. "I told you! You didn't say anything! I said don't! That's not information!" Adorable explosive seal. Deep sea species. Its appearance is its entire hunting strategy. Note, it works on almost everybody. Almost everybody. That same week, the newspaper made me an offer. They wanted a permanent VIP source. Exclusive monster intel, first refusal, standing rate, with a code name instead of a byline. I took Cyclops because it was already mine whether I liked it or not. The first thing I sold them was the werewolf disease write-up, and it made page 1. And the first thing I bought from them was a piece of intel that has kept me awake since. Somewhere in this ocean, something is hunting for what the report called ever-growing flesh. It buys it. It pays enormous prices. It has agents. The report used the word vampire in quotes because the source wasn't sure, and neither was the paper. I bought 10 willow leaf throwing darts that week on the theory that a man who only has one gun eventually meets something that requires two. And then, on a black afternoon with the light already gone, icebergs came into my bow. Not a collision, a drift. 3 of them, then 8, then more, closing in around Nightmare Star from every direction at a speed that ice does not move. I put the ship astern, and every iceberg in that field changed course to match. They were not icebergs. They were nests. The first one opened when it touched the hull, and what came out was white and about a meter thick and had a mouth like a lamprey, which is to say a ring of hooks all the way around with more hooks inside it. It sucked onto the bobbit worm head on my bow and held. Then another one took the hull, then 6 more, and Nightmare Star, 60 knots, 4,500 durability, stopped dead in the water, because 30 of those things had latched onto her and were holding her in place while the rest arrived. I triggered the worm jaws. 10 meters of steel-cutting scissors took a dozen of them in half, which accomplished nothing at all because the halves kept working. Then they came over the rail. I got 4 with the fang and 2 with the sword, and then there were 9 of them on my deck at once, and I did the only thing available, which was artillery mode, at point blank into the middle of the deck. The cone took out my own rail, 6 meters of decking, and every worm forward of the mast. The recoil put me on my back, and I rolled twice and got through my cabin door and slammed it and lay against it with my heart going. Then I noticed I was not alone. There was a worm head attached to my backside. It had latched on during the roll and was still working away, and it had not got through because I was wearing a dead knight's chainmail. I would like to thank the Radiant Holy Church. Aki's autopsy that night reframed the entire fight. "They're not animals," she said. "Look at the proximal end. There's no organ structure. These are feeding tentacles." Of what? Of the iceberg, or of whatever is inside the iceberg. There's one animal out there with several thousand of these, and we have been fighting its fingers. Then she held up a beaker of fluid from inside one. Also, this burns. She demonstrated by putting a lit match to it and setting a small fire on a table in a laboratory on a wooden ship. And I let it happen because at that point I had learned to pick my battles. Flammable. In a world where I had a fireplace that burns living things, a fire element on my fang, and 400 units of surplus timber. I went out on deck and unwrapped the broken iron. 2.2 meters of dull, notched, unidentifiable metal, and the moment the last layer came off, the whispering started and my sanity began to fall. I stood there and let it. 61, 55, 50, 48, and the fear went out of me like somebody had pulled a plug, and the world got very clean and very simple. Frenzy. Strength plus 2. 6 became 8. Then I drank the scarlet potion. 8 became 10. And I reached down and picked up a sword that no player in this ocean had been able to lift. The first thing I did with it was take the roof off my own cabin. Backswing. Straight through. 4 meters of roofing came off and went into the sea, and I stood there in the falling snow looking at my own bed. "Outside," Aki said from a safe distance. "Outside, please." But I couldn't get outside because the corridor was full of worms and the door was blocked. So I cut a new door. Through my own cabin wall, one stroke, and I walked out through a hole in my own ship onto a deck covered in white tentacles. And then I found out what a 2.2 meter blade at 10 strength actually does. 12 of them. One swing. Not cut. Removed. The blade went through 12-meter thick bodies as though I'd swung it through a curtain, and the sound was awful, and I did not care, because for the first time in 19 days, I was not the physically weakest thing in the fight. I cleared the deck in 90 seconds. Then I looked at the icebergs, and there were 31 of them holding my ship, and I decided to go and see them. The worms were latched to my hull in a continuous line, from the deck down to the waterline and out across the water to the nests. Which is a bridge, if you don't think about it too hard. I went down them. Hand over hand and then just running, along the backs of a dozen living tentacles, out over open Arctic water in the dark, with a greatsword in one hand. Then onto an iceberg, and I want to tell you what a 2-meter blade does to a nest with 50 feeding tentacles growing out of it. 3 minutes, 7 icebergs, shaved smooth. I was wading in water at -30 for part of it because the nests sit low and the top of one is not a floor, it's a slope. And on the 5th one, something got through the chainmail. A worm came up behind me from underwater and took a strip off my back from the shoulder blade down to the hip, and the male slowed it but did not stop it, and the cold got into the wound instantly, and that was almost worse. I killed it. Then I stood on an iceberg in the dark, bleeding into freezing water, and I looked back at my ship, and my ship was 400 meters away, and there was a light on the bow. Aki had come out onto the deck with a torch because I had gone out of sight, and she was holding it up over her head so I could find my way back. Which is when a worm spat seawater across the deck and put it out. They can do that. Nobody knew. They can take in water and spit it in a jet, and they had worked out in one evening that the fire was the problem. Her torch went out. The deck went dark, and I heard, across 400 meters of black water, the sound of a lot of things moving at once. I started swimming. I was 200 meters out when she used curling touch. I have asked her to describe it several times, and she has never given me the same answer twice. What I saw was this. Every tentacle on that deck, 40 or so, suddenly bending in a direction that had nothing to do with what they were doing, all of them curving toward a single point, and then nodding. Into each other. Into one mass, tied like wet rope, in about 2 seconds. Then the light on the deck went out entirely, and I heard her fall. Depth 3%. She had used a 3% path to knot 40 animals at once, and it took everything she had, all at once. I got aboard about 90 seconds later, over the rail, at -30, with a strip off my back, and she was face down in the snow on her own deck, not moving, with her hands still open. I carried her to the fireplace. And then I went back out and fought for 6 more hours, alone, until dawn. 31 nests. I used the cannons for the ones that stayed off, and the flooded cannons of Nightmare Star fire seawater at enormous pressure, which is a joke of a weapon in most contexts, and which against something living in ice at -30 is a siege engine. Water hits, water freezes, nest cracks. They died at dawn. All of them. I sat down on my ruined deck with my back against the fire pit and did not stand up for 2 hours. The gacha gave me 3 things. A pale worm hand cannon, ordinary quality, which fires once and is a very loud club afterward. The pale worm fishing rod, tool, rare quality, guarantees the first catch of each day. Note, guarantees a catch, not a good one. And the worm ring, storage, rare quality, 1 cubic meter, worn on the finger. It is a live pale worm, about 6 centimeters long, curled into a ring shape, and it is warm, and it moves slightly when you put things in it, and it has to be worn against the skin. I have worn it every day since. Aki asked to study it 4 times in the first week. I said no 4 times. She asked a 5th time while I was asleep, which I know because I woke up with my hand in a small dish of oil. Then Aki caught a cold. I want to be clear about the scale of this. A woman who had eaten siren slime off a cave floor, drunk her own experimental compounds, handled a 200-year-old demon's remains barehanded, and spent a night knotting 40 living tentacles with her mind, was taken out by a common cold. Runny nose, watery eyes, sitting in the atrium in 3 sweaters looking furious about it. I offered her holy water. It cures everything, and I had 4 bottles. She took the bottle, uncapped it, put it in her mouth, and then spat it into a specimen jar. What are you doing? I want to see what it does to the cold virus outside a host, she said, in a completely blocked voice, sealing the jar. This is a rare opportunity. You're the host. Yes, and I'm not going anywhere, so the sample is stable. So I cooked instead. I had a pot, a fire, 9 skeletal assistants, black bread, fresh water from the snow, and a numbing pepper oil rendered from a jellyfish. I made porridge. It was terrible. I want to be honest about that, because everything else in this story I've told you straight, and I'm not going to start lying about the porridge. The bread didn't break down. The oil made it go completely numb on the way down, and there was a texture problem I have never been able to explain. She ate all of it. Then she asked for more, and I said there wasn't any more because I'd only made the 1 pot, and she said, good, in a tone that meant something else entirely, and went back to her jar. Her cold lasted 2 days. She wrote 4 pages about it. I sold the pale worm intel to the newspaper for 8,000 coins. The nest structure, the fluid, the fact that they're tentacles and not animals, the seawater spit, and the note that they can be fought with cold weather cannon fire. That intel saved a lot of ships. I know because the paper ran a follow-up 2 weeks later thanking Cyclops and listing 9 captains who'd used it, and the fluid turned out to be the second best thing in the Arctic after fire because it is oil. 820 liters of it, rendered down over 4 days in an iron pot on a deck at -20. Worm oil burns forever. It doesn't freeze, and applied to skin, it cures frostbite in about 90 seconds, which is a property I discovered by accident and then use almost daily for the next month. Then Aki handed me a paper packet, small, folded, gray powder inside. What is it? Powdered mad wolf virus, concentrated from the half-werewolves. I did not take it. Why would I want that? Because there may be a situation where being a werewolf is better than being a man. She said it exactly like that, flat, like reading a label. The delivery method matters. Light it and wait 5 seconds and then swallow it. 5 seconds. The burn destroys the infectious agent and leaves the transformation trigger. And under 5 seconds? Under 5 seconds you become a werewolf permanently and there is no cure and I will have to kill you. I took the packet. I want to explain why, because on the face of it, a rational man throws that into the sea. Because she'd made it. Because she'd told me the failure mode up front instead of hiding it, which was new, and which I understood to be a kind of apology for the potion with the side effect. And because I had learned by then that the difference between an item and a weapon is whether you were holding it before you needed it, I put it in the worm ring next to my skin where it would stay dry. That was 3 weeks before the glacier. Somewhere in there, the burning started. Every night. I'd close my eyes and I would be on fire, standing up, walking around, entirely on fire and completely calm about it, and there would be other people on fire too, and they were dancing. I woke up every morning with my chest tight and my hands aching from gripping. 4 nights of that, then 5. Energy recovery on a cursed ship with nightmares is bad enough. Energy recovery on a cursed ship with nightmares when you're afraid to sleep is a countdown. On the 6th night, my door opened at about 2 in the morning. I had a gun in my hand before it was halfway open, which tells you where I was at. Aki came in with a bottle. Drink this. What's in it? Holy water, siren pituitary and trace, and something I'm not going to tell you about because you'll be difficult. Aki. You have slept 11 hours in 6 days, she said. You are going to make a mistake, and I am going to have to sail this ship alone. Drink it. Sleeping potion. Consumable, rare quality. Induces dreamless sleep for up to 24 hours. Full energy recovery regardless of environmental penalties. Note, dreamless, dreamless. I want to try to explain what that word meant to me on day 26. I had not had a night without a nightmare since I woke up in this world. Not one. The ship's first curse is that sleeping on it causes nightmares. It's in the hull description. It is a permanent, unremovable property of the only home I have. And a woman I had put a gun to had spent her laboratory time building a solution to it. I slept for 24 hours. I woke up on the floor of my cabin at 100% energy, and for a minute I could not work out what was wrong. And then I realized that what was wrong was that nothing was wrong. She was sitting outside the door with her back to the wall and the shield across her knees. Anything happen? 2 icebergs. I shot them. You shot 2 icebergs. With what? The cannons. It was extremely satisfying, and I would like to do it again. And then the white fog came, and everything got worse. It arrived on the morning we crossed into polar day, which meant the sun stopped setting, which meant the horizon was a permanent gray smear that never got dark and never got light. -25, and a white fog so thick that from the wheel I could not see my own bow. Astrology, disabled. Spying, disabled. That was the moment I understood the fog was not weather. It shut down a hull skill. Weather does not shut down hull skills. Visibility, 4 meters, on a 30-meter ship. I could not see the ends of my own vessel. I was sailing a boat I could only experience one section at a time. So I lifted the eye patch. And 3 eyes showed me clear, open ocean to the horizon. No fog. None. The thermal channel showed nothing in the air. The optical channel showed a flat gray sea and a sky with a smear of sun in it and 40 nautical miles of visibility. I put the patch back down, and there was a wall of white 4 meters from my face. Aki. Yes? The fog isn't there. She got a bottle. Of course she did. She went out on the deck with an open specimen jar, filled it with fog, capped it, and brought it inside. Inside, next to the life fireplace, the fog in the jar vanished within about 11 seconds. She took it back out onto the freezing deck, and it came back. "It's not a suspension," she said, turning the jar. "It's not particulate. There's no residue on the glass. It responds to temperature, not to airflow or humidity, and your eye doesn't register it because your eye is not from here." "So what is it?" "It's a spell," she said. "Somebody is casting this over an entire ocean." And that reframed everything, because a natural fog is a hazard and a cast fog is a fence. Something was keeping this sea private. The market caught up within a day. Fire became visibility, and visibility became survival, and timber went from a construction material to a currency. I had 400 surplus units and 800 liters of worm oil. I did not sell any of it, and I have never regretted a decision more, because I needed every single unit later. 2 weeks in that fog. I want to give it more than a sentence, because 2 weeks is a long time, and because of what it did to people. Nothing happened. That's the horror of it. Nothing happened for 2 weeks. Gray light that never changed. 4 meters of visibility, minus 25. The sound of your own hull and nothing else. A lifeless voyage. Your sanity decreases by 3. That message came up every few days, and it was the only thing that changed. The World Channel got quiet, and then it got strange. Has anyone else stopped being able to remember what green looks like? Day 9. I've started talking to my ship. That's fine. I named mine. I named mine on day 2. It's day 31 now, and it started answering. And somewhere in that, a player sent Aki a private trade offer. I only found out because she came and asked me, formally, to restore her trading rights. For what? She showed me the listing. Collector's Pact. Relic, unknown quality, sealed offer. In exchange for 1 item of equivalent significance, the seller offers membership. And an image attachment. A dried human head, shrunken, mouth sewn, smiling. No, you haven't heard the muck? Aki, it's a smiling dried head, and the word pact. The word pact is the interesting part. That's why it's a no. Her trading rights stayed locked, and she did not speak to me for a day and a half, and I would do it again. The newspaper that week ran 2 reports that I clipped and kept. First, several captains had reported a fine electric hissing sound in the fog, from no direction, always at the edge of hearing. Second, 3 ships had reported the sea freezing solid around them. Not ice forming, freezing, in minutes. 1 of them got out. 2 of them stopped filing reports. And then, on day 12 of the fog, something went past us. I heard it before I saw it, a big hull moving fast, and then the fog to starboard lit up orange. A ship came out of the white doing 40 knots, and it was on fire. Not damaged, on fire, as a state of being, the entire superstructure burning steadily, and it was not sinking and not slowing. And there was a man standing on the deck in the middle of it. He had no clothes on. He was standing next to a cauldron over the flames, and he was ladling boiling water over his own head, 1 ladle at a time, and laughing. He went past at 400 meters, and the fog took him again in about 6 seconds. I stood at my rail with my mouth open. Aki, beside me, said, "Do you think he's become heat resistant, or do you think he simply can't feel it anymore?" Aki. It's a real question. Those are different mechanisms with completely different implications. That man's mind is gone. Yes, obviously, she said, but is his skin? 2 days after that, I caught something on the pale worm rod that made me put my rod down for the rest of the day. It came up looking like a fish, a perfectly ordinary fish, a foot long, black lines along the flank. Except it was a skeleton. There was no flesh on it at all. It was a fish skeleton, swimming, and it had come up on the line fighting like a live one. I killed it and opened it, and inside the skull cavity there was a fat white worm about 4 centimeters long with hair growing out of its back, and the hairs went out through the skeleton's eye sockets and down along the bones. Black-lined, corpse-manipulating worm. Deep-sea species. Occupies the remains of another creature and operates it by hair filaments. Note, it prefers a corpse to a body. Corpses do not argue. Aki took it into the laboratory and did not come out for 9 hours. And on the morning after that, we found the glacier. It came up out of the fog at 400 meters and it did not end. 4 nautical miles of ice across our entire heading, a wall of it 8 meters high at the edge and higher inland, and the chart could not see it, and neither could astrology, and neither could anything except my left eye at close range. And frozen into the middle of it, 300 meters in from the edge, was a burning ship. Not burning anymore, frozen, mid-burn, every flame preserved in ice like a photograph. The Courage. Captain Feng Bo. That was the man with the ladle. I went out onto the ice alone. That was not chivalry, it was arithmetic. 2 people on a glacier at -45 is 2 people freezing, and one of them was better with a bow from a ship. Aki set fire arrows into the ice at 100-meter intervals ahead of me, and I walked from torch to torch with worm oil on my face and a spider wool sweater under chainmail under a down jacket, and every one of those layers was earning its keep. -45. My eyelashes froze together twice. The Courage was a 60-meter merchantman, and getting aboard meant climbing a hull that was one solid piece of ice. The spiderweb gloves did that. Sticky palms, vertical surfaces. I have never been more grateful to a dead man. Feng Bo was at his own wheel. He was naked, and he was ice, and he had frozen mid-motion with one hand on a spoke and the other raised, and he was still smiling. I stood in front of him for a while. The chart still listed him as a player, not deceased, player. So I put a willow leaf dart through his eye from 2 meters. I want to be honest about why. Because I have been fooled by a corpse exactly once in this ocean, and I made a promise about that on day 2, and I have kept it every single time since, and it has saved my life on 4 separate occasions. It saved it on the 5th. He came apart when the dart went in, and the system awarded me the ship, and something moved in the hold below my feet. Then the ice started talking. They came out of the walls, 2 centimeters long, bodies made of clear ice, articulated, running on 6 legs, and each one had something inside it that had not come from an insect. A human fingertip frozen in the thorax. An eye in the abdomen, a tooth, a piece of a nail. Ice nest insect. It is drawn to heat. It is drawn to fire, above all. Note, they share one voice. Kill one and every other one will know. I killed one by stepping on it before I read that. And every piece of ice within 400 meters screamed. It is not a sound a body handles well. It came out of the walls and the floor and the frozen sea and my own boots, one high, thin note in unison. And I want to be honest with you, I put my hands over my ears and I lost about 3 seconds. Then they came, not dozens. The wall of the glacier opened like a curtain, and there were thousands of them coming across the ice at 3 times the speed a man runs. And they went for the torches first, which is how I learned the rule. I ran for the Courage and got aboard and stood on a frozen deck watching a floor of ice come alive underneath me, and I did the only thing that made sense, which was to set the ship on fire again. The sea serpent's fang has a fire element and a 48-hour cooldown, and I had been saving it. I burned the Courage a second time. That bought me 11 minutes, because every insect on that glacier came to the flames, and everyone that touched them died. And I stood in the middle of a burning ship on a frozen sea and watched them queue. And in minute 9, my right hand froze. I want to describe this precisely because it happened fast, and it does not feel like you would expect. 3 of them got inside my glove. Not to bite, they don't bite. They simply are what they are, and they took the heat out of the tissue faster than a body can replace it. My hand went white, and then clear, and then it stopped being a hand, and started being an object attached to my wrist. I could not open it, I could not feel it, and it was spreading up my forearm. So I put it against the deck rail and I broke it off. 1 strike, with the pommel of the longsword. It shattered like a dropped cup. I picked up the pieces, all of them. Every fragment I could find on that deck, into the worm ring, because I knew what limb restoration does with suitable donor material, and I was not going to donate somebody else's hand if I still had my own. And then the fire started to die, and there were still tens of thousands of them coming, and I was 400 meters from my ship with 1 hand. I ran, and when I came over the last ridge, the entire bow of Nightmare Star was on fire, deliberately. Aki had built a bonfire 12 meters across on my foredeck, out of 400 units of timber and 800 liters of worm oil, and she had dragged the life fireplace out of the wall and set it in the exact center of it. The life fireplace burns living things. And every one of those insects was alive. They came off the glacier in a sheet, They came for the biggest fire in the world, and they went into it, and they did not die like insects go into a flame, in a spark and a crackle. They queued, they came in rows, they walked in, and as each row went in, they made that one thin note together, and it did not stop for 40 minutes. I stood on the ice beside my own burning bow with one hand, and watched tens of thousands of small ice bodies walk into a fireplace and sing. Your sanity decreases by 20. It's the only fight I've ever won that I don't tell as a victory. The bill came due about an hour later. The life fireplace burns what's alive, and the insects were alive, and something in what they were made of went into the sea when they burned, and the sea froze, around Nightmare Star, out to 200 meters, solid, not slush, solid enough to walk on. My ship was in a bowl of ice with the fog on top of it, and then the ash started falling. Gray, fine, steady, like snow but warm, for hours. It covered the deck and the ice and everything else, and it got into everything, and it tasted like nothing at all, and I have never stopped disliking it. Aki came out with something in her hands, wool gloves, knitted, badly, honestly, one of them noticeably larger, flame spider fur from the leftovers of the sweater run, in a dark red that had come from somewhere I didn't ask about. I made these 4 days ago, she said. I was going to give them to you when the cold got worse. And then she looked at the end of my right arm, and her mouth did something complicated. You've only got one hand. Yes. That's inconvenient for gloves. Yes. So I fixed it. I emptied the fragments of my own hand out of the worm ring onto the deck, and it was not enough material. So I added the meat of 2 long-legged sardines from the hold, because the spell wants living tissue, and that was what I had. Limb restoration. Result may vary. It took 40 seconds, and it was the worst 40 seconds of the entire Arctic. And I got a hand. My hand. Right size, right color, everything working, feeling coming back in from the wrist out like water filling a glove. Except the little finger. Growing out of the side of the little finger, from the second knuckle, there was an extra digit about 5 centimeters long, jointed in 3 places, pale, and articulated exactly like the leg of a long-legged sardine. I flexed it. It worked. I looked up at Aki, and Aki looked at the leg on my hand, and then she made a sound I had never heard her make in 28 days. She laughed. Not a snort, not a dry noise. She actually laughed, with her hand over her mouth, and then she gave up on the hand and just laughed, standing in falling ash on a frozen sea next to a burning bow, until she had to sit down on a coil of rope. It's not that funny. It's the funniest thing I have ever seen. It's a functional limb. It has a knee. She put the gloves on me herself, after, 1 finger at a time, and she had to stretch the little finger of the right one to get it over the extra joint, and she was still shaking while she did it. That's the moment. If you want to know when I stopped being a specimen to that woman and started being a person, that's the moment, and it cost me a hand. I sold the Ice Nest intel to the newspaper for 20,000 coins, which was the highest price they had ever paid anybody for anything. Full write-up, the shared voice, the heat attraction, the fact that killing one alerts all, the freezing mechanism, the countermeasure. That report ran under the byline Cyclops on the front page, above a piece about the New World fleet, which meant that for the first time, in a world where 400,000 people took Liu Hongfeng's word as policy, an anonymous source with a skull avatar outranked him in print. He noticed. I know he noticed, because he sent a private message that week that said only, "You should be with us, Cyclops. Think about it." I did not answer. And then I went back aboard the Courage, because a frozen ship is a warehouse. Fengbo had 500 liters of a liquor in his hold called burnt wine, consumable, rare quality. A distilled spirit of extraordinary strength. Drinking causes the body to radiate heat for approximately 2 hours. Highly flammable. Note, do not drink near a flame. Do not drink and then approach a flame. Do not. 500 liters of a drink that makes you a heater. That is the correct item to find in the Arctic, and I bought the entire hold from a dead man by the simple method of taking it. And in the captain's cabin, on the wall, there was a painting. It was 2 meters by 3, and it was the most upsetting object I have ever looked at, and I looked at it for a long time. Burnt black, painted by Fengbo. He'd made it after his sanity went. That's clear from the technique, which is not technique at all, and from the materials, which were charcoal and burnt wine and something else. It shows a tree. An enormous tree, and the tree is burning, and it has always been burning. You can tell that from the painting. The burning is not an event that is happening to the tree. It is what the tree is. And underneath it, there are people, hundreds of them, and they are on fire, and they are dancing. I had been dreaming that painting for 11 nights, before I ever saw it, before I knew Fengbo existed. Behind the canvas, wedged between the frame and the wall, there was a book, the Book of Scorched Earth. I read it standing up in a frozen cabin, and about a third of the way through, my coat caught fire. Not from a flame, from the reading. The sleeve went up, and I beat it out against the wall and kept reading, because I had already worked out that stopping would be worse. By the end, the cabin was warm for the first time in 200 years, and there was steam coming off the doorframe. I learned one thing from that book, and it is the best thing I own. Fire healing. Burns applied by your own fire close and scar in seconds. Note, it does not make the burning stop. It makes the burning survivable. Extraordinary path progress registered. And then the painting caught. The whole canvas went up at once, and the frame with it, and I turned to get out and the doorway was gone, and the wall was gone, and I was standing on a plane. I want to describe this carefully because it is the strangest thing in this story, and I still do not know what it was. Horizon to horizon, a black plane, cracked, glowing orange in the seams, and on it, in every direction, people made of fire, dancing, thousands of them. They did not notice me. They were not in pain. Whatever they were doing, they had been doing it for a very long time, and they were happy. And in the middle of it, 10 kilometers high, was the tree. Burning, always burning, roots going down into the cracks and light coming up out of them. Your sanity decreases by 100. Your sanity decreases by 100. Your sanity decreases by 100. 3 times. 300 points from a 100-point meter, which is not a thing that should be survivable, and the only reason there was anything left of me at all is a line of text I received on day 1 that reads, "You will retain at least 1 point of sanity." 1 point. I stood on that plane at 1 point of rationality, with fire people dancing around me, and I had exactly one thought, and it was not a complicated one. I raised the gun, and I shot the tree. That's it. That's all I had left. A man at 1 sanity, in a place that shouldn't exist, aiming a 200-year-old pistol at something 10 kilometers tall. Artillery mode. The recoil broke my collarbone again, and the shot went up into that thing and hit it and did, as far as I could tell, absolutely nothing. And the whole plane stopped dancing and looked at me. Then I woke up on the floor of a burning cabin on a frozen ship with my sleeve on fire and a book in my hands and 16 seconds having passed. I walked out onto the ice. Extraordinary path unlocked. Charred man. Depth 6%. Ability gained. Ignite with me. Everything within 100 meters of you begins to burn. The fire cannot be extinguished by any means while you continue to burn. It ends when you stop. Note, you are included. 3 paths now. Corruption at 11. Truth, which was Aki's, and this. I walked back across 400 meters of glacier with my coat smoking, and I did not feel the cold once. While I was in a painting, Aki had built something. She'd spent the 4 days on a problem I'd given up on. The ship was frozen into a solid bowl of sea ice and could not move. Her solution had 2 parts. Part 1 was summon stitches. Spider corpses, worm tentacles, 9 skeletal arms she'd borrowed off the hull without asking, stitched together into an object about 2 meters tall that had, at a rough count, 30 legs and no discernible top or bottom, and which moved like a tower of blocks that had decided to walk. It vacuumed the deck. That was its job. It went around picking up ash and debris and dropping it over the side all day without being asked twice. What is that? That's number 6, she said. The spider? Some of him. Part 2 was brute force. 18 fire pits cut into the ice around the hull, 17 iron pots, boiling seawater around the clock, poured along the waterline in rotation. 4 hours after I got back, Nightmare Star came free with a crack you could hear a kilometer away, and she floated, and I put my hand on the rail and said thank you out loud to a boat. And then the ice to the northeast opened again. Second swarm, same numbers, coming the same way. We burned them the same way, and it cost me another 200 units of timber and another 20 sanity, and the sea froze again, and this time I understood the shape of the trap. 22 hours, that's the cycle. I timed the third one. 22 hours between swarms, every time, forever. The glacier was not an obstacle. It was a cell with a feeding schedule. We could not sail around it because it was 4 nautical miles wide and the chart could not see the edges. We could not sail through it, and every 22 hours it cost us fuel we could not replace, and the fuel was the only thing keeping us alive at minus 45. You do the arithmetic once, and there's only one answer. I'm going to walk northeast, I said, and kill whatever is sending them. Aki looked up from the microscope. How far northeast? I don't know. In minus 45. Yes. On foot. Yes. She took her glasses off and rubbed her eyes, and then she said the sentence I did not expect. Give me 6 hours to pack. Meanwhile, the World Channel had gone somewhere else entirely. Liu Hengfeng's New World Fleet was 3,000 ships. 3,000. Lashed together in blocks, with gangways between them, a floating town 2 kilometers across, moving at 11 knots through the fog, with a market and a court and an actual mayor. He'd done it. He had genuinely done the thing he said he'd do, and people were alive because of it. And I want to be fair to him about that, because it is true, and it does not stop being true later. And a recruiter for that fleet made an offer to the Lost Homes fleet that week, on the open channel, and the Lost Homes fleet's answer was 4 words. No thank you, I've eaten enough. Nobody knew what that meant. I made a note of it. Aki read the Book of Scorched Earth while lying in a bathtub full of water. That's not a joke, and it's not an exaggeration. She hauled a copper tub into the laboratory, filled it, got in fully clothed, and read the whole thing submerged to the collarbone with the book held above the surface. She came out 3 hours later with steam coming off her, and she pointed at the far wall of the atrium, and a ball of fire the size of a grapefruit crossed 12 meters and hit it. An actual fireball. Thrown. Repeatable. On demand. How? I don't know. It's not in the text exactly. It's more that the text implies, I got self-immolation. Yes. She looked at me with enormous satisfaction. I noticed that. I got a spell that sets me on fire, and you got a fireball. Perhaps the book gives you what it thinks you are. Which is a genuinely upsetting thing to say to a man, and she said it while completely dry. We packed for 4 days, camp gear, a tent rated for the cold, 200 incendiary bombs made in the laboratory out of worm oil, powdered flint, and something she called an accelerant and would not name, 60 kilos of food, 100 liters of burnt wine, fire arrows, torches, oil. Nightmare Star anchored in her ice bowl with the twilight veil up, invisible, with 18 skeletal arms, number 6, and orders to burn anything that came near. And 2 people walked northeast into minus 52. It took 19 hours. We drank burnt wine every 2 hours, which is exactly as advisable as it sounds, and it kept our core temperature up, and it made both of us radiate heat like a stove, which meant we had to walk 4 meters apart or the snow between us turned to slush. The fog thinned as we went. That was the first sign we were going the right way. At hour 17, it lifted entirely, and we came over a rise, and I stopped walking. Below us was a bowl in the ice, about 2 kilometers across, and it was full of people. Tens of thousands of them, kneeling, naked, arranged in concentric rings around the center, each one sealed in a shell of clear ice shaped like an egg. They were not dead. I checked with the thermal channel. Every single one of them was warm. They were kneeling in rings, facing inward, and their hands were folded and their eyes were open. The rings went all the way to the center, and at the center was a giant, 10 meters, made entirely of crystal, faceted, with light moving inside it, kneeling on one knee with both hands cupped in front of its chest. And in its hands was an egg of ice about 2 meters across, and inside the egg was the head and shoulders of an old man, alive, eyes open, watching, the White Palace. And while I was standing on that ridge looking at the worst thing I have ever seen, my navigation log pinged with a world announcement. Fellow players, this is Liu Hengfeng. I have secured reliable information about the source of the white fog. The New World Fleet can lead this ocean out of the cold. Join us, and you will see the sun again. Reliable information. I looked down at the bowl. There were, at a rough count, 40,000 people in it. And I wondered, standing there, exactly where 400,000 people who had disarmed and handed over their supplies were going to end up. The Lost Homes fleet held a welcome banquet that same week. And I only know about it because the newspaper ran a piece afterward with a photograph, and I have thought about that photograph a great deal. 9 ships, 41 people. They took in 3 new arrivals, a family, a mother, and 2 grown sons, and they gave them a proper welcome. Hot baths, clean clothes, a long table with candles. The photograph shows the table. Every plate is empty, not eaten from. Empty, clean, unused, in front of 41 seated people. Second row from the end, a woman named Clara is laughing at something, and her nose has come away from her face and is lying in her plate, and nobody at that table has noticed. And at the far end, on the last empty chair, there is a book, and the title on the spine is legible at high magnification. The Ghoul Cult, an Introduction. The one Aki had wanted 1,100 coins for. I sent that photograph to her with no message attached. She looked at it for a long time. Then she said, "Thank you for the trading restriction," and went back into the laboratory, and neither of us ever mentioned it again. Down in the bowl, something started to pull at me. I noticed it about 11 minutes in, and by then it had been working on me for 11 minutes. It wasn't a voice. I want to be accurate. It was a feeling that I had been walking for a very long time, and that there was a place to kneel down, and that the kneeling was not giving up, it was arriving. I got about 6 steps before Aki caught my arm, and when I looked down, there was frost growing on my skin. Not on my jacket, on my hand, under the glove, under the sleeve, spreading up from the wrist in a fern pattern, on the actual skin, inside my clothing. That's what happens. That's how the rings get filled. It doesn't take you. You go. What saved me was the burnt wine. Not the heat, the smell. I was carrying an open flask, and it had spilled down my front at some point on the walk, and the stink of it came up into my face, and it was so aggressively, stupidly alcoholic that it broke the thread. I came back with a jolt and stood there breathing hard with frost melting off my hand. Aki had not been affected at all. Witch's blood. High resistance to strange phenomena. It didn't touch you? No, it's very interesting from about 4 meters. Would you like me to describe it? No. Then the giant moved. It reached out, slowly, and closed one crystal hand around a kneeling believer in the innermost ring, and it lifted them out of the ice and brought them in toward its chest. And I watched what happened next through an eye that magnifies, from a kilometer away, and I am not going to describe it. The person went in whole. What came out, drifting down through the crystal in a slow, glittering fall, was a few thousand ice nest insects. That's where they come from. That's what they've always been. Every insect that walked into that fireplace singing had been somebody. I sat down on the ice and put my head between my knees for about 90 seconds. Then I stood up and said, "Let's kill it." The assault took 11 hours, and I am going to tell you all of it, because it is the best thing I have ever done, and because it nearly ended me 4 separate ways. Phase 1 was fire. 200 incendiary bombs placed in a broken ring along the northern lip of the bowl, and every unit of timber and oil we could carry stacked in 11 bonfires between them. We lit it all at once at hour 0, because the insects come to heat, and I would much rather fight them at a place of my choosing than have them come out of the ice underneath me. They came. Tens of thousands. And they went into 11 bonfires and 200 incendiary charges, and they died in the tens of thousands, and Aki stood behind a steel shield with a lamp bracket on it and shot fire arrows into the gaps, and it held. Phase 2 was the believers. The moment the fires went up, the rings started to wake. 40,000 people came out of their ice shells and stood up, and turned, and began to walk toward us. Not fast, not angry, just walking. Naked, in -52, at a steady, even pace, all of them, in rings, closing in. Aki used the pale worm hand cannon. It fires once, and then it is a club. She used it as a club for a while, and then she used the shield, and I have never seen anybody hold a line like that. 50 meters of ridge. One woman. 40,000 people coming up a slope. I want to be honest about that phase, and I am going to be brief. They were not alive in any way that mattered anymore. Aki confirmed it afterward with the only autopsy she has ever refused to describe to me. We did what had to be done at the top of that slope, and the fires did most of it, and I have not slept well about it since. And it did not stop me for a second at the time, because at 40 sanity, you do not stop. Phase 3 was the giant. I went down the slope alone with broken iron on my shoulder. Limb enhancement cast on my right arm. Sanity cost 20. My arm swelled out to twice its size, corded, wrong-looking, and my strength on that limb alone read 11. 11. In an ocean where 7 was the confirmed record. I hit the crystal giant in the knee with 2.2 meters of unidentifiable metal at strength 11. The sword bounced. Not chipped. Not scratched. It came off that leg like a stick off a lamppost, and the recoil went up through my shoulder, and I heard something in it go. And then the giant reached down and picked me up. Not with its hand. It closed its fingers around the blade of broken iron, which I refused to let go of, and it lifted, and I went up with it, 11 meters into the air, hanging off my own sword. I would like to say I planned what happened next. I switched to artillery mode with one hand and fired into its face at 3 meters. The blast broke my own arm at the elbow and put me back down onto the ice from 11 meters, and I landed badly, and something in my hip went. And when the light cleared, there was a crack in the ice egg. One crack, in 2 meters of ice around an old man's head. He looked at me through it, and then he spoke, for the first and only time, and his voice came out of the crystal, and out of the ice, and out of the ground under me all at once. "I will burn you alive," he said, "and you will thank me for the warmth." I lay on the ice with a broken arm and a hip that would not take weight, and looked up at 10 meters of crystal, and I laughed, and it hurt. Because I had a packet of powdered mad wolf virus in a ring on my finger, and 100 liters of burnt wine on a sled 40 meters away, and a spell called Ignite with Me. And he had just told me his plan. Aki, I see it. I need 5 seconds. For what? I got the packet out with my teeth. Light it, wait 5 seconds, then swallow. Under 5 seconds, and you become a werewolf permanently, and there is no cure, and I will have to kill you. I lit it on a burning arrow shaft, and I counted, out loud, on my back, on a glacier, with a giant standing over me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I swallowed it. I want to tell you what being a werewolf is like, briefly, because I have been a lot of things in this world, and that one was different. It is not pain, it is capacity. Every ceiling I had ever hit was simply gone. My broken arm knitted while I was standing up on it. My hip took my weight. The cold stopped being information my body cared about, and I was, suddenly, enormous. Then I poured 100 liters of burnt wine over my own head, and I cast Ignite with Me. Everything within 100 meters begins to burn. The fire cannot be extinguished while you continue to burn. It ends when you stop. Note, you are included. I went up like a struck match. The ice went up. The air went up. The believers went up, and I want to say something about that, because it is the part I have to carry. They danced. In the fire. Exactly the way the ones in the painting danced, and they did it for a long time, and I did not stop. Fire healing scabbed me over as fast as the flames opened me, which is the only reason there was a man left at the end of it. And the crystal giant, which had never in its existence encountered a temperature it disliked, cracked. I took its right arm off at the shoulder with broken iron. Then I broke both of its legs at the knee, one and then the other, and it came down onto the burning ice on its face. And then I stood over it and beat it apart. I do not have a better verb. 11 strength, a 2-meter blade, and no reason at all to stop, until the thing that had been making people into insects for however many centuries was a field of glowing crystal gravel 100 meters across. The head came out of it. The ice egg had shattered, and the old man's head came out of the wreckage, and it fled, actually fled, skittering across the burning ice on nothing at all, away toward the northern rim at a genuinely impressive speed. I chased it. 400 meters, on fire, as a werewolf, across a burning glacier, after a head. I caught it. I picked it up in both hands, and I brought it down onto the ice. And that was the end of the White Palace. It dropped one thing. A fragment of something white, about the size of a thumbnail, lying on the ice in the middle of the ruin. Tiny white fragment, material unidentified. Its temperature is always 10 degrees lower than whatever touches it. Note, within 1 meter of this object, the white fog becomes visible to the unaided eye. Nobody has explained why. I picked it up with a burning hand, and it did not melt, and it did not warm, and it took 10 degrees off me instantly. And then the ground stopped being ice. I want to be clear that I was still on the glacier. My eyes told me I was standing on a black, cracked plain glowing orange in the seams, and there were people made of fire dancing around me, and about 10 kilometers away there was a tree. The path was collecting. Charred man, depth 6%, and I had just spent 40 minutes as the largest fire in the Arctic Ocean. You have been burning for 39 minutes. Estimated time to complete combustion, 3 minutes. 3 minutes to being ash. Actual ash. The spell had no off switch that I could reach, because the off switch is you stopping, and I had stopped being able to find the part of myself that would do that. I could hear Aki shouting from somewhere very far away, and I could not answer because I was on a plane, and the plane was lovely, and the dancing looked like something I could probably do. And then 30 gallons of seawater hit me in the chest. Number 6 had come. That stitched puppet had walked 19 hours from the ship, alone, on 30 legs, dragging a hose and a pump that Aki had built for exactly this, and it stood on a burning glacier and hosed me down for 6 minutes without stopping while I fought it, because I did fight it, and it did not care, because it does not have opinions. I came back on the ice at 4 sanity with my skin scabbed over in sheets. The first thing I saw was Aki, on her knees, holding my face in both hands with her gloves burning off her fingers, and she was shouting my name over and over, and the way she said it did not sound like a scientist reading a label at all. The panel afterward was ridiculous. Werewolf form, strength 11, agility 12, constitution 13, perception 10, spirit 9, classification extraordinary. Every attribute past 10, which the system had up to that day, described as a theoretical maximum for a human being. And then Aki asked to see my full panel. Not a stat, all of it, every line. And I want to tell you what that is, on that ocean, because you may not appreciate it. Your panel is everything. Talents, paths, weaknesses, the exact numbers a person would need to kill you. Nobody shows anybody their panel. Show me yours first, I said, and she did. Aki, witch's blood, forbidden scholar, extraordinary path, truth, depth, 4%. Maximum sanity, 80, reduced. Every number, including the ones that were low, and there were more low ones than I expected. So I showed her mine, all of it. Corruption at 11%, charred man at 6, 3 eyes, the spells, the stone of truth in the greedy stomach, which I told her about out loud for the first time. She read it all the way through in silence. And then she stopped at the top, at the very first line, the one that had been there since the morning I woke up in a rotting cabin, and she put her finger on it. Iron Arthur. You never give up. Your mental limit increases by 1. You will retain at least 1 point of sanity and will not commit suicide. That, she said. It's the starting talent. Everyone gets one. Li Ming. She did not look up. You went into a painting and lost 300 points from a 100-point scale. You should not exist. There is no chemistry that survives that. There is no... She stopped and started again, and her voice was different. I have been trying to work out for a month why you don't break, and I have been looking at your behavior, and it was never your behavior. It was 1 line of text you were given on day 1 for free. Yes. I want it, she said, and she said it in the exact tone she uses about a specimen. Then she caught herself saying it, and I watched her hear herself, and she closed the panel and looked away and did not apologize, and I did not ask her to. Fire healing scabbed me over for 3 days. I looked like something left in an oven. And on the second day, Aki pointed at the floor behind me and said, "You've forgotten something." I still had the tail. The hunger came on the 4th day. I was sitting by the life fireplace, and Aki was reading opposite me with her head back against the wall, and her throat was exposed, and I started salivating. Not metaphorically, my mouth filled up, and every muscle in my jaw got interested, and there was a very calm and very reasonable part of my brain explaining that she was right there and that it would be quick. I got up and walked out onto the deck at -40 and stood in the wind for 11 minutes. Then I came back in and said it out loud. I looked at your throat and my mouth watered. It lasted about 4 seconds. I'm telling you because I'd rather you knew than didn't. She put the book down. I want to describe her face because it did not do any of the things a face is supposed to do. No fear, no flinch. She looked at me the way you look at a readout. Thank you, she said. That's useful. How strong on a scale of 1 to 10? Aki. It matters. 6? 8? 4. Good. That's manageable. She picked her book back up. We'll change the meals. So we did. Vegetarian entirely for both of us, because she refused to eat differently from me and would not discuss it. No transforming except in a fight. And every meal eaten together at the same time, at the same table, because she had a theory that the hunger was worse in isolation. and she turned out to be right. That's how we've eaten since. The other thing the White Palace left me was the gun. The Abyss Soulstone had made the flintlock rare. Whatever went into it on that glacier took it further. The roaring flintlock. Relic. Epic quality. Standard mode, moderate damage. 10-second reload. Artillery mode, massive cone damage. 3-minute reload. Recoil injury. Roar mode, everything the weapon has at once in one direction. Note, the barrel will explode. Note, this is intended. Note, the barrel regrows in 1 hour. The barrel explodes on purpose. The gun I fished off a suicide, that misfired half the time and made me lose sanity every time it worked, had grown up into something that destroys itself to hit harder and then rebuilds. I have never felt more understood by an object. And then I spent 3 days shelling a road out of the glacier. Both war rooms, flooded cannons, seawater at pressure at -40 against 4 nautical miles of ice. Water hits, water freezes, ice cracks, ram it, repeat. 3 days, 11 hours a day, at a pace of about 400 meters an hour, with Aki calling the shots from the crystal ball and number 6 clearing the deck behind us. We came out the other side on the morning of the 4th day. Aki had a problem with the white fragment that she could not put down. Its temperature is always 10 degrees lower than whatever touches it. So what is its temperature? 10 degrees lower than the thermometer. Yes, what's its temperature when nothing is touching it? I looked at her. That's not a real question. It's the only real question, she said. It has a property that only exists when it's being measured, which means either the property is a lie or the measurement is part of the object. She sat with that for 2 days. And then she came out with a conclusion that I did not want and have never been able to argue with. The white fog is a spell. It's cast over an entire ocean, and it has been running for a long time. The ice nest was making believers out of people, and the giant was making insects out of believers, and none of that is a monster ecology. It's an industry. And the Sea of Origin had a Sea of Origins weather. And then we crossed a line, and there was an Arctic with a 200-year-old night ship in it. And behind that, there was a stone temple to a spider goddess that predates all of us. Li Ming. These aren't zones, they're pieces. Somebody has stitched a world together out of other people's oceans. And us? We arrived 31 days ago in ships we didn't build, in a place with rules we didn't agree to, and we have been killing everything that lives here since the first night. She let that sit. We're not the survivors of this world, she said. We're the invasion. And then the sky went out. Not dark, out. The permanent gray polar smear vanished, all at once, and above Nightmare Star there was a night sky with stars in it, and to the east there was a horizon with an actual sunrise coming up over it, orange, and the temperature on the weather page said +2. Congratulations, you are the first player to leave the Arctic Ocean. I stood on my own deck in a warm wind with my hand on a rail full of skeletal arms, and I did not say anything for a while. Reward, 1 additional expansion slot. Next sea area, the Sea of Abundance. And then the World Channel exploded because that announcement had gone to everybody. First player out? Somebody got out? Who is it? There's a way out? Who is it? I sold the exit coordinates, 50,000 conch coins, published in the newspaper, 1 flat price to anybody who wanted them. No auction, no exclusivity, no membership required, and I signed it, Cyclops. That was the morning that name stopped being a joke about a skull avatar and became the most valuable byline in the ocean. Every surviving player on that sea learned it inside 4 hours. People who had blocked me on day 1 for posting a photograph of a sardine were forwarding my coordinates to their fleets. Zhang Liang sent a message that was entirely in capital letters and that I have kept. He Chi sent 3 words. Told you, Cyclops. Lin Ru sent an invoice, because I had apparently agreed to pay for something at some point during the amputation, and she had not forgotten. And Liu Hengfeng sent a very warm note of congratulations, and did not mention that his fleet was still 11 days behind me, and did not mention that he had told 400,000 people 3 weeks ago that he had reliable information about the fog. Then I built the watchtower, because I had a new expansion slot and one obvious use for it. Watchtower, extends chart range, upgradable. I upgraded it twice on the spot out of pure impatience, and it showed me one thing. One island, 1,300 nautical miles east. Nothing else in any direction, on the widest chart I have ever had access to, in a sea called Abundance. Fine, that's a hook and I know it, and I bid anyway. That afternoon I caught a matryoshka scallop, 40 centimeters across. I opened it with a bar, and inside it was another scallop, and inside that another, and I sat on my deck for 18 minutes opening 100 nested shells, with my hands cramping, while Aki watched with enormous interest and offered no help whatsoever. The 100th shell had one bite of meat in it. I ate it. It was outstanding. I will never do it again. And I made a plan, which is where I'll leave you. That island, 1,300 miles out, is going to have timber on it. It is the only land in a warm sea, and behind me there are several 100,000 people still in the fog at -40 who are burning their own decks for heat and who are going to come out of that ice with nothing. I am going to go and strip that island bare, and then I am going to sell it back to them. I want to be honest about how that thought arrived, because when I checked myself, I found that I could not wait to go and save people, and that the reason I could not wait was the price I was going to charge, and that I was not able to fully separate the two things anymore. Behind me, in the fog, this is what was happening while I sailed east. Chen Kai's brigade, the fastest ships in the game, 12 captains at the start of the Arctic, was down to 3. Chen Kai posted a single line the day I published my coordinates. 2 of them didn't drown, they knelt down. Zhang Liang's Brotherhood of Steel was answering the ice nest insects the only way Zhang Liang has ever answered anything, which was by firing 40 cannons continuously for as long as there were things to fire at. He lost no one. He also lost his eyebrows. He posted about the eyebrows and not about the rest. And the New World Fleet, 3,000 ships and 400,000 people, cleared the insect swarms by sending unarmed volunteer ships ahead as decoys and burning them. 7 people died in the first run. Liu Hengfeng announced the number himself on the open channel in that calm, warm voice and called it a necessary sacrifice and thanked the 7 by name. Nobody argued. 400,000 people had already handed him their weapons. That's the ocean I'm sailing into. 32 days ago, I woke up in a rotting cabin on a boat with 300 durability, no supplies, and a gun that worked half the time. And my whole ambition was to find 1 bottle of drinking water before my body gave out. This morning, I came out of the Arctic first, ahead of 3,000 ships, and every living person on this ocean learned my name by lunchtime. And here's the part I keep turning over. I've got a demon's eye in my head and a monster's spell in my mouth, and a leg growing out of my little finger. There's a sealed gray stone in the belly of an item that was afraid to hold it, meant for a witch. And I have not given it to the only witch I know, and I have not thrown it away either. And I check that it's still there most nights. 4 days ago, I looked at Aki's throat and my mouth watered, and I told her, and she wrote down a number. And 2 days ago, she read the one line at the top of my panel that has kept me alive since the first morning, and she put her finger on it, and she said, in the voice she uses about specimens, "I want it." She's still on my ship. I made her breakfast this morning, and I'll make it again tomorrow, and I have not once considered putting her ashore. That's the part that should worry you.